door, turn it on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. One day drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, but I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be
my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, you call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah? when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a
around the whole damn town, just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls, like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls, like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle.
so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
我原想观赛指南周更，是不是很大胆？周更啊，就这个赛季，就完全是这个赛季，但最后我还是放弃了。
不过常规赛仅剩3周，前几名的争夺愈发焦灼。阿南我冒着被冲烂的风险，也要给各位真爱粉带来全新第一手的吐槽。当然，错过往期观赛指南节目的朋友们，可以去微博、B 站、抖音英雄联盟赛事进行观看。本周末的第一场对决来自 IG 与 WE。IG 方面势同正劲，这个周六 YSKM 将继续跟 biu 老师学习新的课题，去就崩。而 WE 的粉丝虽然说不上开心，但至少还能呼吸，毕竟上个赛季的成绩放在2023年，那也是相当震撼的。再来关注 TES， 本赛季的他们遇弱几乎场场杀爆，遇强则稳中带笑。想要拿到 MSI 的资格 ，TES 还需要在强强对话中拿出更多的实力。而本周末他们的对手是 F10后已经4个赛季没进过季后赛的 LGD， 咱还是耐心的等待飞剑回来的那天吧，届时必定黄土垫道，清水脱街。周六的重头戏毫无疑问是 RNG 对阵 WBG。The Shy 在操刀葵桑提时，不再给人容易给人的感觉，而小虎也将首度迎战旧主和老队友。值得一提的是，老 WBG 的清算也会在本场比赛迎来大结局。在 TT 与 BLG 相继战胜 WBG 之后，压力来到了 Angel 这边。在离奇轮换不敌 AL 又接连2负后 ，RNG 的季后赛席位已经岌岌可危。RNG 的战绩不佳，并不意味着全华班的没落。ETG 粉丝惊讶地表示：“垂死病中惊坐起，华子竟是我自己。”这叫一个地道。近2周的比赛里，阿乐全面洗白，而辗转 LPL 多年 ，Foka 终于找到了最适合自己的战队，在学妹的哭泣声中2比0横扫 LNG。艾特华子在周日的对手则是一度排名垫底的 AL。不要以为这是一场没有悬念的对决，来小硕给他们整个活儿，替补中单，走，忽略。周日的压轴大战来自 JTG 和 LNG， 爆冷输给 OMG 的 JDG 双 C 用亲身经历证明了不浪也会被翻盘，而一直不被看好的 LNG 则在魔鬼赛程中不断证明自己。JDG 则是他们面临的最后一个考验。LNG 显然想让 JDG 尝尝他们所向披靡的中野组合，不过 JDG 也不是吃素的，除了白象，他们什么也不想尝。最后的最后，10大选手投票火热进行中，你觉得谁能当选10大选手呢？跟阿南一起拭目以待吧。总而言之，季后赛迫在眉睫，战斗愈发激烈。这就是 LPL， 这就是观赛指南，我们都在为家战斗，加油 ！OK，Let's go。
Welcome, everyone, as this is the LPL, and here we are for a continuation of the 2023 LPL Spring Split. I'm Mazel, and I'm reunited once again with my friend Lyric, and it's going to be a fun night of a Super Saturday here in the LPL. Are you locked and loaded? Early night, or I guess early morning for you, friend?
I am. It is weird. I think Hysterics hates me by putting me on these series, but you know what? We can wake up early every now and then, get it going.
You get to hang out with me, bright ray of positivity.
Second time casting together this split has been a little bit, and you know what? Me and you even get one of the fun games of the day, because let's be real, all LPL games can be fun games, but there's some that you look at on paper, you're like, this is going to be a fun one. And we got that.
Yeah, hey, we got that for us at least. We'll see if everybody else gets that as well. Now, I do want to go ahead and highlight some of the games that we had yesterday, obviously, as LPL every day of the week, where we don't occasionally have dark days. But it was a 2-0 for BLG over NIP, pushing themselves to that 7-win column there. And FPX could not get it done against OMG, even though they went the distance. OMG closed it out 2-1.
Yeah, both teams that were expected to win coming out on top, right? Both BLG right now sitting in that middle of the pack. Both, I feel like, are expected and should be in playoffs. OMG really only needing that one more win, that special 9 number. And BLG, I guess I haven't looked at what their schedule is going forward yet, but just with the names on paper, it would be insane if that BLG lineup doesn't, etch a spot in the playoffs.
I'm pulling forward for sure, because they've had some pretty stand-up performances, at least recently, trying to bring up the rear end of the season here. But let's go ahead and move on to our standings to see where we're at. We're getting through the majority of Week 8 at this point. This is our 6th day, and here are the standings. EDG solidly at the top, but then there's that LNG JDG game coming up soon.
I mean, even just looking at the standings statistically, right? OMG, 5-win streak, just like EDG. It's pretty crazy going from 3-4 all the way to 8-4. And then BLG, one we just hit on, you said it, they've had good performances. They beat middle-of-the-pack teams this week. IG with the bounce back. I think just a lot of cool things going on in that middle of the pack. And sadly, then you get lower to the standings, and it's like, come on, little buddies.
The positivity starts to wane a little bit. But RNG is in that right side of the bracket. All I'm saying, Lyric, we got to see some come up from RNG if they want to finish strong. But we got to move on to today's matchups and see if we get any movement in that clump of 7 wins, because IG will be taking on WE, trying to get to their 8th win of the season, at least one away from that magic number, like you said. And then we got LGD versus Top Esports, a little bit of a sideways matchup in that, right? And then Weibo versus RNG, with honestly huge proving moment for RNG here tonight, and to get them to 6 wins.
That one's even just going to be fun overall, because you get Xiaohu against the team that, the team he's been on since he's been in the LPL, defining face for them, and really who RNG have defined, their post-Uzi era around. So that one will be fun. And I'll say, if there is a winnable matchup for RNG against one of our top dogs, I feel like Weibo is definitely one of the ones that you could bring down.
Depends which the Shy shows up on the day, I guess.
And which Carson. Hey, actually, Carson and Xiaohu.
Which Weibo,
both former
I
RNG
guess.
boys.
Yeah, true. That's going to be a lot of fun. But we got to kick it off with our fun matchup. I know we were alluding to it earlier, and it's IG versus WE. A little bit different respects coming into this one. IG more propped up to make that late season push, where WE struggling a little bit, even with some of the names on paper. And it's definitely been a rough and tumble mid to late part of the season here.
Yeah, I think both these teams, right, are fighting to be in playoffs. IG, like you said, are much better positioned to do it, especially off that early season form they had a bit of a slump, but now coming back on the 2-win streak. I still feel like in this meta, they're a team that's positioned very well because of especially champions in the bot lane. On and Wink have been doing so good on these, and looking at their matchup into Hope and Iwandi. Even though Hope and Iwandi are, I'd say, slightly like bigger names, or at least names that you could put faith in because of former performances, I feel like when it comes down to like 2v2 in this meta, it might be an area where On and Wink can find an advantage.
And speaking of prior performances, no big deal. Hope the champion of summer. No small task. But I do love that we get this matchup, because On and Wink have literally just been opting into 2v2 matchups every single time they can, playing very aggressively in and out of lane. And I'm interested how Hope and Iwandi kind of bear the brunt of that, or if they try to fight back a little bit, because I need some of that life from the bot lane if WE are going to come alive themselves.
Yeah, especially when you look at like I think Shanks has been the overall big carry for WE, but Hope and Iwandi definitely being the other players you're looking at on this roster, and they've just been stable, great post laning phase, great in team fights. They're not even bad in lane. They just aren't like the most aggressive duo that are going to get in your face and look for those kills. So whether they're bringing it to On and Wink and actually able to overcome them in the 2v2, or they just manage to get through just fine. And again, we see why Hope was a champion on JDG in those team fights. I think either one of those is fine, but definitely can't be giving over any advantages to IG's bottom side.
And I know we were talking about kind of that trek to 9 wins for IG, but WE not that far behind. You know, they just have the opposite number that IG have right now in the split. But it feels like the hardest parts are behind them now. They're trying to finish the season strong. I mean, they still have Weibo in their targets, but they've already faced off against Top Esports, JDG, LNG, all those big names. And it's about kind of using this as a leap stone towards the rest of the split in the last 4 games.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, if WE actually beat IG here today, and then RNG can't take down Weibo, WE actually inched their way into where they would actually be holding the 10th spot. So again, the season
Crazy
definitely
stuff.
not anywhere over for WE. Like I said, WE's schedule actually isn't even that bad. Only Weibo being the team ahead of them that really is left in pocket. RNG kind of the same. So I don't know, man. This is gonna be a fun run that we have at the end of the season. Teams like WERA trying to get those spots.
I still see like the 7-win call. Like, man, there's a lot of teams at 7 wins right now. Like one series win makes a huge difference. But I think also talking about this series win needed for both sides and kind of those focuses. I know we were putting the 2v2 in bot lane, and you were kind of pointing out Shanks, Dove needing to kind of find a mismatch maybe there or find something to get ahead of. But for me, spotlight on YSKM versus BuBu there. I know we saw in the intro that they were kind of highlighting this matchup, but YSKM feels like he's getting back to himself after a little bit of a slump, and it's been nice to see. I think BuBu is going to have a bit of a test here.
Yeah, I think when you look at the soul lanes, it's kind of mismatches in opposite directions, right? For IG, it's top side. YSKM should be expected to come out ahead of BuBu. For WE, it's mid lane, with just how well Shanks has been performing this split. And honestly, really, ever since coming to WE, Shanks has been a standout. So it's going to be interesting to see which of them can find advantages over their lane opponent, or even impact the map specifically for mid lane. Like if Shanks can work well with Hung, and they could start finding influence either towards top to shut YSKM down, or even get involved in bot. I feel like that would be a good plan of attack, because yeah, IG, we can see him here on our screens, that no matter if they did have that slump and haven't been having the same excitement as early in the split, this team can still go at you.
I don't know if he actually got a haircut, but it looks like he did, so nice haircut. But also just ruthless out the gate. Gideon, the prettiest of them all, self-acclaimed, by the way. I don't know if you saw that lyric a while back, but he was like asked, and he said that he's the prettiest out of all the team of IG. There we have Dove taking the stage as well, though, and On and Wink short to follow.
Doesn't matter who's produced on any team, because there's still the fact that I can't remember if it was T-Tier when they were back, known as DMO, had Mitsuki as a support, and that guy literally left LPL to go be a model. I guess I don't know. I actually can't confirm that myself, but I believe that's what we were told by people in the LPL. So, you know what? Again, it doesn't matter. Unless
Secondary
you have that
reporter
trajectory,
lyric.
that's all that matters.
That is all that matters. Now, WE will be taking to their home arena here in Xi'an, as they'll be trying to maybe maybe we see a little bit of BuBu action here. A little bit of something to respond to YSKMs. I wonder if they have a screen in the back to be able to see the other people's intros. So maybe like the last second, they're like, oh man, I got to do an intro after that one.
That's a good question. I've been in...
Nope.
I've been in venues, like events that had them, that have like screens like right before the walkout. I think it was 2019 Worlds when I was there with Flamingo. They did, which is funny because there were no walkouts, but like we could just see what was on broadcast. But then other events have it. Yeah, you just kind of see the stage in the cup. Cool. We're gonna be up there in 2 seconds. Sweet.
Cool. No spicy intros from anybody but YSKM today. So see, maybe. Oh no, just nice, calm, and sincere.
Usually, unless we have like a hype matchup, like matchups with players from former teams, usually the team coming in with the lower record almost never does a spicy walkout. So,
but IG always does. So at least one person. But as we take to the stage here, obviously we'll be getting a champ select very soon. And I think when we look at where these two teams have come from, I found the funny fact that both these teams just 2-0'd Ultra Prime in their last series. Rip Ultra Prime. But it is kind of funny. We get this like mini bracket. So they both beat Ultra Prime. Now who beats each other? But I think obviously IG on a 2-win streak now. They're looking to kind of continue that, and we were still already talking about WE trying to finish strong on the season and themselves trying to get them to a 2-win streak.
Yeah, WE definitely having the pieces and the players to be able to compete with IG. When it's come down to team cohesion, that's where IG has impressed this split of just, again, this kind of random conglomeration of players coming together and honestly working incredibly well together to have themselves where they're at in the standings. So definitely feels like a challenge that WE need to overcome. And I'm curious if we'll get to see any spice, any interesting things come out in draft. I don't feel like either of these teams have really leaned into that too much. But
Wayne's got some crazy stuff.
Even things like the ASOL, which we haven't really gotten in the LPL, is like, hey, you know, are we ever going to see a champion like this, you know, rear its head?
Yeah, I you know, I'm always holding out hope for the Dragon, man. I would love to see ASOL here, but I do wonder how it kind of fits into comps. I mean, obviously we've had a lot of focus on like the Azirs and the Silases, things like that. But I'm really wondering if we get a little bit of movement out of mid lane. The other thing I find interesting here, especially while we're looking at WE, is, you know, we talked about Hope coming over from JDG, but one of the big things that stood out to me, especially in the documentaries about JDG last year, was the fact that he was trying to work on being a leader. He was trying to work on kind of being a voice in the shot calls and kind of direction of the team. And I've wondered, you know, we're already at the end of week 8 here, how that's gone as a trek for him, if he's continued that kind of leadership goal here on WE, where sometimes it feels like they're lacking in some of that.
Yeah, I feel like even just looking at WE on paper that there wouldn't be an... I guess there should be an obvious one, right? Because you would think Iwandi would be able to step up with his level of experience. He didn't really provide that, but if it is Hope, I don't know. I think it could always be a little bit rough to be able to try and lead from the AD carry position. Mm-hmm. I know we have people like that in the league before, but still, you know, Mizzou, I'm not going to speculate. Until WE comes out and says, like, yeah, Hope is the one calling the shots, or Hope stopped. It's just too hard to know. And like you said, I feel like in terms of how WE have either tried to look for advantages in the early game or transition in mid to late, hasn't exactly been all there this split, which is why they're 5-7. Not a terrible scoreline, but also not one of the best.
Not one of the best. Not one of the best. So
it's like
one
a
thing
bagel
while we're getting
with plain cream cheese, Mazel. It's all right.
Wait, you don't like bagels with plain cream cheese? Hold on.
No, I'm saying I do enjoy them, but it's like if you can get some kind of like nice onion chive or like some kind of like jalapeno spread or like, you know, something else. Like it's just
I guess. Are you like
better.
a salmon on a bagel guy?
No, I don't do fish. So
thank you.
Again,
yes.
onion and chive to me is the S tier, but
same.
You know.
Oh my God, mental high five. Let's go. And we're in the game. We got everything we want. Synergy on point and a beautiful game in front of us. IG, they'll be on the blue side this time. We got the Lee Sin ban towards Hung. We also have the Aphelios ban here towards Hope. The Jax ban against YSKM, followed by the Sejuani for WE on the red side.
Yeah, looking at where they want to go, typically things like the Maokai still able to be taken away. We're looking at other AD
Will we
carries.
ever get rid of them? About to get my lumberjack axe out here.
We had a little bit where, I mean, hell, there's some teams that really do just take him away every time. Even teams that can play him. And when talking about jungle IG, banning out heavily, maybe even positioning themselves to get that pick, Wukong as well. I feel like right now jungle just feels so open with the amount of strong picks, but things like the Maokai, the Elise, the AP options opening you up, or if you did want to be able to go for like Yone, Renekton, these types of AD soul laners and make them incredibly strong.
I would love to see some priority given over to On and Wink early on, at least. Either On and Wink or YSKM. I think that'll dictate a lot of what IG are looking for, because we don't see them typically go for non-aggressive bot lanes if they are going to go opt into it in first phase. We actually see the Gragas, so a little bit of flexibility here, at least for IG, as Dove has played it, but we've also seen Gideon be very fine on that champion.
Yeah, interesting, right? Because even BUB and Hung, but have only both played it once, so I'm surprised such a high priority on the Gragas pick. Now looking at WE, a bot laner will come out here, whether I mean, so many pairs are still open, right? You can go like the Zeri Lulu, the Lucian Nami still open, Varus with, whatever random, either marksman or other support they want to put with him. But it looks like for WE, they are going to try and get Hope onto the Zeri pick. So it seems like for WE, it's going back to what we talked about before the game started, right? That it's not always about the 2v2 lane for them. It's about being able to be that consistent source of damage later on.
We're back. We're back to normal. There's no more craziness. It's the Lucian and Nami for On and Wing, fitting to their style of that kind of aggressive point. But as you said, WE playing to their style, Hope on a late game hyper scary is all you really need because it is scary. And then I want to see what this kind of last pick is. I would expect something in the jungle for Hung, get something out of the way here and focus on the solo lanes in the second phase. But maybe that isn't the case.
I'm really surprised. I mean, 4 jungle bans already. Gragas, I mean, again, can be thrown into that jungle role, so it's even technically a 5th one off the board. So things like Wukong still being up, maybe as IG, you look to pinch that role, take that away. And then when looking at, like, AD jungle options, there really aren't many left. I mean, hell, if you take away, like, Wukong and then, I don't even, Poppy, because Lee Sin's off the table, like, really, what else is there going to be for the side of WE?
Do you like the Gragas matchup into the Rise? Because I feel like you can just be such a pain as he goes to Realm Orb, you just cask him over. That's a little like minute interaction.
Gragas to me has always been one of my favorite champions to like put in solo lanes. Obviously top for a long time, but there's just so many matchups that it feels like Gragas has a fine time against most champions. Like unless you're going up against something egregious, things like the Vaynes, the Quins of the world, that you'll have a fine time just farming with your Qs. You have a lot of like mobility and escape tools. And like you said, I guess like, specifically if it did end up mid, having that cast to go and try and deny Shanks from making those plays around the map would be quite nice. And I'm actually surprised to see IG not ban away junglers. But I guess that goes to show for WE, taking away the Poppy themselves, that they aren't expecting that Gragas to be flexed into the jungle role. They are expecting it to go to one of the solo lanes or, potentially Dove for IG.
And obviously now we're kind of looking at how to whittle down some of this matchup potential here. It's just going to be the Scion, so no safe day on the zombie tank up there for Bew. And the Renekton obviously taken off the board as well. We'll see what WE opt into here, as they still need their jungle. They still need top lane. Obviously, having that counter pick for top side for more than likely.
Yeah, Wukong, Viego being the two that jump out to me. I'm surprised Wukong just going through when other teams have just prioritized it so heavily. Viego already being hovered, so those are the two things. But actually going to go for the Xin Zhao. Going to give them a lot of early aggression available. Can combo well if they want to look for early ganks and, put Shanks and Hung together and then look for those roams down the sides. And now looking at where IG want to answer with this, we're going to get to find out where this Gragas is going. If they wanted to go Gragas mid, they always could look at
Call it right now. What do you got?
For jungle.
Where's it going?
We're gonna say
it's going jungle.
Yeah, I'm going to say Cassante because Cassante's open and... Oh, no. Huh.
Darn!
So
all right, well.
They actually are just going to end up going to Viego.
It is the Viego. That's a lot of single point power there for Gideon as well, and a lot of resets, obviously, for team fights, but needing to get resources is this Viego as well.
And now... I feel like, I was going to say, I feel like they're going to not give this to YSCam. Not a very YSCam champion. They want another carry threat in one of their solo lanes. So most played would be the Fiora, and with Jax not open, it feels like this just would be the go-to blind pick to come out for him. So they lock it in, giving themselves some side lane pressure. And now looking at WE with where they can respond. I don't want to see this.
I think this is okay if you're looking for a team fight potential there at least, but... I would wonder if you were trying to get a little bit of dueling strength in that side lane, because at this point, you're not really going to have an option to deal with YSKM later on. We do see the Cassante locked in.
Yeah, so for WE, they're just saying, hey, we don't really care about that matchup. Bewbu's going to do just fine. We are playing for the 5v5. We very early on showed we're going for that with Hope and Iwandi locking in the Lulu and the Zeri. So they're keeping it pretty standard. A lot of WE's early progression is going to have to come from Shanks and Hung and what they're able to do, especially Hung. We need to keep our eyes out on him having the strong dueling potential of a Xin Zhao, where it feels like IG have a lot more potential pressure options in their lanes. Having the Fiora and top side, that should do quite well. And then, of course, the Lucianami's going to want to be very aggressive. And then you kind of have this mitigating force in mid lane of Dove. I feel like really just trying to prevent the Rise from being able to find an impact on the map and allow those strong side lanes to be able to get work done in those isolated matchups.
I'm definitely looking at Gideon on the Viego here to try and get that cohesion with the team earlier on. Then later, obviously, WE relying a lot of those late game baskets to put their eggs into. But it is kind of the bane of IG now to get those proactive plays going and find a way to get some leads around and make it easier to play around the map itself.
Mazel, tell me, what is the difference between a late game basket and an early game basket? What are the physical traits?
The early game baskets are smaller. They can only fit a couple more eggs because as time goes by, the weaves get bigger and the baskets start to hold a little bit larger of eggs because, you know, the late game eggs are a lot bigger than the early game eggs.
Would you say
was that what you were looking
like
for?
The eggs in like Willy Wonka, like, you know, like
yeah,
the
I mean,
golden
whatever
eggs?
you want them to be. Are they chocolate covered eggs? Are they just painted eggs? I mean, whatever you want. But they can be anything you desire, as the egg that I desire is to hit the rift for game number 1 here of IG versus WE. Can IG put themselves at 8 wins tonight and me that step closer to the playoffs, while WE trying to put them in their place and put themselves a little bit closer to that clump we have building?
WE's home arena of Xi'an. We got to see all the WE fans, and now the IG side is, you know, always love that our middle tier teams, and I guess for WE and IG, I mean, both of these have been top organizations in the past, so this isn't as weird as like when we actually get to see like AL and Ultra Prime and all these orgs who actually have fan bases that show up, but still always nice to see. But coming onto the rift,
TT fans go strong, just saying.
I love the TT fans. Me and you, that's us. We're the TT fans.
Yeah. But as we do look at it, I do want to point out we have opposite side starts, obviously, for these junglers. I would like to see actually Gideon take this bottom side and do that kind of classic wraparound gank towards bottom lane, maybe get something in an early pass for On and Wink.
I think it can be quite hard. I want to see what, because Hope and Iwandi, looks like they're going to elect to go try and find a heavy trade at level 1. So that actually might even open up for the opportunity for Gideon to be able to do something like that. If not, and if they went for a more passive start, that option probably wouldn't be there. But we've already highlighted for IG, it's a lot about what they can get done in this 2v2 and that 1v1 in top side, really soul lane oriented. To where for WE, we're looking more at Hung and what he's able to influence as a jungler. Gideon, I think, going to be a lot more, you know, forgiven to just look for the clear, get level 6, play for those resets later on in skirmishes. But a lot of that's going to still have to come from On and Wing. On going to have to really set up a lot of that burst damage to make sure that Gideon's able to do anything to follow up to get those resets.
And I always have to keep a side eye on the Gragas's on the map, but especially Dove here. I think they can have a nice combo and a Shanks early on and try to punish mid lane, maybe use some of that pressure out. But that's exactly the key, right? We're waiting for IG to find some pressure onto the map and utilize it to some extent. Once we get to those level 6s, once we get to those marks. And I think we will just at this point see the full clears going on both sides, and we'll just have ourselves a nice little time here. Are you doing okay with the early game egg baskets, Lear? Is everything okay?
Yeah, we're
okay.
So far we are just chilling. But I actually really like one thing that you pointed out, right, which is the potential gank setup on mid from IG. When we said, hey, WE mid jungle is where they should be strong, but Shanks being on an immobile mid laner, I mean, you have the CC there from Gragas to set up for Gideon to be able to come in. So that's an avenue for IG, which WE probably want to play around. Like, if you think that that's a possibility, looking for counter ganks is Hung and trying to play around that can be really strong. But that's only if Shanks opens himself up to it, because Shanks are doing a great job of recalling and getting an early control ward around mid lane to try to prevent opportunities like that from rearing their head.
Yeah. The sweet siren call of top lane noodle fight brings Gideon's attention up there for just a moment. Just going to take his Cuddle Crab while hovering at least. Actually going to go for a bit of a potential continuation on this, but should just get the back off.
Probably just going to go for the recall here and make sure that Hung wasn't going to look for any shenanigans in top lane himself. Hung's actually on the opposite side of the map, and getting some great vision towards bot side. Like, look at it, just completely littered with WE wards, but still. The problem is with these lane matchups, it really doesn't open up too many opportunities to just present themselves through like sheer brute forcing ganks.
Now, we do have a Dragon coming up in 45 seconds, but we got a bot lane fight right now. The clip is being burned on both, or at least on the heals on both sides. But Gideon, right around the corner here, will be spotted out once he comes into lane.
WBG's bot lane is going to back up in time. As you pointed out, though, summoners blown on both sides. Everything except the flashes being taken off the table. So that's going to be feeling, I think, especially good for the side of IG when you have the Nami who can still, sustain up the Lucian as compared to Iwandi, just really providing those shields and being able to mitigate that damage outright. So, but mana low coming out from IG's bot lane really going to be the thing, I think, squandering them from finding that potential. And that was one of our things coming in, right? Ooh, Bew?
Yeah, Bew, that's a flash-wise cam. He can't get it. Almost goes down to the tower shots as the trades in top lane continue. Your point, though, Lear?
Remember, coming in, we're like, hey, On and Wink have been an aggressive duo on bot lane. It's been looking for those trades. Can Hope and Iwandi match or outdo them? And so far, I mean, they're doing just fine.
And so far, so good. But it actually looks like WE will take advantage of some of those trades to actually take the Dragon here early on. And for WE, I feel like that's actually a huge advantage. Oh, he's moving away from it. Maybe it was just a little bit of vision. But I was actually going to say, if WE go for these early objectives, obviously that's playing into the hand that they've dealt for themselves. But I was actually looking at IG try to get something there as they needed to be proactive, but aren't able to get that pressure in the lanes yet.
Yeah, big thing is even if WE don't necessarily be the ones to start just outright stacking Drakes, like either getting the first or getting some early Drakes, even now where as long as you can make sure IG aren't able to get bot pressure and do anything, you're just going to delay how long the game goes, give time for that Zeri to get incredibly strong, and get to a point of power where I feel like WE should be favored just because, again, in like recent years, just the strength of like 5v5 scaling as compared to like having the Fiora and being able to pressure sides and move first feels like it is outweighed by the 5v5 a little bit. So I think it's been a good call, as we've seen for IG trying to put more focus up towards top side with Gideon. But when you have this Cassante, Bewby's playing incredibly safe around his turret, knows what's going on. It just opens up more opportunities for WE to play towards the spot side of the map.
Speaking of those opportunities, it'll be that first Dragon going to WE. So at least stacking themselves, but as you said, delaying the inevitable here of the scaling comp and not giving over any early additions to an early focus competition. But should be IG just kind of licking their wounds at the moment. Not no wounds, I guess, on the table, but some of the macro decisions not going their way. But I love to see some of this movement now. We've gotten a little bit of that give and take in mid lane, but I need to see Dove getting out of lane and getting involved with Gideon.
They're not wounds. IG are at that point that, like,
scratches?
People with migraines know this. Like if you get migraines, there's like a period before the migraine where you can feel it. You're like, my God, I know,
it's coming.
The pain isn't there yet, but you start to get that like fuzzy feeling in your head. So that's where IG. Actually, IG aren't even at that point yet. I feel like we're making this sound a lot more dire than it is. But I guess if there was any analogy, it would be that.
There you go. I've never experienced that, so hoping to continue that streak of never experiencing that. And
the pre-migraine not too bad. The migraine is the rough part.
Is there like a post-migraine too, or is there two phases?
The post-migraine is that you're happy it's over and that you aren't wishing that life just stops anymore. As Wade
I've never had one of those like crazy migraines. Ooh, Bewby not being able to get his back off here though. Dove is getting connected with Gideon. My goodness, look what happens when you get a little bit of cohesion. The cast comes through. First blood to IG.
Going for the recall on the ward gives time for the other members of IG to start making their way over. I feel like Bewby should have been a little more mindful with the fact that the Dove wasn't showing in mid anymore. Maybe, I don't know, lack of communication from Shanks, that he had disappeared, because I believe the wave had already been killed by both sides. Now WE realizing something went awry top, wanting to find something in bot lane with Hung heading down.
Isn't it crazy how the armor can flip sides so quickly, as they will look for this dive. They have level 6s. Wink lacking his, though. That is a big difference. No tidal wave will make this a lot more difficult to defend. They will get the TP, though. 4 members strong of WE. Lightning crashes. A lot of AoE damage coming in. Tidal wave has been utilized as On getting poked by Hope because of his teammates, but that TP from Dove actually changes the state of the bot lane.
Makes it so no dive's able to come through, but you're still able to get a TP out from the Gragas. So, you'll take those small wins when Shanks can potentially get back to lane faster.
Womp,
and there's
womp.
what we talked about. Bewby recalling on the ward. And no, actually, there was a wave in mid at this time. So, I mean, Shanks could have been like, hey, you know, the Gragas isn't here. Maybe they assumed he was just going for a reset. And even if he isn't rotating up, right, you would still die to just Gideon moving over. But I feel like that could be one of those inklings that, like, hey, you know, we don't know where jungle is. Mid laner's been showing. There can be some sort of party heading up towards that top side. As apparently the party never stops.
It never stops. As the bounce house will continue to visit BBU as the grand challenge has been popped. Should be BBU getting away from that one. Bot lane, there was an attempted gank yet again from Hung. Very opposite side focuses from these teams. And 2 plates already, almost 3 going down to WE.
Yeah, look at that. Building up a big CS advantage so far, denying waves from On, who just was like, I can't get into this anyway. Goes for the reset to try and get some more items under his belt. So plates going over, CS lead. And for WE, I mean, this is where you want your advantage, right? You want it on the Zeri coming through, where for, like, IG, again, it feels great to get YSKM ahead. He's going to be able to have an influence. But it just feels like you aren't going to be able to
Nami, man, why aren't you visiting bot lane?
It feels like you aren't going to be able to opt into those 5v5s in the same way. A lot of it's going to be finding these picks and sides around YSKM, or him using his pressure to like move over first and maybe use that small window to find a pick onto Hope or Shanks to get something going for IG.
Yeah, I just thought with some of that early pushing and a lot of the presence bot lane, IG might change kind of their direction here, but it's been full committal to the top lane for YSKM and Gideon, and really just letting On and Wink kind of bear the brunt of that bot side. Now we will see a little bit of love given as another Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. Some priority bot lane could help IG secure their first neutral. Or second, I guess. Woo, no, a little bit. There's there's that first neutral they got. That's the return bot lane. So they do get some gold. Would you believe it?
We'll get a little bit, but still aren't really going to be able to do anything with this. We can see Hung and Iwandi. Shanks now coming in.
Realm warp coming in. Shanks dodging out of the bubble there. Won't be able to find the prison onto On.
Yeah, we saw Hung and Iwandi hovering towards mid, giving Shanks an easier time to just clear that wave and giving him more freedom to look to move over. Dragon coming up in 15 seconds. So WE wanting to angle for this.
Gideon getting engaged on. That's a Crescent Guard used. The Heartbreaker already popped as well. Tidal Wave back. This Dove coming means Hung needs to back away. Actually gets a nice Wind Becomes Lightning there to get some damage back. And now WE maybe in position to do this Dragon here.
Yeah, gonna at least pull it out for now. They need to be careful. Dove gonna have to go back to answer midway. But yeah, the big difference still just being the spot lane. The fact that Hope being able to send that wave back in and giving them first move. Looks like WE just wanting to transition back down. And like you said, for IG, we're going to see if Gideon can do anything to match here, because he went for the reset, coming back down towards this bottom lane. His red buff is up, but maybe even just starting to hover at first to make sure that no shenanigans go on. And On and Wink, once again, aren't zoned off from their turret, losing waves, giving over plates to WE.
I want to see this Divine Sunder spike be utilized for IG. They got a little bit of that completion now for them, while BBU on the other side of the map has his Frostfire Gauntlet. I want to see IG try to get at least a kill on Gideon here, and maybe use some of this pushing from bot lane WE to do that.
It's very hard, though, because, I mean, you still don't have the first item spikes coming out for your bot lane, which is really the strong part of the combo. You look at Vision, it's still in favor of WE around bot side with those 2 control wards. Or, I guess now 1 control ward, as it looks like Dove just cleared one out. And then still a normal ward is Gideon. Gonna look for now, Zelf.
Bubble doesn't connect. They don't have the culling. Gideon's just going to force the play around the side. The Divine Sunder spike. Is it enough? No, it's not, because Hope says the lightning has crashed in your face. I'm going to shoot you back, as now he flashes. Oh, it goes down, and Hope! That's the summer champion ADC we know and love.
Hope and Iwandi clapping On and Wink in this game. Still just able to sit in this lane freely, whittling them down, taking these plates. They've been given the resources, and they have been delivering.
They are just pelting a 3v2 down here. And Hope alive and well, even without an item spike here on the Zeri. They get the first tower here, no doubt.
Yeah, they're doing fine. You can even see on the mini-map, like, Shanks stealing away Raptors, Hung around, just doing everything to choke out this bottom half of the map. Not going to be able to get the reset come out. You know their Mythic's going to come on through. We're going to go into the replay. Wanting to come on to Hope. Great lightning crash down, and On was already taken so low, able to go forward, and then just constantly chasing him down the
weird step from On. That was
Yeah.
so awkward.
and then getting taken down by Hope. Beautiful play coming out. Not really having too much to see on the side of IG to even try to set up the gank that they were looking for. You pointed out that the bubble missing just like seconds before Gideon had even gotten down there. That really only leaves you with Wink's ultimate left.
Yeah, and as we see, it didn't go their way. Now we do get first items pretty much completed across the board. Obviously, Wink maybe reminiscing a little bit about getting some more of that gold, but we'll see that transition of bot lanes to mid, so a little bit more cohesion here that will honestly help WE with what they've gotten already, and they'll go straight in onto the line here. Crescent Guard did get used, the cask as well, so a couple ultimates traded back and forth.
Yeah, 2 flashes also going through, Hung going in, and then Wink having to get away. IG wouldn't use the fact that they have Prio on top side to be able to take this Herald, but WE don't necessarily want to give this up for free. BB needs to come faster though if they want to look for this pinch.
They're going to try to pull behind. They've already gotten the engage here on the Hung. He did get tidal wave. Lightning crashes from Hope though, and Wink's already out of the fight pretty much. They're running away from Hope, but it's just running them down. Dove is on the wrong side of town. The Ultra Shock laser doesn't connect, but the Realm Warp will get Shanks a delivery to Gideon, and it's death. As On will be chased down by Iwandi, and everybody's getting a little bit of love here from WE, and that is a big lead, 3,000 at 15.5 minutes.
4 kills go over, and YSKM says, I'm out, boys. TP's right down to the bottom lane. WE crushing the rest of IG. They get 4 kills, they get a turret, they're picking up a Rift Herald, and yeah, they've just been doing a great job of enabling their carries to succeed. We're going to see your Dove going in. They're wanting to use the window before BB can get here to do something, but the crash down is massive. Shanks playing off on the side, delivering DPS the whole time as well. And then we see here Hope and Shanks just able to run them down. Sadly, the laser doesn't connect with the Realm Warp coming in. Gideon goes, and then On just nowhere to run, getting pinched on from multiple angles. Everything going the way of WE. That small window not able to be utilized. WE already just feeling too strong.
The thing I didn't put 2 and 2 together with was just the amount of bouncing AoE that WE have in a close-knit team fight like we just saw, right? You were talking about Shanks putting in damage there, and I thought a majority came from the Lightning Crash AoE, but it was both hitting and bouncing across the entire team the whole time. So definitely something IG need to think about coming into these next fights. They finally do have their bot lane power spike of the 1 item. See if they can utilize that.
The hard thing we look at for IG is it really feels like it's about like singling out members of WE. I don't know how if they're ever in a formation like that between like Hung's ultimate, BUB frontlining the shields and Wild Growth from Iwandi, like how you're going to be able to burst out targets when most of your damage is indexed into burst, right? That it's going to have to be down to singling someone out, and we can see them trying now with Dove was just hovering over towards YSCam, but that's really the only angle they can get it from, right? Is playing around YSCam, trying to exploit someone overstepping in a side lane. Without that, you don't really have too many tools, especially when WE are ahead. They have map control. They're the ones who can aggressively push forward and get better vision control set up.
It's a third dragon for WE. So we were saying, hey, you don't need to get every dragon. You just get 1, stop the scam. Well, you know what? They said they want all of them. And I think that IG will need to find something, at least in these picks that you were talking about. But anytime you show up to an objective, that's going to be WE's. And they still have a Rift Herald available for them, so they can try to knock down at least the top outer, as we see a lot of focus coming up here from WE.
Running up now to try to punish YSKM, but IG answering in response, so nothing ended up coming out with both teams being up here. But WE are still fine. With just a neutral map state, WE are going to stay in the lead. Do we have a cheeky brush play, Mazel?
Scary.
I do love myself some cheeky brush plays.
IG say, we don't want none of that. We're going to move out, and you can have all the vision you want. But I do expect this wrap back up towards the top side. Try to get this down, the side lane open up a little bit. They'll use the Rift Herald over the wall.
Yeah, I was going to say, this could be punished if they don't push forward aggressively, but that is exactly what they're going to do, so they're going to guarantee this one. I want to see if they stay. They will. Okay, good. Like, actually try and get a charge off from the Herald, and they'll just give that one over. As we're going to see now, I don't expect an engage to come out from IG. Shanks can still join up at any time with the Realm Warp. I'm
Oh
wrong.
my God! Oh,
He's gone!
He's gone! Gideon got the reset. Now IG, they get the tidal wave. They don't catch anybody with it. That's one of the picks that you needed. The charge did go through, but IG, they find something.
I'm surprised they had enough damage to take him down that quickly. I thought he would at least be able to buy enough time before Shanks would potentially be able to join, and that would dissuade IG from going in, but a little too disconnected from the other members of WE. Iwandi not able to shield him, not able to give him a wild growth to be able to buy more time. So for IG, you'll take that every day of the week. It's now on, picking up the second item. Lord Dominic's coming
Gotta
through.
see this damage.
Yeah, and because a lot of it, and there's no way this just came from Gideon, right? Lucian having to do a fair burn of the work is on here, goes in. Okay, yeah, we see Piercing Light comes out.
It's literally all on.
It's all on. Is Gideon really getting to take the credit? So reset able to come out. Had they been able to push for more, that would have been huge. But again, for IG, you'll take those small wins any day of the week.
Yeah. You get the second item now as well for On. He got the Lord Dom second. Realized he's going against very tanky members. Just need to be able to do some of that damage in those front to backs if they are going to come that way. Gideon just trying to get as much back on the map here. We have Baron up, a lot of vision from WE around it. I think that's been a big point to this game, has been WE's vision control and kind of information gathering.
And it's always crazy to see like disparities like this where, again, WE have been kept up their vision control from minute 3 in the game where they've had full information on. What IG have done is Shanks quite some good damage, but you're right. I really feel like it has been down to this control, and IG gonna have to try and fight for opportunities to get it like we see now. You can see other members of WE having to answer on the weak side of the map for the pushing waves that YSKM put in, and these are your windows to try to find something. We said for IG, it's about isolating members, finding those picks like we saw happen to Hung in the jungle. So you're gonna have to really be relying on just slight oversteps and then On to be the one to burst them out. You don't have a ton of CC, but you still have enough between the Gragas, the Nami, to be able to make things happen.
Now, at some point, I do feel like YSKM becomes a problem. It just is, to what extent does that stop WE from doing what they're doing? Because you can just force IG into these big objective fights and make YSKM kind of irrelevant. But I am wondering, is there a precipice here for IG where YSKM really does become that win condition?
I think the problem is, like, W are already on soul point with, like, you know, next Drake coming up in a minute with 23 minutes in the game. And then, like, it'll be Elder. Like, you can't just ignore Elder as IG. So had they not given over so many early Drakes, I feel like IG could have been putting a lot more heat on WE with the side lane pressure, but it doesn't feel like it'll be all too relevant in this game, just with the fact that, like you said, it's going to be so easy for WE to pull IG into these 5v5s.
Yeah, I think WE are perfectly fine with that. I mean, we have Dragon up at about 35 seconds here. See if anybody's able to complete anything beforehand. Really looking at Dove to try to get that second item. It doesn't look like that will be the case. YSKM push off the side, and IG hesitant, but moving forward with some vision set up here. And Hope getting engaged on over the wall, but he puts some damage right back into On. That's not what you like to see getting ready for a team fight when Hope is ready and raring to go. Yeah, now YSKM going to TP in himself. WE having control of Ripper so far, and look how hard it is to just walk into this WE comp. Especially once Hope gets involved in this and starts putting down the damage like we saw before. It'll be tremendously hard, but Gideon trying to find an opportunity to wrap around. Yeah, a little bit of a setup here on the Bu, but IG will need to close the trap, and YSKM can't get caught out like that. They're going on their Shanks on the other side, though. Can YSKM buy enough time? Shanks flashes away, and YSKM has gone down. It is a 4v5 IG pull away, and this will be Dragon Soul to WE. The collapse is so much easier able to come from the side of WE than it is from IG getting one. We even saw the rise, like, look at Dove's health, even chunked into half just before all of that happened, and was doing a fine job dealing with that 3-man core from IG. The flash manages so he gets away. So now Soul picked up for WE. We're now going to be playing the dance around Baron, so it's going to be even harder for YSKM to want to try and put more pressure in that 1v1. So yeah, for IG, it feels like it's just getting worse and worse as time goes on, despite the fact that WE haven't really been able to increase their gold lead. Like, IG have been at this minus 3K for the past, like, 10 minutes. Pretty much. And we'll look at the plan from IG, trying to split the fight here, but YSKM just goes a little bit too far.
Yeah, this is YSKM trying to run down and put damage on BuBu. I guess wanting to coordinate with the fact that your other members are trying to get on top of Rise right there, but it feels like the push and pull could have been a little bit better, like you said. Going a little bit too far forward. The rest of IG not able to completely even lock down Shanks. Hadn't even gotten his flash yet, so for IG getting a little bit overzealous, and it just goes back to like forcing your way into these positions when WE already have so much control is so incredibly hard. And I feel like we've seen time and time again how much Hope and Shanks are able to like whittle down one member if IG even opt into isolated trades before an objective happens.
And I'm just saying, Hope is playing like a bat out of hell right now. He knows he can get out of there. He knows he's got teammates right behind him, but the confidence that is just oozing from this WE bot lane right now is looking real nice. Obviously, the Zeri helps in that fashion, but we got to see that damage potential come to a head here, and IG get a bit of a flank from Gideon. They go on to Hope. He gets knocked back, though. The engage has failed from IG. They need to try to get something back, but look at Hope. He's just firing away right now. He's untouched in the middle of his turtle shell, and nobody can get to WE. The turtle shell will not crack, and IG have busted their face on the shell.
And now for WE, just going to continue to barrel down, take these structures. They're going to be able to get a Baron off this, and it just seems like this is WE's day. Realm Warp in, and the objective's going to be theirs.
A little bit of home field advantage coming alive here. Maybe it's the crowd, maybe it's just the air tonight. The WE looking good in game one against IG, where we said, IG, this was an important matchup for you. Try to get one step closer to that playoff match. WE, they want that clump. They want to get themselves that 6 series win, at least starting off good. And that engage going wide is where it all started going wrong, Lyric.
Yeah, Hope able to dodge out on it. Like you said, he's left untouched. Look at him this whole time putting off these autos. And for BuBu, great job absorbing a lot of damage. Like Hung's going to go down, but on putting himself in such a predicament to kill a support. And it just leads to WE being able to continue to chase down the members of IG. Hope doing some great parkour there. Just be able to dodge out on everything that IG are hoping to throw at him.
Hey, you don't need a spicy intro. You can just be the kind guy and show it on the rip. 5-0-2, 3-item spike now. And this Baron buff for 2 more minutes. WE trying to put some lasting damage, at least, onto the base of IG here with the inhib tower. Getting oh so low in mid lane. Dove's looking for a bit of a flank over here.
Gonna see if he's able to find it. I don't believe it, though, is WE very much looking like the Power Rangers. And if you watch the Power Rangers pretty much never lose. You know, there might be an episode where they go down. There's a cliffhanger at the end, but in the next one they come back.
Who's the evil traitor Power Ranger? Who's going to come? Oh, my God! Oh, no! Everybody's just falling apart here. And we said they busted their face on the turtle shell. Well, they just got decapitated with it because IG have nothing left to say in game number 1. A 10,000 gold lead. Everything going the way of WE. And it might just be home field advantage here as they take game 1 of our best of 3.
Yeah, great performance coming out for WE. Again, just looking so cohesive. They came in with an easy game plan to be able to play around. Very straightforward composition, enabling their strengths. It seems like for WE realizing that, hey, you know, we talked about how for the side of IG, their bot lane can play aggressive, but regardless of that, for IG, it typically is about putting resources into that top side, right? Trying to get YSKM ahead and then leaving that opening in bot. And Hope and Iwandi were already doing well in the 2v2. We saw they playing around the fact that IG's bot lane leash level 1. They get themselves control of the wave first. They're getting all of their vision control set up there from very early on. And then it's like, hey, we have this good thing going for us in Hope and Iwandi. Let's just continue to double, triple down on this. And
buy 5
it paid
tickets
dividends.
to that train.
Yeah, it paid dividends.
I don't even need them. I got extra seats for days. It was an interesting early game path, I feel like, from Gideon, and maybe a lot of things they want to kind of pull back from that as well. I love that focus early to try and give a quick stop up to YSKM, but how did we not see any ganks or any help at least bot lane? I know it's difficult, but if you can get 1 kill on Illusion, that changes that bot lane a lot. So it was interesting to see kind of the early game pathing from IG, but Gideon specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like part of it just comes down to like going with that Viego over. Again, we highlighted maybe whether he gone something like a Wukong or something else that has like an easier time, because we said even the YG's comp, I mean, like you have Bubble, you have the Tidal Wave, you have like the Body Slam from Gragas. Even Viego, I guess, technically brings his own CC, though I feel like it typically should be used as more of like a follow-up rather than an engage. It didn't feel like you had any like really great ways to set out these picks, especially when we saw like Wink throwing out bubbles, missing early on, and then not having a lot to work with when, I mean, Zeri Lulu, so much mobility between this spot lane. So
and you're giving it to Hope. Like, you're just asking for it at that point.
And right, when you think about Hope, like Hope being one of the best ADCs in the LPL, you know, in the regular season and things like playoffs last year, maybe not having the best time at Worlds, but you know what? We'll give him a pass. Still a very like young player. But all of that was in the meta of the Zeri. Things like this. When you go back to 2020, think of a stint on EDG, it was like these team fighting AD carries, his positioning, being able to work out well, that made him such a menace from day one.
And they even banned his Aphelios there in the draft. They're like, okay, they're respecting him a little bit. Well, apparently the Zeri might need to get banned as well. We're going to step away, take a little break while we get ready for game 2. Don't you go anywhere.
Absolutely can be. Just hold off on the shenanigans for a bit. TES engaged.
He doesn't need the Mid Horizon anymore. He's just got the kill here, maybe on the Hacker. A lot of healing coming through there, though. Nicely done. And kited out. Toto coming huge, and Benchuan is down. It's a trade back and forth. Yukon's got one of them. One bong engaged on and flexing forward. And that's what Zeri does when you give some resources. As the entirety of FPX is just drawn down the line. And Fearless, you might be tanky, but that Event Horizon is coming for you nonetheless. And TT holistically destroy FPX.
The shy flow top lane.
Thought that might be caught out here. There's Sonic Wave going to connect, and Carter ready to go in. The burst from Xiaohu immense with his knife down the shy on a flank. Look at him go, the blinding assault. Betty doesn't know where he's coming from. The pigeon in public that did its dirty business on you. That's the feeling. You're embarrassed, you're distraught. Get this bird away from me. Well, Qingtian, that ulti will come through straight away. You know that. The level 13 Ornn ready to fly in as Mark with the depth charge. Dredge line, he finds his target Angel, and here we go front to back, but great damage in return. Angel able to knock up, but Mark able to get the kill. Free coming in the middle of everyone. Will he be able to find Mark? Yes, no, yes, no. What's the answer? Free
Rookie
can't do what he did before. Well, Rookie is just taking on the world, man. Don't give him a Carly ever again.
Talking about the play that happened previously, I thought it was a winning play for BLG because you have someone like the Talia that can just insert themselves in, but on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante back into the play. Oh, pulls better than that. No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Odell go down as well. Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yago. Finally falls Momitia.
If they choose, he goes golden. Leave is there. Shock laser again. Hits Hung. Oh, look at that damage. Leave.
Oh my God,
Leave. What? Oh, he went into 3 people. Leave. Are you sure about that? Is he? Immortal Shield mode. Leave. Still alive. No way. No way Scout Flushes gets him, but the fact that Lee brought them all to their knees. This 80 carry, his name may be Leave, but EDG are going to make him stay.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 4.67. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
下场面对 IG 的话，我觉得我们首先的话就是自己先做好自己的吧，然后尽量别犯失误吧。因为 Wink 选手玩的比较花嘛，所以说我也会选择一些比较花的英雄，然后去跟他对线的，就到时候比一下谁玩的比较花嘛。所以说就是下场对阵 Wink 的话，我会来教育他的。
Well, they definitely taught him a lesson in game number 1, but it was not on a creative pick. It was
Where was the creativity, Mazal?
The
Where
creativity.
was it?
It's in the brain. It's in the brain. It's not on the rift. But we got to give props where props are due. We needed Hope to step up against the aggressive bot lane of IG, and he did. He'll earn himself the MVP for game 1.
And again, they didn't even get a chance to be aggressive because they just got absolutely outdone by Hope and Iwandi. And it's what you'd expect of players of this caliber, as you said, like Hope being a champion, Iwandi always being such a touted support on his time with LNG. So great to see them coming together. Great performance by Hope. I mean, in laning phase, again, from very early on, get control of the wave level 1, never let it go. WE throwing all their resources down to bot side. We highlighted the vision control, especially time and time again. Playing around, I believe it was the one gank that was thrown at them from the side of IG. Yeah, right here, playing around this so well. And then in team fights, I mean, they were never able to get on top of him, like sidestepping everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, Hope showing us great parkour dodging performances, and it's exactly what you'd want.
And right after that, actually, was where we got a lot of vision control from Hung in the bottom side jungle, where WE were able to play very confidently bot lane with Hope, and then it leads to this dragon stacking, this objective stacking, and then a missed engage that went the wrong way for IG.
And now, kind of leading into game 2, right, is IG maybe simply from the Gragas. Even though, like, Gragas can function, you know, well in mid lane, I still think you kind of look at the team you're on and decide if that's, you know, if you...
I wouldn't mind it for Gideon.
Or yeah, like Gideon could have played it. We talked about that in draft as well. But like, if you're a team like BLG where you have like Bin and Elk as your like 2 side lanes, and you're like, you know, we're not going to play around Nigao. I get it. Or, you know, as we've seen, maybe just teams just shouldn't always copy whatever sauce T1, you know, brings into the fold.
Is that what you're attributing it to?
That's it.
I like it.
I'm just saying, I feel like that's happened a lot this split. I've seen that discussion on Twitter of like all the things that T1 does that then across the world you see everyone trying, and then you know what? Then you realize you're not
Does
T1.
it work back home? Does it work back home? Well, W will be on the blue side. They've only won 2 games on the blue side in this split, out of 6 total having played on the blue side. So we'll see. As we were talking in break, maybe a little bit of an occurrence around LPL now, but they do ban away the Jax, the Sejuani, just like they did last game. It's the Zeri that joins the ban table, as well as the Aphelios for IG.
So definitely a bit of a shakeup, wanting to put a heavy focus down towards that bot lane. That can only make it more coveted potentially for WE to go for like a bot lane as their first pick. We still have things like the Varus that'll potentially be there, the Lucianami. So you're not going to be able to take away every tried and true combo. Caitlyn theoretically there as well, even if WE haven't been one of the teams that have really leaned on that pick so heavily. We know is incredibly strong. So IG.
Tell me they don't just ego. Tell me they don't just ego.
taking away the karma. So maybe even just trying to shut down potential things that can go, maybe even with things, like the Varus coming through. We have the Varus, Lucian kind of being the standouts. Maokai, though, left open this time around, so they're going to want to go with that one. Again, kind of being able to set up for some of those AD soul laners, things like the Yone, potentially able to come through. Shanks has been someone who's surprisingly played 3 games of Irelia this split. So, we always got to be on the lookout for what kind of sauce we are bringing.
How many different sauces we got tonight, but also what the priority is going to be for IG, what their sauce is going to be, at least, as first couple picks for them will be very indicative of what they go for, and it's going to be the Gragas again. We said still flexibility. I said that I would like to see Gideon pilot this one, but maybe trying to throw a wrench into the works for WE.
I'm just surprised at how early they're taking this in draft, because when you're taking this early, I feel like you're not only saying, hey, it's flex, you're also saying, hey, we want to take it away from the enemy team. When, again, WE haven't played it all that much. You've had 1 game from Bubu and 1 game from Hung on it, but they feel confident they are going to go towards the Varus. We saw in the pregame interview, Iwandi highlighting that Wink having a lot of options that he can play down in that support role as well. Even things that we didn't talk about in game 1, things like the Annie, still like very crucial. Ash obviously made it through the draft, and she's still someone we see here and there. So for IG, you're going to have a lot of options. WE now.
I want to see them go with the Lucian Nami. Let's go, please. Please, ego.
They will.
Please. Let's go.
I don't even really think it's much of an ego. It's like, other than the Lucian Nami, what are you really going to go for? I mean, I guess you can go for some kind of like Jhin plus X lane to look to answer, but I really feel like for WE, you rely on Hope to be one of the big carries, to be one of like the stars on the team, and not someone who's playing more of a supplementary and like utility role for the squad. So nice pickup now for IG. Are we going to get to see any of the creativity that was just spoken about? Doesn't seem like it is now the Nautilus locked in, so at least going to give Wink some more agency. Not only for the engages in 2v2, if now you want to have Gideon player on that and set up for a stronger 3v3 with an engaged support, but also potentially opening him up to have more impact on the map, is you're right. Huh.
Sorry, that was maybe Seraphine comes
No,
out.
no,
I do like.
I was honed into my point. I'm glad that you pointed that out, because
yeah.
I don't miss Seraphine in bot. I miss people like Angel bringing it into the mid lane. Angel, Mole, those guys. The good times.
We have a team in NACL, the tier 2 for NA, that runs Seraphine bot lane. It's kind of hilarious. But I do want to see the kind of focus here in at least the second phase, because you do have that potential roam heavy support coming out of Wink. The connection with Gideon, super important. And we're seeing that solo lane honed down, especially in the top side. The Sion, the Cassante, the Fiora as well.
Yeah, taking away a lot of these weak side options to not allow BB to just skate through lane and then have, impact in the team fights, but also the Fiora off the table. I wonder where IG will even want to go with this. I mean, we still have things like the Jace opened if they want to go that way and kind of like play the range game with the fact that you have a Varus, you can link up a Jace with that quite well, and then you have some disengage from the Gragas. Of course, when you have YSCam, you're always looking at things like the Camille as potentially a threat that can come on through, and a lot of it's going to come down to a question of, again, where this Gragas will go. Since IG have been using as a flex between mid-jungle, you would expect it to be YSCam's pick that can come through here and then, again, save that Gragas like flex for pick 5.
I would really, really want to see something more stable here, but okay. So it is going to be the Renekton for YSKM. Maybe not as stable, but definitely a lot of fighting power, and WE is now on their last 2 picks.
I'm a bit surprised Renekton coming out. It's actually YSKM, first game of the split on it. Kind of interesting to see how he's able to. I guess it could still go to the mid lane. We've actually seen Dove play this twice. So now for WE, I would love it. Just get Shanks in on his tried and true pick. Was a Cassiopeia main before his time in the LPL. Has stayed a Cassiopeia main even with his time in the LPL. Even though he's at a 50% win rate on it this split, 2-2. He actually has an 11 KDA on the champion. So, it's shown when he gets his hands on it, he does quite well. And WE seems like they're not going to care about the fact that there have been 2 bans towards tanks on the top side. Get BU on something stable, on something comfortable, and just play around your strong carries and your strong names in Hope and Shanks.
Yeah, the at least team fight potential still pretty much there. I love here the iteration with Lucianami, getting that Cassiopeia, that late game that will just be pumping out sustained damage. And you have that leeway now for WE, whereas I feel like IG didn't with their comp last time. We do get the Irelia though. You highlighted at the beginning of picks and bans. Should be going over to Dub unless we get that switch up.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely going to be for YSCam, right? We've highlighted that he hasn't really been the Renekton player. Dove has been the one to be able to bring it out.
I was wondering, you know, I was like, who did he go learn Renekton from? That was my biggest question. Like, maybe you never know, because this guy does try to learn some lessons from some pros.
Also, even matchup-wise, White, I really always been used as a counter into the Gnar, look for those aggressive all-ins while he is in mini form, and just have such an easy time of being able to get on top of him. So you're going to be looking at, I think, what should be a bit of a mismatch in the two solo lanes. Like, for Renekton and mid, you're very quickly trying to get to a point where you can just, like, walk up, clear the minions, and just ignore the Cassiopeia, because the Cassiopeia will just be able to whittle you down with her range, and especially with that E, deny the slice and dice with a W. So for IG, as we said, it's going to be about that top lane focus. Bot lane, I think, should be less of an important factor in this game, but when you have Hung playing so well around that bot lane in game number 1, I wouldn't be surprised if WE just once again pivot to that. Let Shanks win in the 1v1, have Hung play around Hope and Iwandi, and hope they can find the same success that they did in their first game.
Yeah, maybe a little bit different, though, as that late game, maybe, I guess, scaling with skill, as we like to say, for the Lucian, but especially opting into the early game, trying to get a 1-2 kills down there for Hope, making sure that first item spike comes cleanly, and then pouncing on that. But as we hit the rift for the second time of our Super Saturday here in week number 8, it's WE versus IG.
For IG, going to be keeping eyes on YSCam. Not only for the lane matchup either, as we said, should be quite good. You're going to want to see Gideon playing around top lane a lot, but not actually making it in as our observer highlights. But think about, like, once we get to mid game and like team fights, like YSCam, you're running into like Maokai ultimate, you know, point and click of Twisted Advance, Shanks throwing down his W, throwing down his ultimate, a tidal wave from Iwandi. It's going to be so hard for YSCam to get involved. It's going to be very important for him to find flanks. Gideon's casks are going to be super pivotal, because if you can isolate a target with one of those and give like YSCam a chance to be able to jump on top of them and just single them out, that's going to be crucial. So I feel like burden of execution on IG, to where for WE, it once again doesn't feel as hard. You have great scaling damage, you have a great front to back, and you have lanes that you're able to play around early on.
Well, I really want to see Gideon on the Gragas. He's playing the Predator Gragas, so we'll see how that kind of goes, or especially once he gets that quick back off for the boots, trying to get involved early on. See how the lane goes down here, though, for On and Wink. Have that aggressive pull into a very stable bot lane of Hope and Iwandi.
They've already done a nice job of proccing the Guardian, so that shield is down, and that's why we can see if Wink and On were able to find the hook, as Wink's been angling for, they would be able to get off a good bit of damage.
They do a little bit more. Poke that Hail of Blades, doing some work for On and Hope. Already burning the cleanse, at least. The Ignite coming down afterwards, so the damage sticks.
At least having Iwandi to be able to go for the sustain, you always want to try and find a bit more, but that's why IG's still looking for the aggression to go in and punish these low health bars. Again, really nice trade by them. Proc the Guardian early on, wait for that to go down, look for the all-in, and get the trade coming through. So for IG, at least having a better time in these early levels the first time around, and we're going to see if... I love how we highlighted it's going to be about topside for this game, but look at where Gideon's already coming down. Hung's already hitting over.
We got a 3v3!
It's going to be a 3v3.
All right, we'll see what Gideon can do here on this Gragas. Doesn't have those boots, but Hope trying to bait them out here. Gideon does take the bait. Wink does as well. That was a flash, but immediately as Hung comes out of the side, they pull off and actually kind of ships in a night here.
They even tried to look juicy. Hope dashed forward incredibly early into that one.
Uh-oh, pew-pew. Uh-oh, pew-pew. Uh-oh, solo kill for You Should Know Me.
Getting the passive and the Conqueror stacked up, following through with the flash and the W, and able to make something happen. This is why you fear YSCam when he gets these champions, especially when he gets them in such hard counter matchups where he's able to succeed. So, for bot lane not able to work, but YSCam makes work all by himself. No. We see the Mekanar timeout, and not able to get away with the hop. Stun still connects. And again, YSKM stacking up the passive, running him down, goes with the Q, and the flash gets another auto off straight into the W. Beautiful stuff from YSKM.
Really, really good stuff. And a nice bounce back again, looking for IG. On the bot side. Oh, Gideon trying to get that flash play. Can't do it. Hope dodging out nicely. Should be actually Hung looking for this, though. Yeah, the bubble connects here as well. Gideon has no way out. The damage is there. And a response from WE. And it goes right to the bot lane. But it's Hung that finds the pressure. And they should be able to push this in now.
Different Gragas player this game, but still same result. Go for the flash engage. Not able to connect onto Hope. And it just leaves it so... Oh, we gonna potentially get a dive? Doesn't look like his health bar. They weren't able to chunk his health bar. Yeah, didn't chunk out the Nautilus at all, so not gonna want to go for it. But because we have a lot of aggressive play coming on this game.
Dub! The fangs sink deep into the crocodile, and that ain't a matchup you see in the wild.
We said before this game there'd be a mismatch in these solo lanes. Wait, a mismatch in blood as well. Hope finding it onto On.
Oh my goodness, this is chaos.
What is going on?
This is crazy. Is our game to a T. And another kill goes down. Gideon gets his own.
5 kills in 5 minutes. You know what? Hysterics, thank you for having me wake up at 5 a.m. to cast this game. As my God, both teams finding opportunities to punish. Wink now?
Oh, he actually didn't get the double stop. We'll look back though at this probably roundabout carousel of a replay.
Look at this man with his sidesteps. Like, sidesteps,
yeah,
doesn't even need the flash to dodge out on Gideon, so it's flash now, burn, and they buy enough time for Hung to get in. I wanted you with the bubble now that there is no mobility available for the Gragas, and they're just easily able to take him down. I bet we're going to go straight to a different replay, aren't we? Nope. Thought maybe we'd move over.
We didn't get that whole series of events. It's okay. It's okay. We can get it back another time, maybe. But especially
no, I don't want that.
where...
I hate when we go from replay to replay, and then during the second or third replay, something's happening on the map, so we have the corner
Are you not
screen.
like a carousel? Are you not like a carousel person? Do you not like to go round and around?
I don't like to have to talk for 5 minutes straight. So I'll be real with you.
Well, you shouldn't
I
be
like
a play-by-play in the
voice.
LPL because sometimes you get to talk for a long time.
I do get to do that tomorrow, though. Tomorrow,
you do get
Jamada
to do that
and
tomorrow.
Lyric. I'm going to say it right
goodness.
now. I'm calling us Jamiric. It sounds sick in my mind.
No, that was the worst one that we came up with before the series.
Which is why it's the best one.
Well, IG looking to take this dragon here. Should be able to get this one as WE actually looking to contest themselves. No big item spikes coming through, but you do get that Predator Gideon, maybe a little bit of extra damage. WE actually the ones moving in to start taking the dragon. Should get another 4v4 here. TP's not available, so it's literally just this, what we got in front of us. Dove trying to get a flank, does have level 6, over the wall with the dominance, trying to get onto Hope, but he can't find it. He's getting a little bit lower. That's a petrifying gaze for Wonders, as IG will be chased down by the WE kill team. And that's a immediate dragon for WE.
I said Shakes all. I was about to say Petrifying Gaze is going to be the key decider in this fight. That's actually why you saw Dove trying to go for that flank. Not able to find it. Or I guess Taylor does find it, but WE find him now. Dragon in pocket. They're going to get a huge trade onto On. Doesn't turn into anything.
I didn't know that snakes could kill crocodiles that easily. That's a fact. I'm like a biologist, I would say, like an amateur biologist.
Like, those articles of like the 20 foot-long anacondas in like Indonesia, yeah. Those things are terrifying. We're going to see here, Dove wanting to find the flank, pinch him on 2 sides, so Petrifying Gaze can't just like take everyone down on your team. Problem is, he gets stunned by Hung, leaves it so Shakes can save his Petrifying Gaze for the other members to prevent them from walking forward and following up, which then just allows for WE to find the 2 kills. So, yeah, you don't mess with the anacondas.
All that Dove wanted was to stun Hope. That's all he wanted. And they realized, like, I'm not in range, so here you go. I'm going to turn around and try to get something back. But it is the kind of dissection of WE in the team fight, or at least dissection of IG.
It's
by
pythons,
WE.
Mazel. It was
It's
pythons I was
python?
thinking of.
Well,
Yeah, those, like-
anacondas also do eat large things.
They're huge, but I gotta say, it's actually really sad. You go and you find out like these like stories of like 15 to 20-foot pythons like actually devouring people, and it's like, dude, what?
That's
like,
terrifying.
what kind of exactly? So
Yep.
like, I just wouldn't be surprised about it. You know, I could read an article about them, one of them eating like a lion or something, and I just wouldn't be surprised.
Well, right
Shank,
now it's a
very
crocodile
much at
live in
ease.
front of you, so. Do we need to call National Geographic or?
We do. Is yeah, you know, we came in today. We were talking before the series of like, hey, you know, IG, you know, potentially going to make their way up to their 8th series win and then get them in a really good spot for playoffs. But WE in their home arena in front of a home crowd,
Yeah,
showing us why they have so much potential. Like 3 plates, the 3rd plate about to go down for Hope and Iwani. They are rich. They are stacked.
Non and Wink don't really have much to say under this tower here as well. We do see Gideon hovering here, though. He does have Predator. They get a bit aggressive. He is there to respond, but WE just now with the advantage they have can play kind of reserved.
Yeah, it is. I feel like WE especially have been the team that they're the friend you play Monopoly with, and they somehow roll Park Place and Boardwalk on like their first 2 go-arounds.
It's like, yes, this is fun.
Or they get Park Place, and then they roll a 2 and they get Boardwalk as ult comes through.
Cask onto 3 there. It does separate a little bit. The Nature Draft did connect in the end, but not going to do too much. On getting some decent poke back. Let's have a sapling that runs in from behind. But IG actually dissuade WE from further push, and they have their Rift Herald. Maybe they get a little bit more for On.
Yeah, so they're gonna be able to do that. Both Hope pretty low, and no mana on either Hope or Iwandi, so the recall is gonna have to come through, and the Gale Force now being picked up. So with that, it guarantees the charge going over for IG. So that'll be some nice gold in their pockets, and now it's gonna be about if WE can use this bit of a power spike they have. Shanks, you need to be careful, my dude.
Does need to be a little bit careful. Misses the Petrifying Gaze, putting some damage down, but at least the flash comes out because Gideon is seen right around the corner.
WE, like again, having Rod of Ages, having Gale Force online, this should be a point of power for them over the side of IG. So hopefully they can start utilizing this quite well. As they've still done a pretty good job of keeping up vision control. Like look at IG's bot side jungle specifically. 2 control wards placed, so they'll have a lot of information on especially where Gideon is, or even if Wink wants to go for any roams towards like mid through his own jungle. So information game, I think, still going to be in favor of WE, even if IG have done a better job about getting their own vision this game.
I would say so. It's still though, like when you periodically take a look, it's WE finding so many wards in good places, so that like they can play aggressively on bot lane. They know where Gideon can be coming from, and a lot of that information being communicated, it seems like, across the board for WE. Now we do have a dragon coming up in 50 seconds. Wondering if WE use some of this advantage, but like we were saying, they can kind of play a little bit more reserved now.
Yeah, able to kind of tone it down a little bit. And, you know, Dragon's going to be up in about 35 seconds, so I feel like we can start seeing angling towards bot side once again for WE to set up for that one, because they should feel incredibly confident about a fight coming off now with Shanks' ult coming back up. The one thing they have to be careful about is Shanks has no flash. So that can actually open up an opportunity for IG with all the CC they have coming online, because that's the one huge difference this time, right, is like Nautilus Hook, Nautilus Ulti, Chains of Corruption, Dove's point and click CC. You have a Gragas. You have so many ways to lock down these members of WE and punish them.
Ooh, that's a Cullen. Wink goes right in for the engage. Unable to do some more, but the tidal wave does so much and Hope with the Gale Force, but Wink flashing away. The piercing arrow, not enough. Gideon trying to get involved, has the cask, but Shanks was closing the trap here. I'll be able to get Wink some more damage there, but actually WE moving out in front of the Dragon. They take it so fast here with these first item spikes. We just got to be careful about the re-engage for IG.
Yeah, the bot lane just too low. I actually feel like Hung could have, I mean, Hung definitely could have killed on there with the roots connecting if he just walked forward. It seems like them having more respect and putting more fear against Gideon coming in and potentially finding Hope. Though Hope did have both some, like I believe his flash was even up at that point, so I think maybe W could have gotten a little more, but going with the stability, going with the safe play, I'm just guaranteeing the Dragon's risk here. Cullen comes out, very aggressively going forward and allowing for a huge trade onto the Lucian. And look here, right? They get the roots down. Hung here can just keep going forward and maybe take a turret shot, but you'd definitely be able to find that kill, but not wanting Gideon to come in, and I think wanting to follow up on Shanks going for the clap. So maybe thinking they could find more with the pinch they have coming through than had they just gone for that single isolated kill.
Yeah. And I know I was calling it an ego pick earlier, but it is just so awesome to see Hope and Iwandi pull the Lucian Nami out that IG struggled to pilot last game, give resources to it, and we're seeing Hope pay off already even in the early game on this pick. And it's such a good thing to see, because when we were coming into this, we were like, maybe they just play reserved in the bot lane. We aren't seeing that here, but also a little bit of aggression mid lane. It's just a kind of a flexibility from WE late in the season I like to see. Maybe they need to be a little flexible here, though. The snake isn't flexible enough because Shanks is staying alive, and he's still going. The fangs are still sinking in. That was the third kill for Shanks. He goes golden, though, on lining up a piercing arrow, gets the kill himself, and IG get a couple responses, but the bubble connects. Here comes Hope to slam the door in Invictus Gaming's face as the triple knockup comes through. It's a nice little pity prize at the end.
It was a
and
2-for-2 though.
getting a side lane tower. There was a fight top.
Yeah, YSKM fighting the solo kill. We haven't gotten to talk about top lane because there's been so much happening on the opposite side of the map. But huge CS lead for YSKM. He's been whittling down at those share plates and now able to find another solo kill, able to take BB down and open up the map even more. BB now going to have to play in a really long lane. It's going to feel very awkward for him as we see BB able to dodge out on the stun, wanting to find a bit of a return trade, but this feels just so overzealous.
Oh my
the fact
God,
that
he
he
just
still
gets
has
melted.
the key with the ulti up. Yeah, just I believe also already had Blade of the Rune King online at this point, just able to keep running him down, wanting to try and get that return trade in, but you got to respect the ult. You got to respect the fact that the Q is still there for YSKM and not give those types of opportunities over.
And there's still that item discrepancy. Blade of the Rune King had already been completed, but UB was not able to complete his on the way back. Now we do see WE taking this Rift Herald, so continuing to get these neutral objectives and maybe even piling a little bit more gold mid lane into Hope. But Wink is on the roam, and the team from ING are looking for picks.
And I feel like for IG, the straight to start pivoting and putting more resources to your Irelia. We can see Gideon wanting to do that. All in on making this Irelia as strong as possible quickly. Ubu.
About to have Maginar, though. This could be a little bit tricky. Gideon with the Predator, though, does a lot to Bubu. We will get that Maginar pop. Gideon trying to shepherd him back to the tower. The Maginar comes out, cast back. YSKM should be able to chase this one down as the Rift Herald have been spawned in mid lane, but Bubu will give another kill over to YSKM, and that's 3 now.
He bought a lot of time. It's about if WE can get the second charge, which not even going to go for it at the end of the day. Is actually Hung's trying to get it. Yep.
Wow.
Been able to manage it. Had they been able to push down another turret, I think that would have been huge as well. But trades coming out on both sides of the map. With what YSKM's been able to do, IG are still the team with a slight lead.
See if WE can maybe use some of this lack of pressure mid lane. Stepping forward was on. That was a mistake. He misses the chains, and Hope guns him down.
Not even having a chance to respond with the flash. The engage just comes out so quickly from WE to punish. And it really is a battle of mid-bot versus top lane for IG. The problem is you're getting 2 people ahead as compared to just 1. I guess the disparity is how far YSKM is getting ahead as compared to the other 2, but 2 items now built up for Hope. 2.5.
Yeah.
Caulfield's Warhammer now in pocket too, so
And there's
really
a dragon in 40 seconds, my man.
Exactly. That's what I want to see. How IG approach this one, because this would be sole point for them. Do they try and bring YSKM? Do they try to find the flanks? So we talked about all the tools that make it hard for the Irelia to
Shanks
walk
wants
in.
it. All right, just delaying the back from YSKM here. Yeah, he does have to be very careful. The Miasma's doing work, though, in YSKM. In some trouble under tower. Is he about to get soloed? Shanks, 800 gold right in those snaky pockets.
Let's be real. We saw I wanted to get an assist, but that was all Shanks in that one. E doesn't connect. It really feels like that is the thing that bites YSKM in that scenario, because Cassiopeia just has way too much DPS to be able to contend with, and now should be a very easy time for W to look for this. Angling over Shanks' TP so he can get here incredibly fast. Can IG buy enough time for YSKM to join in? We haven't talked about it. Can YSKM even find an angle against so much zone control that WE bring to the table?
I think the answer is no, but actually delaying the fight till YSKM comes up here. I thought WE might just commit for it. The wink engage goes wide, change of direction used. Cass comes out, YSKM, he's TPing on the other side, but his team's gonna be gone before he gets here. The bubble connects, and already 3 members down for IG.
WE just taking them again, the home arena buff coming on through, able to take the fight once again, getting on an incredibly early soul point. They just feel so strong. I like the draft that they brought out today. It's been so consistent, playing around their strengths, enabling it on the map, great vision control. WE have seriously just looked so solid in this series.
Yeah, they really have, and now they're looking for a dive onto Dove. Shanks cleaning up that blue buff, and the engage comes through. Knockback doesn't connect, but Shanks is on the long con here. Tries to get the petrifying gaze. The miasma doesn't slow him up, but he's still chasing him down. The burn is not going to be enough. The poison rather is unable to poke back some damage, but this will be an outer tower going to WE.
Sad for IG. We were talking about early season, started off strong. The mid-season resurgence, able to come back. We're going to see here. I mean, I don't even know if there's really too much to look at. Goes down to W, just spams him down with the ease. Cogter completely stacked and just runs him down. Able to use that ultimate to make sure that he really isn't able to jump on him in the end, which allows him to come through. And then here, having, you know, a slight window where they have the numbers advantage, they go in and on, once again, getting chunked so early. UB finds an avenue. Hung able to go in with the flash boost in advance to make sure on goes down. And by the time YSKM comes in, it doesn't even matter. Dove getting separated from the fight too.
Yeah, I hate to nitpick, but a lot of the engages going wide for IG just continues to put them in such terrible positions. In a terrible again. Hope melts them down. And there's just no hope right now besides YSKM for IG.
And maybe he finds it. It looks like they potentially should be able to get this. BB doesn't flash.
Megadar to the wall. The tower starting to do some work on the top, and Bubu makes it out.
But look at this. W going for the Baron. When you have a Cassiopeia, you burn Baron incredibly quick. They got to keep Gideon from being able to get in the pit.
All right, tidal wave used preemptively as well as the Nature's Grasp. Hope will play aggressively. They're moving to top side.
Mazel, I feel like in that scenario as Gideon, you have almost no chance of getting in that pit. You have almost no chance of getting that Baron. But you full send it. You see our team is down. We aren't getting anywhere. Sure, YSKM's winning, but guess what? You're going to have to fight for an Infernal Soul in 2.5 minutes. Like, it feels almost impossible. You need the Hail Mary. You need to go for the full send. This isn't the LPL if we don't have the full send.
Yeah, he's hoping for his teammates to maybe full send as a team. There's a lot about coming to defend this top side tier 2. Baron still alive, at least the buff for 2 minutes and 20. That's why YSKM starting to stack up, trying to find some distance. Can't do it. Who will be able to pull back from this?
IG trying to find a way back to this game. They found a way back to the split after they really just started to come so many games in a row. I don't like. Getting these replays is cool because we didn't get out to see what happens, but there's no like sick outplays here.
Oh no, he hit it. He hit it. Okay.
The side step hope was nice. That was clean.
It was, and WE are cleaning up this game at this point.
You know, I don't know if like you were coughing or something, or like trying to catch your breath for that pause, but I feel like that pause sums up the IG experience perfectly.
No, I was thinking long breath for it. I don't know if you could hear me.
That was perfect. That was actually perfect. That kind of sums up the state of the game for IG.
It really is. That's the beautiful thing for WE is we're going to see On probably die again. Okay, he's just gone. Hope is just hitting Control Alt Delete on On. His programming just can't fit. We do get the push into the hit. And what a resurgence for WE. As we said, they need to finish the season strong. They've already gone through the hardest opponents. All they have is wave left. This is a hell of a start to that strong finish.
Yeah, they're going to go look for it.
That's an engage. Tidal Wave Gideon's already gone. Nature's Grasp as well. Look how much AoE CC they have. And the Fangs from Shanks have arrived in the party. As the double kill goes over, and now YSKM with one last ditch effort for IG. He has to flash immediately away. Some poke from On actually. Shanks is still cleaning the back line. Nobody will fall just yet from WE. And the final push comes in. They'll go to 6 and 7. And they continue the streak into that strong season finish for World of League.
WE push into the top 10 with this win. Very manageable schedule ahead of them with teams like LGD and NIP left, very realistic and maybe even favored to make it at least to 8 wins. Weibo in there as well. Again, a team that is very much defeatable, very much mortal, can even potentially end on that coveted 9 wins, be in playoffs. And if they can keep up this form, if they can, I hope Iwandi looking so strong. Shanks, like, again, this guy being the piece that has been with WE since the start of his career, starting off in 2020 when he was on that academy team, keeping strong. Like, this is a team to watch. This is a team that even the pieces that might not be top of their role, you know, again, you look at top side like BB. BB knows his role. And I think it's always important to have role players who can do their job, who can survive, while other members are getting resources. So, incredibly happy to see WE doing so well. On the side of IG, again, a bit disappointing that it has been so topsy-turvy, where they've looked like world beaters in some series, and then they have some series like this where they just get completely outclassed.
Yeah, I want to go back to WE just for a moment, though, because it's been interesting where they've surrounded this jungle mid duo with a lot of veteran talent. And I would say Shanks at this point, having played, 3+ years, is getting to that veterancy himself. Hung getting the call up from Young Miracles and being a crucial piece, throwing those resources against this resource-hungry team that he's found himself. And the fact that Hope and Iwandi, there was so much talk about the creativity of On and Wink, so much focus on and Wink. He says, let's see creativity do that. They just went stock and standard, and they crushed them. And that's what you see when you sign this duo, and you need a strong bot lane.
Yeah, you kind of have we'll say middle tier experience across the team, because it's like people have been playing since 2020-ish, or 2019, coming in and out of rosters, right? Like pretty much all of Bew, Hope, people like this coming in, going out, getting their time. Even Shanks, right? Having times over these past years where we subbed out of WE, and now getting this chance, all playing together, all being starters. Hung, like you said, from Young Miracles, and having a slow start, having a bit of some struggles this split. And yeah, it feels nice that they're bouncing back when they do have 3 pieces, at least 3 pieces. Hung wasn't unknown coming into a split, a lot of hype around him, but still, LPL's a different beast. But 3 pieces who have been proven. It's quite nice to see them able to keep going. And again, even if it wasn't all about necessarily creativity, they have some of their pocket picks, things like the Cassiopeia they're able to pull out, they're able to rely on. And I mean, it is also the matchup, right? Cassio and Renekton, Renekton, how are you going to play that? But Shanks has shown time and time again, he's so confident to bring this out into pretty much anything.
And that's the terrifying thing, is you can give a meta all you want, but you'll never take this away. Is that a pick that you want to be using a ban on when so many bans are crucial in the meta right now? And it's another game where majority members of IG are under 10,000 damage, and you have so much coming from the side of WE.
It's just so rough. It's so hard. Even on, throwing at that poke really being the only reason to even surpass that. YSCam really the only shining light, but it just shows that, hey, again, you could find that advantage. You can be able to win those side lanes, but when you're mid and bot and losing out so heavily, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't mean anything, especially WE. Again, kudos to them. The vision control allowing them to stack up those dragons so quickly, preventing it from the extended side laning meaning anything at all.
Yeah. Hope got MVP for game number 1 with 38% damage. He had 34% damage from the Lucian this time around.
It again.
So I think he's about to get a double MVP here for him. I would give a strong suggestion to Shanks, obviously on the Cassiopeia, having a really integral part to kind of piloting that mid game, keeping the Renekton down. But I think Hope just deserves it. He was playing out of his mind. He was breaking ankles left and right, and I think him and Iwandi are really off to the races now.
Yeah. Do we just keep repeating the same praise for WE? It was honestly just so one-sided.
I don't want to talk about IG.
IG just it's just looking at things like the MVP vote, stuff like that, where it's obviously YSCam leads for them, but On was someone who Arn and Wink were playing better than expected coming into the split.
They were.
Again, we hit on the aggression. Sure, they aren't world beaters, but at the same time, they were viewed as the weakest part of IG last season. It was so crazy that they were the members that decided to be built around. Then we come into the split and we're we can kind of understand. We can see why this is happening. The meta is good for them. Gideon also sitting at 4 MVPs. This is a team that has shown talent, that has been able to work before, but it feels like the drafts, they're trying to be very like creative. And again, the Gragas Prio, I didn't really understand at all in either game. It feels like if you're up against JDG and you're taking away from 369, I get it. But other than that, it felt like it would force them into these comps where you're playing a lot around YSCAM, you're leaving your bot a lot out to dry. Your mid lane's not really getting good matchups, and I would favor Shanks. Even not knowing matchups, I would favor Shanks just as a better mid laner who's shown more. But especially when you're putting this disparity, it just makes it even more glaring. So yeah the creativity was there from IG, but I think it was just weird. I think the Gragas Prio kind of really came to bite them.
And I was so excited to see Gideon on in the second game. It's like, okay, maybe this changes things up. Maybe you get something a little bit different for Shanks, something more carry oriented. Obviously didn't have a lot of damage in game number 1, and that's where you find success on the other side and trying to fight Shanks in that matchup for Dove. But in the end, not giving that over too much and kind of letting it go if you can for IG. I feel like to go forward.
Yeah.
No more Gragas. Block it
I
out.
also, again, to feel you have to take away, again, just think about it. You're playing Renekton and Irelia into Maokai, Nami, like Cassiopeia. Like there's so many
crisscrossing so many times.
Yeah. Like how do you ever walk into this? And we even saw, okay, one of you or two of you could try to flank. Doesn't even matter because we have so much CC and we have so many ways of denying this that we have different tools for like both sides of the pinch coming through. So I definitely don't feel like IG set themselves up for success to where we even got to like, even had they played better, I don't know if we really could have seen anything more in the Rift.
Yeah. Now, we are waiting for MVP if you wonder why you're still staring at our faces. I do want to go over next opponents, though. I know we were talking a bit earlier about WE coming up with a easier schedule to some extent, but obviously next up is LGD, then that Weibo matchup, and then NIP to finish it off. Again, I think gearing up with these kinds of wins towards that Weibo series is going to be huge. I didn't actually get to hear who the MVP was, so Lyric, take it away.
Yeah, we knew. I was gonna say we knew it was gonna be Hope coming into this one. Hope having an outstanding game, and I love his aggression, man. Like my God, he was living in On's head. It felt so.
Dude, it's the take back, it's the ego pick, baby. I saw it. Like if you take this champion and it didn't look good, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna smash your face in.
And right, when it comes down to this meta for bot lane, I feel like it really is just about like the set pairs and the set duos mostly. And that's why WE have kept it stock and standard. It's like, okay, these champions are banned. It leaves like these set pairs up. The last set pair that was left open was the Lucian Nami because they haven't shown that they play the Caitlyn Lux, which I guess would have been the other one that's open. But so they go for it. They show Hope, incredibly proficient on the pick. And it's just a highlight reel of On getting absolutely smacked down, man. My goodness.
It's happening again. Oh no. No, but I definitely think we saw so many times that both are on point. Like obviously it's been a long season, so you would hope so if he does come up being a summer champion, but you'll love to see little flexes like.
I mean, it depends. It depends. Like you say, you love to see him. Are you an IG fan or are you a WE fan?
I'm just a fan of who's playing the best League of Legends, and right now that's WE for this moment. But
just after highlighting, you were hitting on Sidge, also hitting on IG's real fast before we end up going to break. And there's going to be a long break, people out there. I can tell you that.
There is going to be a long break.
Yeah, we're switching stadiums. There's time. IG actually have a bit of a harder one. They have NIP,
they do,
which again, like they're favored over. Then they have LNG, very hard. LNG looking so incredibly scary right now. Like that's going to be a tall task. And then you have BLG, who like feels like these teams are about the same right now, right? But BLG have been a team that I feel like at their ceiling should be able to crush IG, but have also shown that like how often does BLG play at their ceiling? Not very often. So still pretty winnable for Invictus Gaming.
Exactly that. Well, we saw that WE come out on top in their home stadium, 2-0. Lyric, it has been an absolute pleasure to get reunited with you, even if it was a short reunion, as WE made quick work of their first series. We do have a whole Crazy Is Our Game Super Saturday ahead of us. And next up, we have LGD versus Top Esports with Ashin and Nymera. We'll see you on the other side of a bit of a break.
这是一个快问快答的环节，请在30秒内说出至少5个峡谷里面4只脚走路的英雄。
4只脚走路的英雄。 4只脚，那它得是个动物啊，4只脚。
就是本身4只脚也可以是吧？
对，
好，
多一只脚走路都不行，就正好4只脚。
是的，
你说是5个，
至少5
个有那么多吗？
打野我也会偏多一点。
打野会偏多吗
？4只脚着地的是吧？
对。
OK， 那我懂了。OK， 开始吧。
猪妹，蜘蛛有几只脚？好像挺多的，蜘蛛应该不算。完蛋了。我现在说几个？2个。狼人算吗？靠，太难了吧！4只脚走路怎么这么难？还有吗？还有这种英雄吗？
龙女、狗熊、挖掘机、狼人。挖掘机是吧？它是爬那正常走路4只脚。
挖掘机不止
4只脚。龙龟，那完了呀，那只有3个，本来4个的，肯定是大部分都是打野英雄。大虫子好像不是。
豹女、挖掘机、蜘蛛。
蜘蛛不止4只脚。
这4只脚以上的不算是吧？狗熊、狼人、杀4边豹女行吗？杀4边豹女都不行。投降。
蜘蛛豹女，纳尔变大的时候，蜘蛛也是那个吧？哦，行，还有谁呢？我想一下，有点难。动物类的，狗熊放 Q 的时候算吗？算，想不到了。
蜘蛛、豹女、熊，还有什么？完了，猫是吗？
豹女、蜘蛛算吧？蜘蛛不算，蜘蛛8个脚。人马、纳尔，想不起来，不知道。莉莉娅、人马、豹女、蜘蛛算吗？
蜘蛛不算。
螃蟹
也不是4个脚。
鳄鱼是4个脚。
鳄鱼2只脚。
鳄鱼2只脚。还有什么4只脚？上野会多一点。
人马、莉莉娅、猪妹、
豹女、狗熊。完了，我真不知道。鳄鱼不算，4
只脚的是个动物，我玩过那么多动物啊。雷克赛、人马，雷克赛绝对有，它变身时候4个啊，还是6个？啊，6个。啊？那我想不到了呀，有那么多吗？不会只有5个吧？
豹女、蜘蛛、猪妹，都是打野英雄。克加斯、
豹形态豹女、人马、提莫算吗？提莫没有叫。动物。莉迪亚、
厄加特，然后豹女。厄加特不对吧？它不4只脚吗？哦，好，那豹女，然后人马。太难想了，我只记得这2个，我想不到了，我投降了，投降出一半了。
OK。
然后雷克赛豹女是只狗，还有狗熊算不算？狗熊拿 Q 技能趴地上是4只脚了。蜘蛛，小蜘蛛6只脚。哦。
蜘蛛、人马算吗？8只脚不算吗？豹女算吗？不知道哎。
纳尔猪女，然后还有狼人，
人马、挖掘机、螃蟹。
螃蟹不止4只脚。
变形的也算。豹女、蜘蛛，其他猜不出来了，有点难啊，这个4只脚。
豹女，然后鳄鱼不是吧？完了，我玩的英雄太少了。啊，牛，牛是吗？牛不是啊，没有啊。好，算了，放弃。哪有啊？哪有变形之后是4只脚的？这没变形的也算吗？
没变形的也算。
可是我还是猜不出来，放弃了。
豹女、人马、莉迪亚、龙女、猪妹。
Nice。
豹女、纳尔、人马、瑞尔、特中尼。
恭喜，全部打。
4只脚，我想想，纳尔、大纳尔、豹女、狗熊、狼人、图奇移速快的时候4只脚，真的，图奇加速的时候他是这样跑的，背着那个是在跑的，你可以去看视频，我记得很清楚。
OK。我们这里就有一个小小的失败挑战，就是要模仿一下你刚刚
说错的英雄语，模仿一下他放技能的样子。
放技能的样子。对，这边射一个，想射吧。
蝎子 Q 就这样。
蝎子 Q 就是这样震一下，
帮着那个
身体的射速感，
加了一个网。
是这个来 Q 进来，这样砸一下。
砸飞镖啊，直接丢飞镖。 蝎子他 Q 好像就是打一下。
龙龟，
那 Q 就这么一丢啊。
一技能就直接向前放一个波。
唰，救！
两手这样吧。当。
Fires my head, calls me alive, sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom. We with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my
对阵 TES 战队的话，他们最近状态也蛮好的，打他们的话就多注意他们中野就好了。晴天选手的话比较偏重装战士一些，跟晴天打的话，可能上路就是葵桑提这种英雄。13.4版本的话，上路就偏团队一点，坦克英雄多一点，就上路只需要做到不死等打团就好了。
Don't die, win team fights. It's as easy as that. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. Of course, big thank you to Mazel and Lyric. I was going to say Hysterics, and I was like, it's not Hysterics, it's an Australian man. But I am no longer those people. I am Just Ushi. I am joined by the notorious Nightmare, and we're going to be jumping into our second series of the day. It is going to be a little bit of a one-sided one in our heads, but look, LGD have been making strides. They are the kind of team that could potentially come up with a little bit of an upset. They have been looking decent in the recent series.
Well, they took a game off VDG. I'm not sure how many people would have predicted that one before that series, so you go up against top esports. Well. Yeah, absolutely. Particularly in that top lane matchup, when you have a player like Xiaoxu who's kind of coming into his own at this point, particularly on picks like the Xante, you have to be a little wary. There are no free matches in the LPL. They are best of threes. You have a second chance to kind of be slapped back even if you slam home a game one, and that is going to raise a few questions for top esports, despite them coming in as favorites.
And for top as well, it's been a weirdly kind of set up kind of season as well. We've come in with such high expectations of this team. They, week one they lost against Weibo. It's like, or it was week two actually. It was like, okay, fair, no fuck, it's early in the season, that's fine. Then they lose against JDG. It's like, okay, that's another top team you're kind of dropping to. Then they lose to LNG. It's kind of like, okay, you're kind of losing a lot of games to our other top teams here. I'm noticing a trend, so, and it does feel like sometimes this team can be just a little bit out of nowhere the best team and also the worst.
You know what? You could probably level that against a number of our LPL teams here as well.
That's true.
Team like Weibo springs to mind with that as well, with a lot of players having very, very high highs and then some awkward moments as well. And particularly with regards to top esports, I think a lot of that revolves around Jackie Love, who... I don't even know what that's a reference to. I know all of these hosts, like, they have these intros.
I'll wait, yeah.
I'll just wait until the fan club kind of just says, oh yeah, it was this one celebration I have zero idea before that happens. But going back
when they start doing rugby celebrations, we'll know. That's when we'll shine, you know?
At that point, just kind of like 369 doing an actual like Gragas E, but just with a rugby ball just under his arm. Yeah, we'll actually know that one. But yeah, with top and that, the source of their inconsistency for me has been towards the bot side of the map, because top lane has been much in the way of a number of other LPL teams. I think of players like 369 of this kind of archetype as well. Players like Qingtian and even Wayward before were players that you could fairly happily leave alone on an island, and given the meta in 2023 as well, it has been more effective to focus onto the bot side of the map, particularly when you have players like Rookie and Jackie Love. By no means a poor thing to do. But Jackie Love will always play, not necessarily coin flips, but he'll play the more risky situations. Most of the time, that sees top esports through to incredible victories. In their loss versus JDG, though, it really kind of stood out that Jackie Love, didn't take the cleanse into like an Annie composition with a number of other threats, and despite top running away with an early lead, it couldn't see it through. Now, against LGD, you don't expect the same kind of pressure coming out from them, but if that kind of inconsistency still remains there, you have to highlight it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that for top esports, it is a bit of a situation where, look, you are, in using American football terms, you are losing your franchise player. You're moving away from Knight, which your entire brand was set upon, and the logo and everything. Now bringing in Rookie. And this does feel like a team that Rookie should be able to succeed on. This is the biggest thing that comes to Rookie. No one is ever going to question how good of a player Rookie is or isn't. He is just considered as one of the greats, of all time, especially here in the LPL. But it does feel like he always just falls short. He had that great run with IG, and then all of a sudden it's kind of like MSI knocked out by TL. Went back, to kind of like go to the playoffs. Had great regular seasons in 2020 with IG. Didn't really work out in the playoffs. And little things like that just seem to keep happening to him. And I do feel like this is the kind of team that can and should be performing at the highest level.
Thinking about it, the first season which I started watching League of Legends was 2014. That was when Rookie was still back in Korea. And back then, Rookie was also kind of seen as like one of these elite players to be. That was still the era of Faker, and you still had kind of like a Pawn and Dade, of course the LPL after that as well in Season 5. But Rookie was also in that state where he couldn't quite make Worlds at that point. And we've seen that in seasons previous and past, that kind of like that World Championship run, where it felt like Rookie had all the caliber to see himself on the very top of those mid lane rankings, but couldn't quite do it with the teams he had. With top esports, though, does feel like it is inevitable that they do make it to international competition at some point this year.
We only can hope. Look, there's an extra spot at MSI. We can only hope and pray that they put something in there. But we're jumping into picks and bans. Big series here today for Top Esports, because if they do win, they have locked themselves into playoffs. They locked themselves alongside EDG, LNG, and JDG to kind of, join that upper echelon of player bases. But wait to see now where everything kind of ends up lining up. Both sides kind of focus towards that top side a little bit. The Jace, the K'Sante, and the Jax. And the junglers are going to be the highest priority. I do love having TN on something that just has a very, very simple, kind of straightforward vibe. Go in, hit your ultimate, easy.
Yep. And what this also does too, LPL does this better than any other region in the world currently. The Sejuani melee lane combos have been absolutely destructive in China. So you're kind of expecting to see potentially something like Rookie Zione coming back out again. He's had some incredible games of that. Maybe something like an Akali or Silas 2 on the table. Qingtian has typically gone towards the Jax or the K'Sante. In fact, they've banned both of them out themselves. So interested to see what top esports go towards on that top side. Maybe leaving that through to a little bit later in the draft, though, because of course bot laners have been kind of the calling card of the first parts of the draft so far. So it is going to be the probably Aphelios Lulu or Aphelios Nautilus versus the Lucian Nami. That has been kind of the handshake as we've moved on from the Zeri Lulu era.
And talk to me as well, because we not quite, yeah. Here in the LPL we certainly have, but other regions, it takes a while to catch up to #1. It's the whole thing. But looking at this kind of bot lane matchup as well, I've got to pick your brain. The Lucian Nami, though it's still being very favored, hasn't been seeing as much dominance in the most previous, kind of days and such like that. So what I'm going to pick your brain is like, why are we seeing less and less of this Lucian Nami combination taking over, and more kind of, alternative bot lanes like the Aphelios, like the Zayas as well, kind of coming back into fruition?
So when we saw Lucian Nami a little earlier in the split, it felt like it was against either very early dominance lanes, Draven Nautilus springs to mind, or very late game scaling compositions like the Zeri Lulu or something like the Zeri Yumi as well. So you had kind of like quite obvious places where the Lucian Nami was ahead in a game, and that meant it was quite easy for players to play through the Lucian Nami at their points of power, either at their one-item spike if you just kind of crested over those early lanes, or right from the laning phase and then kind of continue into those spikes against something that scales a little bit later. You're trying to blow them out of the water before they get to 2 to 3 items. Against something like an Aphelios Nautilus, though, level 1 goes to Lucian Nami, then actually level 2 and 3 kind of goes to the Aphelios Nautilus. Level 6 gets a little bit strange. Both of them can fight one item, then it's kind of again flips around the place, particularly with the Bloodthirster build coming with it out with the Aphelios can actually contest on the one-item spike in some situations. You have to know this matchup very, very well, and when you have such skilled players, it allows actually both of these bot lanes to give and take throughout the entirety of the game, rather than just kind of waiting until one half of this matchup comes online.
See how they all end up going online, as we do see a couple more bans coming in. The Akali, the Silas going up against Rookie. Did you see Rookie's Orianna there the other day? And the Trishana does end up being the final ban here. Yeah, always a classic. I believe Hysterix actually has a Rookie Orianna tattoo on his right shoulder or left shoulder. I can't remember which one it is, but it's very, very good piece actually. Huge, kind of encompasses the whole top of his arm. But I do like the fact that we see the Tristana ban, because you know with the Maokai gives you that split damage profile. So the Yone is locked in here for Haichao, which means they're going to be able to maybe have a little bit more flexibility in where they put this top lane as well. And Jinxian has been nothing short of monstrous on anything that can even remotely carry on top esports here. We got himself the Renekton here to make sure he's got that very high carry probability. And it's just, I was just going to say, the melees would make sense, but you are lacking a hell of a lot of magic damage at that point. So the Rise does kind of come in, does cover them for that 1-3-1 split push.
It does. So, LGD actually coming up with a bit of an OMG-like composition. It feels like you changed the nameplates. You would see those 5 champions very regularly on one of our more unique drafting teams in the LPL. Very long-range engage from Maokai throwing down the ultimate or Nautilus throwing in a hook. Yone being able to contribute to the engage as well. So very much with lower range champions on the side of top esports on their top side, need to be very aware on those level 6s to check all their angles so they're not getting engaged onto from a full screen away. On the other side, top esports, you do have the Renekton Searchwani composition. Even with the Gragas on the other side being pretty good at nullifying lane, that is a place where you can get snowballed against. And if top esports blow open the early game, as they always have managed to do, with great consistency in 2020 spring so far, they have all the tools to explode into the mid game with 1-item spikes.
A lot of 1-item spikes, a lot of mid-game power, as you just mentioned. And for LGD, they need to try and, I like the fact that they're going with something new. I like the fact that they're trying to go for it, because you got to remember, they're on 4-8. They're not quite out of playoffs. They are 2 series behind teams like Team WE, so they need to make sure that they are just finding as many wins as they possibly can. They have to try and make sure that they are contesting. And unfortunately, that later on in the season, you can't be picky. You cannot be choosy of who you take those wins off of. Unfortunately for them, it's got to be top esports for today. And honestly, I really like what they've gone with right now. A lot of burst potential available between themselves, the Gragas and, and the Yone. So really excited what they can do. And for top esports, look, it's as simple can be. You know how this composition goes. We've seen it a million times so far this split. They just need to make sure they don't make too many mistakes.
Mistakes are something which actually even our top teams in the LPL, actually think about it, across the world, it doesn't feel like there is any one team which has played flawless games, the most clean kind of League of Legends. It has been in 2023 a matter which has been more about...
I'm sure T1 fans would have some words with you if
no,
you're not too careful.
The thing about T1 is that they're so good at skirmishing, it doesn't matter when they make mistakes. That's been the case in the LPL as well. We've seen that with JDG, we've seen that top esports. They can make mistakes, but... Almost like these teams practice against each other all the time, Machine.
Yeah. We're treading on a fine line here. You're claiming this, I'm claiming them as an LPL team. We're going to end up as being a very bad situation for both of us. But yeah, no, I completely agree, is that it does feel like it isn't flawless League of Legends. I will say, though, it kind of... The way that the champions that are being kind of, brought into the game and stuff like that, it does feel like it's less about kind of high-level execution and more just about general macro and skirmishing power that you're able to kind of utilize at those particular points. I think it was I Will Dominate kind of made a point there a while ago on Twitter about, a couple of the different champions that used to be meta versus now. It's kind of very much about the team fights and having tools available to you versus individual skill expressions. So, and we are seeing that very much in the reflected in the kind of gameplay we're having.
Yeah. And speaking of that kind of team fight kind of importance as well, I mean, it's a different kind of individual kind of skill expression, right? We've seen laning phase was very important this season, particularly hovering over the spot side, looking at those level 1 hooks. When you have a champion like Aphelios, also comes into that team fighting phase as well. Aphelios is a champion which can really show up in those team fights. One key moment of real inspiration can be the difference between life and death in the late game. Abel has done very well in that, for instance, on that champion in the LPL. And the hook misses level 1. Is that Jack level mark? Gets to take control of this first wave, gets to level 2. Maybe gets to make some inroads through bot side.
Well, pretty much par for the course. Aphelios, being quite honest, is not a champion until level 2.
Nope, not at all.
He gets to swap guns. That's about it.
It makes a really fun sound effect at level 1. Sometimes it's like, when Jinx used to do that when walking into lane, just like, whoo, whoo, just switch a route. Yeah. You can do exactly the same thing with Aphelios, but you can actually do it faster on Aphelios. He has like a lower cooldown on it, so, the level 1 switching, it's incredible, honestly.
I remember when Tyr used to stack off of you switching forms, so like,
wait, really?
Jinx used to get Jinx used to get upper Q, Jason Nidalee used to get it if they transformed on their Rs.
Oh, I remember that for those two. That makes sense, actually. It's just that Jinx never built it apart from an A-Run.
Yeah, she never built it, so no one ever really cared. So it was just like, oh my gosh, she can get this, and it's just like no one cares. You're losing too much of your credit if you're doing
done.
that.
Go back to farming,
Yeah,
please.
it's like the Unity bug recently, actually.
Yeah, attaching to detaching.
She like attaching to detach. It would give like 6 each time, which is like
it would
12
give it to the person
stats.
you're attached to as well.
Yeah,
it was,
exactly.
Our buddy
Insane.
Orcs who found that one out, so shout out to him being bug capture. Yeah, doing a lot of good work there.
Yeah, doing the Lord's work. As we can see, Tien being a bit of a nuisance, not farming at the moment, but just trying to make sure there is no Maokai sneaking off on the sides, and picks up the scuttle as well for his due diligence and efforts. And this is kind of par for the course that we've seen now from pretty much every time Top Esports come in with these kind of laning phases. They know how to play, they know what they want to try and make work for them, and they are very, very happy just moving forward as getting those small little advantages when and where they can. But now,
here's the invade.
Meteor, he's on vision. Probably going to have the flash here. No, he's not going to bother. First blood goes over to Mark, and you shall fear the Nami with red buff.
Yeah, the Arctic is you're absolutely well. It's actually a good point to bring up that. But Tien does a really good job of kind of CCing Meteor with like the point blank range Q, so it means that the second part of the W will just inevitably hit. It's still within the duration of the knockup. Meteor didn't really have a chance to flash away as soon as that timing came out. This has been a calling card of Top Esports. If they have winning lanes, they get into your jungle, they get into your lanes, and they make a real mess of the early game. Now, LGD, of all of our kind of mid to bottom table teams, they've been one of the teams which have probably struggled a little bit more with the early game. Even some of our lower tier teams have found some ways to play through that early game. They've typically had to hang on and team fight. Top Esports, not necessarily the easiest team to do that against, though, and falling behind. Not something that they'll want to allow to get too out of control.
Covering Meteor to make sure he does not only lose his side blue, but top scuttle as well, so Tien will not be able to contest against that one there, and everyone just kind of backs themselves away, very happy to just continue the laning phase as is. Rookie was thinking about a bit of a recall there, has sitting on negative mana, feels like at the moment, so just wants to get this wave pushed in, then go for his, I imagine, Catalyst of Aeons, and of course the tier as well, to start both stacking as quickly as possible.
What I really like there is you had that ward in the bottom side of the mid lane rush, and it's like that ward is there not just for anyone. It is there to protect against the red buff Nami. Again, just wherever this fish roams, you must be so afraid. Like, it's not like she has slows in her kits already, but you know, early red buff actually really kind of annoying. But as you can see, Jinzhao, LPC taking control of this wave, sadly not being able to catch out Jackalove in that momentary 2v1. But as things are standing right now, see that once again, Qingtian kind of left alone on an island as a wave. A lot of our top laners have been in this split. Not every team has really played through that top side. We had a little bit at the very start of the year with a lot of Jax play. It's fallen off a little bit so far though. In fact, it's taking a lot of priority. Junglers kind of getting back onto the map. And Tien gonna find Meteor out again in the river.
Gonna find him. Rookie will move himself down here and just cover his jungler, so they might actually look for a bit of a push on this bot side. You gotta be very, very aware of this now as LGD, because LPC and Jinzhao did have a great push into JackieLove and Mark, as Mark was going and roaming around to see if he could find maybe an opportunity with that red buff, which is now expired, but can't really be giving yourself too many moments like that where you're pushing in really far. And so for LGD, they're kind of setting around this bar. They're roaming around like a little bit of a protective unit, like a turtle. You know, you gotta turtle it out until you figure out if it's safe or not.
Yeah, funnily enough, pretty sure I heard Mazal talking a lot about turtle shells a little early on. So see if this turtle shell will work itself out. It's a big wave to be fighting in. Not sure LGD want to be here.
They're going to jump the grab him already. LPC forced the flash, otherwise that Aqua Prison was dead on the mark. Yone roaming down, so Haichao just trying to cover his lane, but again, this is a lot of resources just being pulled down, almost like gravity towards this bot side, because Top Esports know there could be something here, and LGD don't want whatever the hell they're selling.
Yeah. But it is also kind of well played by Top Esports for not overplaying that situation. They could have gone a bit harder, maybe committed some of those flashes, tried to chase after the FLS. They didn't do that. Haichao did have the first roam, so Top Esports understanding what was happening with the mid lane priority as well. What that has meant, though, is that because Haichao has been... Oh, I think good trade there. But yeah, you can see that Haichao dropped a bit of farm. Oh, that's actually a bit more than a trade top side.
Not that good. Oh, he almost goes down, loses splash there. Xiaoshu almost gets himself the kill there. A little bit of an unfortunate moment with the extra healing available. Qingtian is behind the wall. Will Xiaoshu look for him? Oh, the flash in! No! Xiaoshu shall not be getting anything in this top side, and now maybe a bit of a move here in this bot side. No 6 for Meteor or Tien, but you've got Rookie thinking about coming in here. There's the Fate Shield, and you're isolated here, Tien. He wants to get over the wall, he flashes, but is it going to be enough? I don't think it is! The Realm Warp will do nothing for him. And that's going to be a kill traded back here as Tom B Sports do end up getting themselves a 1-for-1 trade overall.
Yeah, so we're going to start up with this topside trade. Renekton has been a real specialty pick of many, many top laners in this season. Gragas, though, has seemed to be a bit of a skill matchup. Seeing the likes of 369 do a heck of a lot of work in this matchup. Xingtian, though, you start saying this as we're kind of walking into this game. Xingtian, on anything which has kind of agency, has done so well. Massively out mind games for Xiaoshu on this top side. And he's been having a more than fine split himself. Just Xingtian outplaying him in the moment. This one, though, just like Tian, overestimating his safe boundaries. Yes, has the Sejuani passive. Yes, has the Aftershock. Probably still doesn't want to be going into that 1v3, 1v4. Not able to get out of that one. And, not quite connected with the rest of his team to push out that bot side and join him in that bot side debate.
A bit of an unfortunate one there for the Top Esports jungler, but again, I can't praise this man enough up here in top lane. Xingtian has just shown time and time again that he is just such a presence to behold in almost all senses of the word in this top lane. Really just coming out with individual advantages, and it's the fact that he can go for that. Most, if not all, other top laners in the existence of top lane would walk away going, wipe the sweat from my brow, good and delighted that this one went our way, boys. Not too unhappy with that one, but then he doesn't let that happen. He drops a ward.
Oh, good hook.
Stop myself. Great hook, but of course the cleanse out. Great Aqua Prison forces LPC to use his. We can see there, nice equaling of the healing coming out. Mark uses his summoner heal, and a lot of summoners burn, but no one burning any flashes just at the moment.
Yeah, so it's going to be the combat. Oh, good ult back from Jackie Love.
It's returning the damage, making sure it's an equal enough trade. When you have an Abby in your lane, it means that you're able to stay because you got that sustain.
Well, you do have the Vamp Scepter on the Aphelios, but you have to have access to minions for that, so not going to be easy to completely soak up all of that healing. But LPC, good job there to actually get a 3-weapon switch off, goes through the Infernum, goes into his other weapons. Jackalope Mark, they pushed in the wave. Does not mean they are safe, though. Tian has done a good job of battle warding out where the Maokai is on the map. Saw him run into Meteor last time around that top side, just after that Herald was taken, which means that Jackalope and Mark do have kind of process elimination, understanding that this Maokai is going towards this bot side. Meteor not going to take his counter right now, takes off that dragon. There's going to be a Herald for Dragon trade in the long side of things, but Xiaoshu is alone in the turret because of this.
He has got his ultimate. Will he be able to get it out in time? He will not. That's a simple, easy dive, and I love that we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but it has been a speciality within the LPL of just teams being able to just utilize these melee Sejuani combinations so effectively.
It does feel like that has been. If you were going to say, what is the LPL doing differently or prioritizing more than anywhere else in the world, it has been the Sejuani plus picks like the Renekton. Despite top lane not being the first protocol for carry options, one visit top lane, like we've just seen there from Tian, can an awful lot. You see that the Herald is actually not dropped in topside. I think that's the correct decision from Tian as well. You know that that lane is already going well, CS advantage, solo kill, extra kill coming into turret. No point ending that laning phase topside by crushing through that turret with the Herald, when actually you're already winning in this current state. Much more important to get that gold on some like a Rookie or a Jackie Love.
Well, more pressure in this mid lane means we're going to see Rookie might look to try and claim that one up, but LGD are here.
How does
Great
that hit?
pulse. It gets full range, the Fate Shield. Rookie still tanking up a fair bit of this one there. The tidal wave comes over, and they're not going to trade that one back. Tien just has nowhere to go, no flash really, and that's going to be 2 swift kills going up to the Yone. 3-0 now for Haichao. He's building into a little bit of a mid-game monster, and these are the mistakes that we were talking about for top esports. These are the small little moments where they just randomly overstep and they give over opportunities.
And it's also a part of what we're talking about in terms of the bot lane meta having changed. Jin Zhao on the Northlist, able to get out of lane versus the Lucian Nami, able to get one of these plays started off, and the Northlist getting towards mid lane. You see how much value it gets, and shutting down the Rise and allowing the Yone it being, to kind of get into the play much more effectively. And now with those 3 kills, as you were rightly saying, this Yone is going to be a huge threat.
Little mistakes are really plaguing Top Esports right now. They are still 2,500 gold ahead. Like, they should be, you know, considering how the laning phase is gone, you can see a 40 CS lead in top, 10 CS lead in mid, 30 in bot. This is massive CS advantages and tower plates as well to boot, but it's those little things that are keeping this game relevant. It's making sure that Haichao gets up to his first item, but, you know, on item parity. It's making sure LPC now has the Bloodthirster available to him. So these little things can mean the world of difference. As Xingqian tank up a little bit of the turret, has got 2 levels over Xiaoshu. Really
and
dominating up in this top lane. Yeah, and the item.
Yeah, because despite having cooldown boots, actually giving a good amount of fighting prowess to someone like the Gragas, Gordon a bit more impactful in this case. Allows Xingqian to have that extra active, extra damage, extra everything, really. And yeah, this top lane, you don't have to visit this again now. You've given that one gank, already has that huge lead, and it means you can take over that top side of the map, which can help when you're setting up for other areas of the map as well. These guys can't respond as easily to the map. Here's the Maokai.
Yeah, Maokai is still going to clip on the Jackie. The Fate Seal lands on the 2, and they're going to drag back Tien. They're still getting knockups. They're still getting damage. And there's a great Aphelios ult that just cleans up another one. Why, rookie? Why? You not need to go back on that. You were out. Triple kill going over to LPC. And LGD are just punishing Top Esports for just straight up being lazy.
And they're playing around their own power spikes at the same time. Both of them are coinciding. They're taking fights when they have the items to do so. You called out that Bloodthirster on the Aphelios a little earlier and allows you to have the extra damage, the one-item spike, in very important plays like this. Meteor, Yoanhei, both of them combo up as well with this long-range engage. LPC has an absolute shooting gallery to fire up that Moonlight Vigil, fire up that Infernum, and this is one of the big reasons we're seeing much more and more of the Aphelios Nautilus coming through. It allows you to fight at a point in power where you expect the Lucian Nami to be strongest, and it gives you the ability to take fights like these.
Massive moment there. With the Bloodthirster, we are seeing that rush now coming in a lot more often than not, but not going towards his High-Noon Quiver items just yet either. Picking up what I imagine to be an Infinity Edge second.
Infinity Edge second, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so
it's
all
about the burst, baby.
All about the crit. All about the crit coming into this one here, and doesn't honestly. I kind of like it as well because he's got cleanse, so the only thing that can really catch him out would be the Glacial Prison coming up from the Sejuani. So if he has that, he doesn't really need the Gale Force immediately. He should be able to kind of reposition himself, and having something like the Nautilus as well to keep him relative in place should be decent enough.
What it also means as well is, so, for those of you that don't know, when Aphelios casts his ult, as soon as the particle lands, it actually does a follow-up auto attack as part of the ability. So you don't necessarily need attack speed. You can just kind of like cycle through your abilities in your ultimate, and you actually get a lot of damage off. You can also crit with that too. You don't necessarily need to build up a big amount of attack speed. Haichao might want some speed to get out of here. He's just going to die, maybe.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get himself out and away with the Immortal Field Bow. There's actually a TP coming in as well. Tien going to have to use his ultimate just to make sure they can't really follow back up, but a good Bramble Smash means they get 2 knockups. Tien has to die. 1 and 4 now on this. Sejuani has just been called on every single bluff, and that's more priority for LGD. Not only that, but they're getting themselves back up. Remember, it was a 2,500-3,000 gold lead. So they only about 1,000, and this is getting harder and harder for Top Esports to maintain.
And to call back to what we've been saying the whole game, it feels like Top Esports, when they're losing these plays, it's off of plays where they're being fairly aggressive, they're posturing aggressively, and this top side, again, over-push a little bit with Xingqian and Tien in that top side. As much as you're strong around this Renekton, the engage range from LGD and the teleports coming in make it so easy to come to this play. And when you've got something like a Nami roaming to this play, it's not nearly the same as having a Nautilus as well. You see that Marcus just around the corner trying to bail out something for Top Esports on this top side, make it into a 3v3, but not there in time, doesn't have the ability to impact this play. Nearly the same as what LGD are bringing to bear, and LGD really calling the bluff of Top Esports multiple times in this game.
I think that's just the best way to put it. And look, you know, you are getting to a point now where second items will be coming in here for LGD's carries. This is 304. Haichao, he has had full 100% kill participation, and Killing topside, it meant Shelly gets them taken away. Not having your jungler meant you couldn't rush it straight back for a dragon. Rookie will do significant damage here on the Xiaoshu, but Shelly gets the trade off.
Ooh,
so
just
close. What is that on? That has to be on like 2 HP. That's on negative HP right now. There's no way. That's the most upsetting thing I think I've seen all day, but the day has just begun. We come back in now and we see where these two teams want to go for it. Again, it's a lot easier for this fight for LGD. They've got the Maokai, they've got the Nautilus to make things happen.
Yeah, and they've actually just started to... Oh, Jingtian's way caught out here.
Jordy are going to have to pop the dominance and getting caught out here with the Fate Seal as well. And with that fantastic Maokai ult to try and stop everybody else from moving forward. We will see Haichao unfortunately getting caught out on the backside. This Meteor almost drops as well. And despite this being Jingtian getting caught out, it is going to be Xiaoshu maybe looking for a flash belly slam. Now knows that Rookie is here, so doesn't really want to fully commit to it. They're trying to sneak away this dragon, but it's not going to happen. And Top Esports secure themselves that objective. So again, Top Esports still have damage. You just need to do that, clean up the fights, make sure they're not going too crazy. They're going to go in there with a little bit of an engage onto Jin Zhao, but not really going to make anything else happen from it. Yeah, very good to get the Aphelios Gravitum gun out, and they use a lot of ultimates, don't gain anything purchased from it.
Yeah, I was... Yeah, seeing Rookie kind of teleporting in there, I was wondering if there's anything more to be played around, but when you've got the Moonlight Vigil, again, with so much AD early from Bloodthirst, the VF Sword, LPC was ready to absolutely turn and burn with an Infernum AoE ultimate coming through. And you can see actually both these teams in both those kind of states, in the lead up to the Dragons to the top, and then just afterwards from LGD. Both of these teams able to play the defense of these kind of aggressive plays fairly well. As you're saying, Top Esports, they still actually do have the damage. You can't underestimate that. It's just them being over-pushed so far. And as much as we're talking about, Top Esports making mistakes, being called to account a little bit, they're still in a point of power. They're at their one-item spike for their composition, and they're still a little bit ahead in that goal. So LGD, maybe not bold enough to kind of run away with this game just yet and make all of the aggressive plays. Not quite in position to do so, but as things come around to this next set of resets, getting ever closer and closer to that 2-item spike, where you do kind of feel like LGD, the next time that kind of play happens, they should have much more ability to outplay what Top Esports are doing.
Yeah, look, obviously, Top Esports are still ahead on gold. They got the Dragon as well, so one apiece on that. But it just feels like the momentum of the plays right now are very much in favor of LGD. It does feel like even when Top Esports are going for something a bit more aggressive, going to try and, as you say, make those big plays, it doesn't feel like they're the ones coming out on top of this one. Jingtian may be in a bit of trouble if he stays too long, but knows himself, has his own little top laner sixth sense. There's more than one person around, and I need to back away. So gets himself here. So now, obviously, coming into 20 minutes and 30 seconds, mid-game is very much being hit. Where do you want to see LPG kind of come into this? They've been able to kind of keep themselves relevant. They're not falling too far behind. What do you want to see from them to try and really put pressure here on Top Esports?
You're looking to hyper push in with the Aphelios and the Yone, and then you'll have your Maokai hanging on whatever side of the map that they're on as well. Kind of having them kind of be between the two lanes which are pushing in, whereas it's really a Xiaoshu just kind of playing defensive side of the matchup, just as like he's doing right now. He's the player which doesn't really get to push in and have fun. At this point in the game, you're looking to put down Maokai saplings, you're looking to play around your Aphelios weapons, and just kind of make it hard for Top Esports to get on top of these lanes, which they've been trying to aggress onto. Meteor is being the bulwark, which allows LGD to push in across the map, whichever lane assignment they choose to do.
Yeah, I love what you mentioned about Xiaoshu as kind of being the soaker, if you will, of pressure in those sidelines, because he's actually he's just gone for
the trees are actually very good to do that. It's like kind of like the whole thing.
You know what? We're in a funny mood. We're in a silly goose vibe to the timeline today. But for Xiaoshu in particular, he has gone for that more defensive build. We have seen kind of more people, maybe not so much in top lane, but definitely in the jungle, go for that AP build. Can see it a lot more in the top lane, but this is just basically, he knows his role in this team fight. It is to just soak up as much of this damage as he possibly can. And with a second item being finished up here for LPC, 2 items here, parity for him. He's still behind Jackie Love, who's got himself a straight Dirk as well. So definitely a lot of kill potential here for the Top Esports AD carry, but plenty of damage available for LPC should he find himself in a good opportunity to use it.
Yeah, worth noting that Fire Cannon is a very cheap item, 2,600 gold, as opposed to, like your 3,200 odd mark for the Infinity Edge, or whatever it is. It's something close to that, 3,400. I can't remember.
I think it's 3,400.
I think it's 300-400. I was like 300. No, that's a bit cheap. Either way, it's more expensive than what's coming out of that fire cannon. It is still a 2.5 hyper spike. Lucian likes to go for these slightly earlier spiking items to kind of keep himself in that moment of power. Is that going to be enough, though, to fight off against LGD coming in with the 2 hyper spikes across the board? See that Shao Shoot. At least they're able to hold this wave in top side right now. We have Dragon spawning in that next minute. Meteor actually got a cheeky scuttle secure just as the rest of his team was on a reset. I was a little bit worried he was going to be caught out in River just that 1 minute ago, but he was able to secure that Scuttle Shrine. Gives the team of LGD a bit more ability to secure some of that vision, a bit more ability to, again, set up that bulwark, which allows your Aphelios to stand and fight, fire off that really heavy burst combo, and maybe give Haishao the ability to make a team fight winning engage.
This has now turned into a proper wet noodle fight as TES actually putting himself in a decent position to just try to make sure Shao Shu doesn't just get to keep clean in the lane. Double items completed for Haishao and LPC. No, I don't think they can go for it just yet. It would be very risky to do so, and I think Top Esports agree with me, but you got the Bloodthirster now finished up for Haishao, Infinity Edge here for LPC, as we mentioned earlier.
They're realistically looking at it. They're two-manning right now. I think they're just trying to pull Haichao's teleport. That's the real goal of this. You have a tank. You can tank this for as long as you want. How quickly can they pull this teleport? They're not killing it that quickly. It looks like Haishao can just walk up. I'm not sure Top.
I was going to say.
You're not flipping this, surely. Surely you're not flipping this.
No, don't call me Shirley. So you're going to see LGD just trying to get a little bit of engage on the backside of this one here. They will be grabbing him down as well. The Fate Seal, they're trying to kill off TN. There's Haishao trying to go back in on the backside, and he'll pick up himself a kill before going down. It is the jungler, though. Big shutdown going over to Jackalope is pretty huge, though, for Top Esports. A dominant Crocodile flash forward by Rookie as he looks to try and catch out Jin Zhao, and he will secure another one for his team. It's a 3v4. You don't have your jungler, though. I don't know if you can go for this Dragon just yet, but they are doing so much damage. It's insane what Jackalope can do with this Lucian.
Yes, seriously good turnaround to cycle through all those double shots onto Haishao as he made his engage. Big shutdown to get from that fight as well. Said it before, Top Esports, they've had the damage. It just looked like it was going to get eclipsed a little bit once these items were reached, but credit to Top Esports, realizing that LGD, when they had been winning fights, it had been when they had been responding to the play. They had been the ones making the big aggressive plays. And in this first time of them really pulling the trigger first, they don't quite hit the mark. The Nami tidal wave does an awful lot of disengage value, and LGD can't quite land themselves the kill close though. Well, they do get themselves a 1, but the 1-for-1 with the shutdown definitely goes in favor of Top.
I will say LGD didn't lose a huge amount of summoners in that, just the flash of Jin Zhao, and then unfortunately the lives of Jin Zhao and Haishao, so definitely seeing a little bit more power coming out for Top Esports. They get themselves a second Drake, they bring themselves up to 2,000 gold in the lead, and this is where the game starts to fizzle out a bit for LGD, and we talked about LGD kind of, improving as a team. They are a team that definitely need to make sure that they're not making those mid-game mistakes. They definitely saw an opportunity to kill off Tien, and Water went a little bit red there as maybe it wasn't the greatest of ideas to try and burst out the very, tanky Sejuani, but, we'll see what they can do now, and there's still plenty of opportunities here for LGD to make Top Esports work for whatever they want to go for. Speaking of working, Top Esports here might try and really hard force around this Baron. They've got such great Baron taking potential as well that it would be very difficult.
There's a flash on LPC, but remember, if you get empowered W from Qingtian, it does cancel through shit. They're pulling out the fight anyway.
Yeah, they're going to go for an LPC. Flashes and cleanses. The tower will go down. Qingtian gets barreled back into everybody as Jin Zhao is going to be taken out of the backside of this one here. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but you lost all your summoners off your AD carry.
You also lose your mid lane out of turret, which of course would have been lovely to hang on to, especially if things were going to go towards this Baron, go towards more objective play, as they tend to do in mid to late game League of Legends. Tien going forward again.
LPC's fully regened all his HP, and he's huge! He's massive! He's gonna shred you! And that's just Top Esports not taking stock of the situation, not having full information, and now LGD, they can take the Baron!
They can, because you have the Severum and the Bloodthirster for LPC's Aphelios. He's going to get 100% HP with a huge overshield as soon as he gets an ability to auto-attack anything, and it's now been 2 incredibly important plays in a row where once again, LGD get to respond to the play. They get to peel back around the Aphelios, and it is a very close run thing. This time the Severum ult comes through for the extra lifesteal involved with it. And Top Esports, feels like whenever they're diving into the comp of LGD, they are the ones getting punished for it, and that's going to cost them an awful lot now.
Red Buff with the honey fruit just makes it so... LPC comes back in and says, hello, I never left. Thought I recalled and I did not. Even if he's not there, to be perfectly honest, we'll probably get these 2 kills anyway. And just really, really poor decision making from Top Esports. They're getting a good trade. They're getting decent, you know, setups for themselves. And then it just feels like they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They're not thinking about what's happening next.
I think I'm not going to call it autopiloting or kind of defaulting to what they've successfully done beforehand, but I think actually I want to revisit what's happening with this bot lane matchup again, because Top Esports, one of the best teams in the world even, at playing around 1 item spike on the Lucian Nami, which is one of the most powerful power spikes within the last year or 2 of League of Legends. Everyone's seen it multiple times at this point, despite teams not always having the ability to pull it off. Top Esports have typically been in a position where they can dash forward and burst someone out very effectively. When you see LGD's composition, though, when they have the Maokai for the disengage, you have the Aphelios actually being able to turn around an awful lot of damage at the same point in time where Lucian Nami is power spiking, it feels like Top Esports, the plays which would have worked out earlier in the year for them, aren't bringing them the same rewards here.
Yeah, the bacon is not that great right now. It's been sitting in the fridge a while. You know, you thought it'd be all right if you cooked it. It's not looking great right now for Top Esports, and they're now behind. I don't know where I'm going with this. I've been listening to Hysterics a bit too much. It's got to roll with it. You got to roll with it. I think it's because I literally had a batch of bad bacon.
I was trying to say, it's like if we had like a vegetarian tag on the stream, that's to go. I'm sorry, like it's
Why
gone.
would we have a vegetarian?
I don't know, but if we did, we no longer have it, Sheen.
Marketing. That's all what it is. Oh man. But yes.
Okay.
Coming into this one
the
here,
dawn of the hot pot era.
Oh, I missed the hot pot. I miss
Anyway,
Jarvan Rumbles. That was a great time in League of Legends history. But coming back into this one here, 60 seconds till the dragon spawns. It is LGD now basically equal on gold. They've got 3 items, actually 4 items here for Jackalove. So despite everything, he still has a 40 CS lead. And it's going to be all about how you utilize this Baron, and they're going to utilize it to try and maybe catch out people on bot side. Difficult to really make that one work without a wave. You got Charles, the cannon minion, buffed up and doing God's work on this bot lane turret. So they're going to be able to trade this one though on the top side. So it's still an equal trade here for Top Esports. They can still come out with a pretty decent fight if Jackie Love can keep himself safe and relative.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot in the LPL, where the first Baron buff is taken and you're not kind of at threat of losing an inhibitor. You will see a cross-map advantage, because particularly with compositions like LGD, diving into them is very difficult. Top might not have a chance to, they might not have a choice.
Well, they're going to go in. Tien not even close to getting that sealed. There is the Moonlight Vigil as he gets himself a fake seal. Really nicely done, and they've caught out Jackie Love. That is the highest DPS member of your team. Qingqian trying to make something work. Great explosive cast. Separates everybody out from LPC. And despite Qingqian's best efforts, he shall not be getting anything. LGD really well played in this particular fight. Really well played around the dragons. And they get themselves almost everything they could have ever wanted.
And those 4 items on Jackie Love mean nothing when he's dead, when he's the first target picked off. You can see how much easier it is to play around your AD carries, LGD.
Oh, Rookie gets caught. He's going to have a fair bit of a time trying to escape from this one here. Does have the phase rush and is running around fairly quickly with Mark there to heal him up and speed him up. He should be able to keep himself alive, but that delays 2 members of Top Esports from defending bot lane, which means the base has been cracked open, Namera.
Yeah, so it is actually the solo laners of LGD somehow capitalizing on that situation without the ready carry on that bot side to take down that bot lane inhibitor turret. LGD, again, finding real success when they are the ones who get to kind of sit back, allow the first engage to come through, and then follow up. Huge Nautilus ult, which just makes it a sitting duck engage for High Charles Yone to finally make one of those really big team fight plays, which we've been kind of waiting to see this Yone. And of course, the back end of this as well, if LPC doesn't die at the start of the fight, the damage advantage is hugely in LGD's favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a difference in my AD carries alive, yours isn't. That's it. That's as simple as it is right there.
Like, oh yes, you have items, which are not being used right now, and they are in fact dead.
Yeah, it's a very simple maths equation. 8,000 gold here versus not here. It's very simple, but coming back into this one now, you can see 4-0 and 4. LPC has been an error for Top Esports to try and kill off in these team fights and in the sidelines, to be perfectly honest as well, as they've been making as much as they possibly can work. 3 items on the way now for the top laner of Xiaoshu, and everyone's trying to make things work. And it does feel like, again, it's Top Esports, again, we'll see them, even if they lose this game, we'll see them come back in game 2. They'll completely be reformed, and they'll probably smash in game 3. We'll see what happens from there. But right now,
the glory of best of 3s.
It is the glory of best of 3s. But it feels like right now, Top Esports are just not on the same page. They're not really going for the same level of plays together. Tien goes for a steal. No one else really commits with him. Jackie Love's unsure about where he wants to go. Rookie kind of has to realm warp in rather than using the realm warp to chase after he's gotten himself a kill. It's all very disconnected right now for the side of Top Esports. I need to see them just kind of hone it in, bring it back, and become a team.
It's great that you mentioned that, because it felt like the difference maker between Top and the other top teams in the LPL was that they were more connected in the early game. They beat down EDG by being better at being connected with the rest of their team, having a stronger early game in that regards. But in this game, they haven't managed to problem solve their way out of this Aphelios problem, this Yone Maokai problem, which have both been 2 factors of LGD being able to kind of soak up the initial engage and combo back onto them. And Top Esports, as much as it feels like their macro play has seen them some advantages, they are still within arm's reach. They've still got themselves good amount of items. Oh, Haicho's actually caught out here.
Haicho is caught out here. He's going to use the face seal, but he's not going to land it onto anybody of significance. And that's a very quick little kill. And again, look at the gold. It's never gone more than 1,000 in favor of LGD. So this game is definitely not confirmed for them right now. Yes, they have their carries and they have 4 items in their Aphelios, but this game is not done.
Absolutely not. A couple more chapters left to be written in this one. LPC still soaking up farm in this mid-wave. Has himself 4 items, and Jackie Love is almost at the limits of what he can do as the champion as well. We already knew that the Aphelios at some point would start doing more damage. Despite being behind in items, that has been the case for a little while now. Top Esports also playing with that Renekton. We know that Renekton falls off eventually, despite the ability to kind of dive into enemy carries. If it's not the Prowler's Claw lethality build, can really struggle to make those heroic plays in late game fights. So Top Esports, they have to resort to something else. They're resorting to the Baron. Here we go again.
Let's try for it. Doesn't look like they want to fully commit to it. You can see already they're backing away. They do not want to repeat any shenanigans here, as LGD know that they are in a very powerful position.
But here's the revenge. So Haicho has that teleport onto the Baron. Who else is teleporting? Everyone's coming to the play. LGD pulling in the play.
Here we go, 6,000 HP, 5,000 hook shows land, but it's on the TN. Can they burst him out before anything else? Yes, jungler dead. Now can you jump back on the Ching TN? It's all separated, it's 1 after 1. They're walking to their deaths right now. Nightmare, double kill for Jinzhao. That's a bloodthirsty support. And again, Top Esports, they don't know if they want to come or they want to go. They don't know.
And LGD, where has this team been for the entirety of spring? We've seen them have some bright moments in their recent series, but a continuation of a real building of form for this team, which is currently outside of that playoffs bracket. They have to start picking up something. Rookie trying to make a really strange counterplay, actually. Going to teleport the minions with him to take a couple of hit turrets. That is one way to get a power play back against them. He's going to die for the attempt, but LGD still coming out with a huge victory in the brig play.
Yeah, he's going to die. We know this to be sure. I say that, he might take a shot here. But yeah, it should be pretty easy now for them to confirm kill. There is the shutdown. 0, 3, and 4 right now for Rookie. And I will say he's still doing exceptional work on those side lanes, but it does feel like LGD just have... LGD may not be the better individual players, but LGD right now are the better team. In terms of team play, in terms of committing to a call and going for the, as a whole, cohesive unit, it's LGD 100% of the time.
Yeah, and they had a much better read on the macro situation there. Oh, those Sentinel turrets do so much work. It's Caliber and Crescendum. Very long-range combo from that. I feel like you cannot walk into these turrets. It's just another added factor of difficulty. How do you engage onto the Aphelios? You've got to get him somehow.
I mean, they need the Rise. You got to feel like the ultimate's all coming out. There's the Moonlight Vigil on top of the Maokai. Oh! The Nami turned into sushi right there. They got to find something. Ching Tian can't survive. Neither can Tien. Jackie Love has nowhere to go. It's a triple kill to LPC, and game number 1 goes to LGD. They had a plan. They made sure they punished Top Esports, and they deservedly come out with the advantage.
LGD seriously impressing in this first game. Managing to hold down Tien to the point where he didn't just run over the game in the way that we've seen him do so many times in Spring 2023 so far. And when it hit mid-game, when they had this powerful FLS, that FLS always felt like they were the difference maker in the fights. It was hard to shut down the FLS. It was hard to force them out of an area of the map. And Top Esports, they tried a couple of different attempts. They tried to hard engage and just try and snap engage onto the first target. That didn't work. Actually, the Marco and the One responded to them very, very well. Then we saw them try to play some tricky macro, try and play towards that Baron a couple of times. But LGD were ready for that as well. And this is the beauty of the LPL. Even teams which have struggled for most of spring can come back with games like this and question and push our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, again, this was a kind of the conversation we had right before this this draft even happened, or even this game kind of begun, was that Top Esports were losing kind of weird games, randomly becoming, one of the worst versions of themselves, massive mistakes. And even in this game, LGD had to work hard to get those advantages, but it just felt like at every single moment there could have been a potential team fight where you had to make a decision or make, kind of some kind of clutch play. Top Esports didn't have it. And that's something that's really scaring me for Top Esports going towards playoffs. It's very likely they'll still make it to playoffs, so I'm not going to count them out of that just yet. But this is a team that I'm looking at the likes of, the EDGs, the LNGs, even the Weibos, to be perfectly honest, where I'm like, these teams have that clutch factor. These teams have those moments where they have shown they will just come together as a unit and just take you out no matter who you are. I have yet to really see that from Top Esports so far this split. And against someone like LGD, this is just not really what you expect from these teams.
Yeah, I think the thing with Top is that it felt like they started strong because they had a really good grasp of what they wanted to do on the early game, and then coming into their mid game as well. They hit that one-item spike with a lot of the compositions they were playing, and they run through the game from that. We had some questions about, this is the question of actually most of our top LPL teams though, because a lot of them could do the same kind of thing in terms of great early game from EDG, from LNG, from Top Esports, from JDG, sometimes achieved in different ways, but what happens if you stall them out at that point? And a team like even LGD, a team which is currently at what, 4-8, they've managed to put that question to Top Esports and say, okay, we have stalled out your early game. Where is your mid-game magic? Where is your real hero play? And as you're saying, from Top Esports, we haven't really seen that sort of hero play come through them consistently across spring.
No, not yet. And it does feel like LGD came in with a plan. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew how they wanted to play. 9-0-6 on LPC. They're just across the board.
Not for lack of trying from Top Esports either. They tried every fight to kill this guy off.
I was going to say, it wasn't as if Top Esports were ignoring him either. They were hard focusing him, but he just had the protection of his team. And that meant that people like Haichao were just left unchecked. Only a couple of times did really see Haichao punished for how, aggressive he was really playing with those Fates sealed. It really did feel like LGD knew how they wanted to play. Top Esports didn't know how they wanted to play against it. And it just kind of all fell apart for Top Esports. It is an advantage to LGD, though, and we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll see if LGD can do the impossible or if Top Esports have got something else up their sleeve. We'll see you soon.
He doesn't know which path to take. Well, make it in unseen for the time being. The knockback again from Shanji. 369, he's over exit. And now Aki follows the flash with the twisted advance. It's going to be a kill for Shanji. No, the flash actually from Aki. Wait, 369 is walking away. How the hell has he got away with that?
Okay, LNG and JDG, I know what you're thinking. You've lost a couple of games, and you're embarrassed because Twitch chat is laughing at you. So what? Twitch chat will laugh at anything. For example, last pick Renekton. See? I bet they're laughing right now. So don't worry. You still have some of the greatest names to ever touch the game. Keep your head up, stay focused, and keep your eyes on the prize.
The LPL are kings again.
Right, as flash away. Okay, we get an action. We are Tarzan Glacial Prison. Oh, it doesn't get dodged away. Scout's ready to go all in. The flash, the fate is sealed, and we just need a bit of a mortal coil to come through as Jeje gets knocked up. First blood, is it there? It is indeed, over to LNG.
But for now, Steve might not be so lucky.
Okay, against the corner, the Wild Growth is there. He's trying, but LP will take him down first with the help of Tarzan.
Cream is waiting with the chicken splash forward, comes out for PP God, and everybody just trying to escape. 9 finds a kill on PP God, and Scream is there, but 369 waiting on the flick back. No summoners from Cream from the previous play, and 369 reading him like a book. This one, 2K on the Baron. Sonic Wave is in, and Konami just robs it away from them. Knight is over the wall looking for that miracle play, and there it is. The fear across the team, the solo laners just take them apart. JDG with a masterclass of how to play the map, how to win a team fight, how to dominate.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way.
下场对阵 TES 的话，就感觉他们最近很好吧，就是他们的下路跟中路最近用就是卢娜和阿卡丽天雄用的很好，然后他们中下也是比较喜欢就是压线的选手，可能会在前期做一些针对吧。下场面对天选手的话，就从之前到现在，他就一直都是一个前期节奏很好的选手吧，就包括今年也是，就可能前期跟他对抗的时候，就需要多考虑他的位置吧，然后让线上去挑选他的杠。就因为现在经季后赛可能比较难吧，就需要去多赢几场。然后我觉得就这个赛季的话，就后面每一场都大家去打出自己最好的精神面貌吧，去把一些自己擅长的东西都发挥出来，然后就不留遗憾就好了。这个赛季就尽力打每场比赛吧。
No regrets, and I really do love the way you said that. So show our best, no regrets, got to give everything you can on the rip. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL, where we just came off of a very surprising Game 1 victory for LGD over Top Esports, and it came because of the massive engages coming out from their support, Jin Zhao, who picks up MVP for Game number 1. Again, it could have been anybody, but I'm glad to see the supports getting a little bit of love.
No, I think that is actually a really good call. As much as it kind of was kind of the LPC kind of carry show, you could only do so because of the excellent play in the early game to keep LGD in within arm's reach of that goal, keep them kind of abreast of what Top is also trying to do in the early and mid game, and then peel and peel and peel again in those late game team fights. Talk about the importance of the FLX Nautilus going into the Lucian army. You heard from that interview as well. LGD, they had a plan. You could tell that in that Game 1. They were very concerted about how they played out that game. And a lot of it came from this Nautilus answer into the Lucian army. We've seen it with the Draven. We've seen it a little bit more with the FLS in more recent patches as well. And Jinja played it out incredibly well.
Yep, really, really did. And we mentioned it, or rather, you mentioned it in the broadcast as well. When we saw these engages coming out, it was Jin Zhao being the fact that he is a hard engaged tank support. It's something like the Nautilus, you know, things that we used to see like the Leona and the Alistair as well back in, you know, days gone where the enchanters were, you know, didn't take over our lands.
We've had like a year
it
of it.
feels an eternity ago. The enchanters took over and we never saw anything else. But it is just every single time, just turn, hook. And even if he dies, which he does, in fairness, in a lot of these situations, he's done his job. And that's exactly what he's been trying to do all this game. So really excited to see him kind of do well. Really excited to see that LGD kind of reward him in that regard by kind of committing with him. And now we come into game number 2. I need a massive shift from Top Esports. I need to see a lot more cohesive kind of setup. Because again, like they were still winning in terms of laning phases. They were still winning in terms of the gold for a majority of that game. But when it came to being a cohesive unit, I don't know if that's going to change over, you know, the space of game 1 to game 2.
There's a chance if you change up some of these champions, it changes the way that you're playing around the game. Who is the person that is aggressing? Is it just going to be the Sejuani going forward? It didn't really feel like there were other engage options for Top Esports. Maybe if you have managed to snag yourself a Varus, maybe that changes things, because actually it's at that point you have a way to reach the backline with those arrows in a way that you didn't in that first game, and also have an incredibly strong laning phase, which doesn't really have any counters right now, it feels like, to that Varus. Yeah. Something like that could change absolutely everything. So I'm going to just say jury's out right now until we see that draft come down. I've had some issues with regards to that in regards to some of our top LPL teams, even though they are very strong at playing through their comfort picks, not necessarily having that second string of champions to match what they do on those first string. But if any of those get through, LGD, as we said, there is every chance they get smashed in game 2 with this comeback.
Yeah, absolutely is... That's not a player on the left.
How do you
I don't know
that?
who that is. You know what? That's a fair point, but they could be an avid one-trick and challenger solo queue. But I do think that Top Esports, like you said, they can come back into these games. We've seen it plenty of times as well. But I do think that for me, it does feel like LGD are turning a corner. And yes, look, it might be a little too late for this particular spring split, but looking at their, like, you know, their kind of previous series as such like that, they lost 2-1 to EDG, pretty decent team. They lost 2-1 to BLG, another decent team. You know, these are kind of results that you're looking at and kind of saying, okay, cool, well, you're not losing too badly. I will say they are in a bit of a gauntlet right now. They want to try and make playoffs. They got to beat Top Esports. Yeah. They've already made the first step in that, but then it's WE, JDG, LNG. These are 4 massive teams that you would have to take down, and it would mean in my head that you have deservedly gotten yourself to playoffs. And they made the first step. Nightmare coming into game number 2. They got to make the second. They got to make sure they get this. I feel like if this goes to a 1-1, they might see it slip through their fingers.
It's can't just be that one shot. You need to make sure this is a consistent way to win. So Ash is going to be banned. The Varus, which I was mentioning just before this, is actually up and available. Top esports, they're going to go straight towards that Sejuani again. Really wondering now what they're going to pair that up with that first round. Last time it was the Lucian Nami that they went towards, which was quite heavy bot side focus for a Sejuani comp. We have seen, of course, Sejuani be a very versatile champion, but in the LPL, when you get these solo laners of the melee variety, it does become such a powerful champion. LGD, they can just slam in this Maokai again. Don't see why they can't do that. Question is, what bot lane are they going to pair that up with? They won't have the Aphelios this time.
Won't have the Aphelios, but can go towards the Lucian themselves, knowing the Aphelios has been the Aphelios even has been taken away. We have seen the Nami being taken away on this combination. You can pin it up with the Kog'Maw, but I do prefer the Zeri in this instance because you kind of guaranteeing yourself the Zeri Lulu combination that you can kind of go for. I will say it does mean that Jin Zhao will not have as much priority on the roams or even on the kind of setups he's going to be able to maybe find for himself.
Might not even have a melee support because it's a Zeri as well. It's sometimes more likely to go towards that Lulu, right? It just changes the whole dynamic of the support matchup.
Exactly. But Top Esports this time around, they're going to take away the Yone and say, no, we're not going to let you have that. Or the Renekton's. They're locking in their top side of the map immediately. It's LGD now to figure out what they want to try and put into this mid lane matchup. They only have to pick one. They can only pick top or mid. They can't pick both.
I think the Akali makes a lot of sense because even when you are aggressed onto by that Yone, you can just pop your W, stop all of those auto stacking up, and that permafrost being a real threat has been the LPL answer to the Sejuani topsides, which I find just great and hilarious and awesome in so many ways because I love how the LPL sees a triple melee type and says, I'll have some melee, please. Double melee against it with the Maokai and the Akali. Likely to be something even like the Gragas in that top side as well. Have something like the triple melee top side allows you to have some really games where we as viewers get to enjoy the huge amount of early skirmishing as well. What this means though, on the side of top esports, is that you have an awful lot of ability to skirm top side more than what you had in game one. The Rise is very good roaming and turning up to plays, which we saw a little bit of. They tried to engage and invade with some priority from their mid and their bot lane, but now actually being able to hang towards the top side and get Qingtian up to a point where he can really pop off on the Renekton outside of just kind of on his own weight, under his own weight, being able to kind of solo kill. Maybe he can actually take over a game through top side.
And it looks like that's what they're going to have to do right now because the options being left on the table, maybe a Varus for Jackie Love, but we'll see what they want to kind of go for. The Renata ban to me makes me feel like they are looking towards maybe going with possibly a Kai'Sa Nautilus themselves. That would be very much in line with the composition they've built for themselves, and also with what Top Esports Jackie Love loves to play in his own right. But now we're going to wait to see. They're going to give it a time before they see where the support is. So a lot of priority going over to Jin Zhao right now, the MVP from game number 1. They want to make sure this bot lane doesn't just get absolutely okay.
They're watching us. Hide.
I don't know who that is. I
just
wish
Punch
I
Out just
knew.
immediately presses W and Kali goes invisible.
I think it's the ref. I think that the fans have like kind of latched onto the referee.
I love that.
And I know, right? It's just like, I am watching you because the ref's watching you. I think.
So
I'm not quite sure.
Back to what's happening in the last round of the draft, though. Varus has been locked in. Now, this is now suddenly, for Top Esports, arguably 3 winning lanes. It's very hard to beat out a Varus Heimerdinger, even with the support counter matchup as well. It's going to be very difficult to lock in a counter pick, which we'll kind of see you through winning that. Mininar can struggle into Renekton, not necessarily at the early levels, because you of course got the range advantage, but as soon as you hit like level 3, kind of slightly post that as well, the Renekton can have a lot of value. Mid lane, something like this Yone can push it in fairly easily as well, especially with the Sejuani hanging around at the back door. It means that Top Esports, compared to that first game, they have much more ability to play through laning phase and get off the ground early, potentially through this top side as well. LGD, they're going to have to punish a lot more of those mistakes again in this second game. Making their own mistakes in this game, you can't afford to do that against this sort of composition.
No, you really, really can't. But as much as they've got the laning phase kind of locked and loaded, that's where they got a lot of their advantages in that last game. The CS numbers didn't mean a lot once the team fights came in, and there's a hell of a lot of team fight power here for LGD. Got so many ways just bursting out someone like the Heimerdinger or the Varus with that Akali and the Maokai, building a lot of AP in the early stages. And with the Zeri scaling as well. It's curious to see if Jackie Love does go for the lethality or if he opts in for the on-hit, the crit, or actually we've seen a little bit of hybrid as well with Abel going the double kind of AP and AD combination yesterday. So we'll see what they end up kind of going. But the top esports, they find themselves in an unlikely situation. They are on the back foot. They need to be the ones that are pushing LGD back, making sure they're gaining more than they're losing in these trades. And for LGD, build from that momentum, move forward to know that if you take this game, you have taken one massive step to maybe making yourselves a playoff hopeful. Because right now, they are only 2 series off of Team WE. They could potentially make that kind of push for it. I do believe they play Team WE as well next week. Yeah, they do.
Oh,
so
that'll be a good
that
match
could
to
be,
watch. Yeah,
if they win this series, that's a massive, massive playoff matchup.
It is. The fly in the ointment here, though, looking beyond this series, is you look at teams like Team WE, who just, picked up some really important wins. You also look at teams like RNG, which are also not looking awful right now. There are other teams which are also stepping up alongside you, so LGD, this is step 1. There are multiple steps to go beyond this.
Step 1 of many. Mark gonna clear out this wave. Wait till Rookie gets within experience range. Nicely done. He's now a little bit of purple on his bar there.
That actually means you hit level 2 off the first wave in solo lanes, which is very important. You can't share it with more than 3 people for that XP, but in bot lane it means that you can hit level 2 1 melee minion earlier. And solo lanes also means that, but remember that in solo lanes, you're meant to hit level 2 on the second wave. Hitting on the first wave actually gives you a brief window of power, especially with this lane meant to be one that is winning. Something to track. See if Rookie can take control of this matchup.
See what Rookie can do. Now taking the Yone into his own hands after playing into it in the last game. LGD were able to get a lot more done with the hard engage of the Fate Sealed. I think that's something that they're lacking a lot of in this particular game. Is the last one you looked at their kind of composition. Had the Maokai, but it was coupled up with the kind of innate CC you had with the likes of the Aphelios, the Nautilus and such. Definitely doesn't feel like you have that kind of viability, unfortunately, with this one here. It feels like you're definitely relying a bit more on skirmishing and power to kind of, bring you through this one here. As we see, it is going to be a lethality Jackie Love on this Varus, as he does have the Comet. So looking to just kind of use that laning prowess to the best of his ability. And I like that LPC is opted for boots and pots right now because he recognizes, 1, I just need to get away from the Heimerdinger if I can, and 2, I'm not going to be winning this lane anytime soon. I just need to survive. So extra healing to make sure you can fill up his minions count very, very nicely.
I actually didn't see what the secondary runes were. We saw that there's bone plating on LPC as well. Wondering if there's revitalize for extra shield power from the Lulu. We've seen that cropping up a little bit on Zeri. Zeris have been starting to play around with their rune choice a little bit. Some shield bash as well into a lot of the Aphelios kind of bloodthirster builds. It's not really appropriate in the Varus matchup because 1, probably not auto-attacking most of the time, and 2, he's not really got that same kind of overheal kind of craziness which we kind of see from other AD carries. LPC though, very happy to just scale up. I think you're going to be kind of taking the L in terms of the push in early lane, but you're just happy when you're getting that farm. You know that if you do hit 2 to 3 items in top esports, if they don't play through the early tower spike, there will be a point where you can just start taking over the game. And LPC has had a couple of the games this split like that. Of course, LGD not had the most success, but LPC by no means had an awful split on his own.
Wait to see. It's honestly not going to see a huge amount of action, I imagine, for the first, 10 minutes or so of this game. Tien will do what exactly he did in the last game, which is, are you taking blue? The answer is no. And they know what he's going for. Yeah, literally. It's because you just know you're stronger. It makes total sense. It's not a big issue in that regard at all. But Meteor are going to be able to put down the saplings, put down a ward or 2, know exactly what's going on and when. So he's able to kind of push in. I will say, mana-wise, Jackie Love not looking too hot right now. So obviously doing a fairly decent job here, just kind of keeping himself topped up. And that's why I like to see the pots being picked up for himself here, because he knows that if he can just keep himself in relative health, he can go toe-to-toe and keep himself in minion parity. Meteor going to try and take away his...
does allow you to invade, which is what they're trying to do again. You see it again around this top side as well. The only being able to take control of the matchup allows him to get a lot more done here. Allows him to fight on both sides.
Well, Ignite traded for a heal. Jin Zhao has to limp his way back towards his tower and take a bit of a reset here. It does mean that Mark is going to have to maybe think about going for a bit of a trade back there, maybe with the Rockets, but wasn't to be. And Again, more and more power going over to the side of this bot lane of Top Esports. They are building again. Like, it's only been 4 minutes of laning phase. We're already seeing 1,000 gold, and it's just basically the bot in the mid, or yeah, bot lane and mid, and actually jungle as well. TN is farming like a storm.
Yeah. So, revisiting something that you said, you were kind of saying that, you know, we might not see something for a little while in this game. I think if that happens, LGD are so happy with it. The way I would be phrasing it actually is the Top Esports would love something to happen in the first 10 minutes. Can they actually make that happen though? Because LGD, I think one of the reasons that we're not seeing anything with these first couple of minutes, because they're very happy to just give up a little bit of farm, just so Top Esports don't get this Sejuani melee kind of combo or this kind of Varus Heimerdinger in early, where they have the ability to push lane, they have a lot of early damage. LGD stands happy to lose a little bit of the gold as long as it is stopping what could be a Top Esports early snowball.
Get that from Mark, just delaying LPC a couple of seconds, and that is vital as well. It could mean the difference between 2 or 3 minions being eaten up by the turret. Because now mid laners both hitting level 6. Might see some fireworks happening once those junglers maybe find themselves moving in there. And the thing I will say though, so yes, you have the Heimerdinger, he will have a little bit of magic damage. You do a little bit of magic damage as well with the Yone, just the way his kit kind of works. But it does mean that itemization-wise, you are looking fairly decent for people like Xiao Shu. Yeah, this is going to be difficult to try and fight against. Meteor wants to go for something. Haichao land the shuriken flip as the solo bound comes in. They're being corral pushed in. This is not a great position. Yeah, I was going to say, not really in a great spot. They secure the dragon, but can Tien get out? Will it be first blood? The great deal is fantastic from Rookie. And it's Junglers traded back. You can see the mid laners going for more. Rookie wants a little bit, but they're just hiding it out. 1 or 2 more auto attacks is good enough. And Haichao on the backside of this. Mark is dealing with him though, and he gets the shield. He wants to go back over, and LPC's not quite done. But there is a blast cone to make sure Mark stays alive. 3-1. Yes, you get the dragon, but Top Esports, that's just so greedy to go so early for that.
Yeah, geography works against them in that dragon pit. They don't have many ways for their, particularly their bot lane, to get over that dragon pit wall. If you have to kind of like square up around that dragon, you gotta fight. You can't retreat at that point. No rearguard action available. LGD, more than just stopping Top Esports early snowballing, they get themselves 3 kills for 1 and get themselves a gold advantage in early game. It's a huge win for them.
Xiao Shu is going to be forced to flash away here, knowing the Glacial Prison was coming towards him. So good awareness for him to make sure he doesn't die off there. And Tien going to use the fact that he is a level ahead and be just a bit of a nuisance now into Meteor, making sure he does not get to his level 6 as soon as he would possibly like, because I was going to say almost gets him there, so a little bit careful with Xiao Shu having his mega very, very soon. And Meteor trying to make this 1v2 into a 2v1. Xiao Shu needs to back himself away. There's the Glacial Prison coming down on the Meteor, who does not have flash. Good Mega Nart, good wallop as well. It stops anyone from pushing back forward onto this.
Tien, once again, though, not actually able to finish one of these kills. They got them both corralled under this turret. No escape from this one.
Oh, they're going to go both in. They're going to see if they can trade it back. Meteor should be able to get it back. That's a 1-for-2 trade. Top Esports will come out the better of the 2, but Qing Tian does still have dominance in a couple of seconds, so he's going to be fine to kind of take this fight. They're taking a lot of damage here. Haichao does land quite a bit. The perfect execution lands the shuriken flip. Can he get the final bit of damage? He can. 2-for-2. LGD, they're going toe for toe.
And much like that first game, punishing Top Esports for taking fights they have no right to be taking. Again, when you're on blue side, you cannot use immobile bot laners to be stuck in the dragon pit unless you're going to kill the entire enemy team, because you can't retreat from situations like this. Rookie, credit to him, gets a very important ultimate hit. This makes this almost winnable. Almost is not the same as actually winning the damn fight, though. LPC and Jinzhao
very important word.
Yeah, they've actually created enough space at this point. And if a couple more of these autos land from Rookie, just manage to get one more last knock-up there, maybe that turns into a bit of a cleanup from Triumph healing coming through. It is a game of inches at points, though, and the inches go to the side of LGD and then top side. Good enough disengage at the start of this from LGD through here. They managed to pin them at the turret, of course, at the end of this play as well. And Tien, despite not being able to get the most value out of his early game plays, we hold him to such high standards, it's quite easy to praise it like that. Tien has still been making an absolute wrecking ball of early games. in spring 2023, despite this dynamic turret there and not getting the best eventual scenario.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And all kind of was forced, to be honest, from Top Esports because they knew that Meteor would have his level 6 very soon. They had to go for it there and then. Meteor finally.
Well, guess we're going.
Pretty much. It is looking again back towards the carries of LGD, looking at Haichao and LPC, 2-0-1, the two of them. And this is a problem for the side of Top Esports with very heavily winning like laning phases, and that, you know, the scaling very much belongs to LGD in this regard, especially in that AD carry role. So if this Zeri can get to a, you know, a Immortal Shield Bow and a Bloodthirster very, very soon, this is a difficult time for the side of Top Esports to try and even burst them out.
Well, Xian has himself a Herald, wants to add insult to injury, get some of these plates towards this top side. Xingtian had a lot of value given to him in that last game, and they're waiting for Mini. Oh, Xiaoshu, I'm so sorry, buddy.
He's going to use his nice little Mega Nard there to make sure that he's able to do it. Yes, taking a lot of damage though. Maybe one more auto attack. Oh, it was close. It was very, very close. Tien keeps himself alive, but Meteor on this bot side maybe looking for a bit of a trade. We will see a quick recall as the Rift Herald was not put down, so Tien should be in position to contest for this dragon in 20 seconds.
Yeah, actually, similar logic to game one. Renekton's already winning the laning phase. Why do you have to double down on it if you're already winning that? Use that Herald for somewhere else. Tien not sticking around even to use the Demolish plate on that top tower. Gets that quick recall off, which means that LGD kind of know that Tien is immediately coming bot side, right, to respond to Dragon, respond to whatever play you're going to make towards that bot side. LGD going towards the Dragon again. Didn't get that first one, but of course won that fight. This time, Top Esports not in position to contest them though. They spent all of their last minute or two of time on that top side of the map, making that play happen. So the objectives are at least evened up in that sense. I mean, you're just gonna feel bad for Xiaoshu, right? It's actually done pretty okay in this laning phase. The Nara against the Renekton Sejuani can be a little bit dangerous. We can see exactly why. Wait for that Nina. You don't exactly get to move, Machine. You don't exactly get freedom of movement here.
No, you do not. It's an unfortunate situation there for Xiaoshu, and the Chain of Corruption goes wide. Had a cleanse on LPC anyway, so I don't think he was in any real immediate danger, but Dragon was confirmed there by LGD. Now, both junglers in this mid lane are going to see the ultimates coming in. Tien has to just Arctic Insult away. His rookie had to use the Fate Seal to make sure he did not die, and this is again just kind of more little moments here that we're noticing in the favor of LGD, that the Top Esports are trying to make things work. And yes, they are getting purchased, 2,000 gold, or a little bit underneath, about 1,500 actually. But LGD are not going away, and that's the big problem. We keep talking about the scaling, the idea that this, you know, the composition that Top Esports are building, very reliant on physical damage. It's going to be difficult for them to really burn through some of these tankier members later on in the game.
And also, it's going to be harder to get through these like Maokai saplings around objectives to actually hit the targets you want to, despite, you know, the problem's killing the tanks. That's one part of the problem. Gotta kill the carries too at some point. And that gold, it's a great kind of first indicator to see how the game is going. And right now, actually, it's starting to start building up a little bit more on top of the side of Top Esports will say. But you have to ask the question, how much gold do they need to be ahead? It's only 30 minutes into the game. It's still fairly early, and there are a lot of plates to be taken still, even with this rookie. Away.
He had to respect that Shuriken flip into a perfect execution could have been deadly. Haichao is having a fantastic game against someone we talked about. Lightning Crash comes in, they're gonna throw out the ultimate. Tien trying to see if he can burst down Jin Zhao, but not able to make it really work. Xingtian now recognizing there's no Maokai on the top side. He's got to play the Rune Kick Spike, but he is still under tower, and Xiaoshu is going to get a nice increase of health there once he goes into the Mega, but this is all getting a little bit tentative right now, Nymera. Both teams know that they're kind of on the cusp of something great. One mistake from Top Esports, LGD find themselves in a fantastic scaling spot. But on the other side of it, Top Esports get a couple of kills. This scaling goes back a couple of minutes and it makes it much harder for LGD.
It does feel actually just kind of trying to judge it out by eye. It feels like Top Esports on the verge of being far enough ahead. You know, 2,000 to 3,000 gold ahead, just as those plates are just kind of timed out, just got past that 14-minute mark. If they can get in towards a second Herald, a good fight around the next Dragon, that might be enough to see them across the edge, particularly with someone like Rookie on the One. We know exactly what kind of magic he can bring out. in the late game scenario. Did it versus EDG and 2-0 versus them, and or sorry, 3-2-1 versus them. It was a 3-game series. But as it stands, as you were saying, one more mistake from them in the same regard could tip things back in favor of LGD more than readily. LPC and Hightshout, a lot of goals from them.
Bot lane turret will be forfeited. Honestly, it's the correct decision in my eyes. No plates to be taken. The 2 auto attacks away. A slight breeze was enough to bring it down. First item's been picked up for everybody except for Rookie. He hasn't been able to pick up his Immortal Shield Bow until this very moment. And you do have a Rylai's here for Mark, so definitely a huge power spike here for the bot laners of Top Esports. They can maybe look to try and really contest for this Herald here in 40 seconds.
Yep, so LGD, they're the ones with the bit of a geographic mismatch for this kind of objective. If Top can stay in the river, Maokai loses a lot of value. Can't kind of pin them into these choke points. So wait to see what happens with this mid-wave. Control of this mid-wave will really determine who's got the better footing to fight something like that second Herald. You can see already, because that bot lane turret's come down, mid laners they go into their side lanes now, both very good at their side laning, but these bot lanes, a lot of wave clip in the Varus and a lot of control.
Yeah, a lot of control. TN's actually snuck himself here. Oh, Xiaoshu walking straight towards death, I feel. He gets a flash. They will get the flash underneath the tower. He's got no resistances because he's just a baby. There's no way that's allowed. He's a child. He will be taken out. Top Esports able to completely monopolize this top lane matchup.
He's taken from us too soon. Xiaoshu, no Omega, stuck in mini. Another tower going down. Top Esports, they tried this in the last game, it just didn't quite work out to their advantage, where they realized, actually, you know, some of these 5v5s kind of diving onto the enemy AD carry wasn't really working out. Let's try the side lane. This time, they're actually far enough ahead with a damage-building Renekton with the Prowler's Claw coming through at some point, with the Blade of Ruin King already coming in. They can really start to explode this mini Narg. You can't really stay on the turret the same way that someone like the Gragas can do, despite especially not having to use this time with that. That dash does mean that Top Esports can get themselves towards this dragon. Maybe they can get themselves a place to fight this Herald as well. Obviously not on that objective right now, so Top Esports not even necessarily doing an objective trade. LGD will have control over the top river though, which means that Tian kick. No, not again. No, this is bullying.
It's not allowed. Not allowed. Xiaoshu knows that something's coming, so he's just gonna back himself away, level down. Oh, Xiaoshu, you don't know. You don't know. He's gonna go Mega, but I don't think it's gonna really help him. He's gonna finally get the Mega Nair off and should be able to walk away. I'm sorry, I jinxed you, my bro. Flash gets confirmed there. That's another death. 0 and 4 to the top laner of LGD.
Really like how Top just say, look, we don't really want to fight into a Maokai that has positioning, especially when they're protecting someone like Azeri who's got a lot of gold already. Let's go to the other side of the map. Xiaoshu has the ward. Bot lane though, stuck in this mid lane, not in a great position with that Maokai ult.
Now Mark forced to flash away, and Tien is here, but he doesn't have a flash or an ultimate, but LPC taking a hell of a lot of damage, buffers the CC very nicely. Jin Zhao kind of goes, hee hee hee, I will get myself a plate. Or not a plate, a cannon minion.
Plates just smashed already. Crockery store's out of business. Into the construction
like a bull in a china shop.
Yeah. You know, funnily enough, bulls are actually
I knew you were going to say this. I knew you were going to say this. I was like,
you know me
watched
too well.
Mythbusters in like 2006.
Yes, I did. Look. Awful lot of time watching a lot of documentaries, a lot of Mythbusters. It gives me a lot of ability to kind of just say random facts which are by no means useful in any of the situation. But hey, as it stands, the crockery shop has been destroyed by what may or may not have been a bull in this situation, but still, Jackalope actually able to push up into this mid lane out of turret now, take that one down. And Tien has had a much larger impact in the mid game now compared to that first game. Really stalled out with something like 6 deaths hanging around into the mid and late game of game 1. LGD not nearly as able to pin down the Sejuani as they did before, and this is the point now where the gold lead really does feel like it is very far out of control. You're getting a lot of items coming through, second, third items coming through for that Varus, and something like that Heimerdinger as well makes it all the easier to land the big combos. It doesn't just have to be the Sejuani going forward, it can be the Yone, it can be the Varus ult, the ultimate grenade from the Heimerdinger as well. Able to start off fights and actually being able to leverage this gold lead. LGD not going to have an easy time peeling back from what Top Esports are throwing at them.
No, they're really not. Jingtian Prowler's Claw alongside the Blade of the Rune King. He will destroy anyone he's able to get on top of if he's given the opportunity. So it's going to be all about positioning. It's going to be all about making sure you're not getting caught out in these setups. And I like the Renekton as well as a response to these new, you know, 80 carry kind of almost like shield builds that we're seeing. The shield bow and the
Empowered W, baby.
Bloodthirster. Yeah, Empowered W gets you in, gets rid of that shielding. There's so much damage available to it. I really do enjoy seeing the people, you know, kind of the priority we're seeing here from Top Esports to say, like, yes, the Renekton is just something that we can work with. And then, oh, Haichao is going to have to try and maybe use the perfect execution, see if it is perfect. There it is. It keeps him safe and sound. Doesn't have to use his flash, and it's a much lower cooldown.
Much lower cooldown. And it's not like, at this point in the game, you can really threaten anything on the other side of the map with LGD. They don't have the stats right now to cross-map when Top Esports are throwing something at a side lane. I think Top Esports have realized this. They go to a side lane, there's nothing really stopping them on the other side of the map, especially with this Varus being so strong with the Heimerdinger. They can push in, they can stop LGD getting into the river to threaten something like a Baron, to threaten Lord of Vision. And now, when they kind of group back up into this larger unit, it's not like Haichao can even threaten the flank without his ultimate.
No, not really. It's almost back up. You can see the Chain of Corruption coming out alongside the Heimerdinger ult. Tien is just kind of pushing forward. Meteor has to flash away, does get his ultimate off. But the objective has been secured. That is the tower again. So 7,000 gold now for Top Esports. And this is feeling like the kind of matchup where it is just going to become harder and harder. Yes, you got a couple of early kills here for LGD, but Top Esports were able to leverage that top lane, you know, Sejuani Renekton combination so well. They've gained so much because of it.
They have, and they've also gained a lot just because of their macro play as well. We talked about Top Esports going towards this side lane an awful lot. The second stage of that is going from the side lane into the larger group again. They kind of pull back from that side lane. They bring Tien back away from that side lane, and they make a play there, even if they don't find something on that side lane. Top Esports not nearly running out as options to the same degree that they were in that game one. It does feel like this scaling or larger scaling composition from LGD when they're trying to play around this loop. It's just not going to have the same ability to fight at this point. Top Esports going to get themselves uncontested third dragon. LGD going to get themselves a couple of wards, a couple of saplings around this top side, but I don't really see what they get out of it. They can't really capitalize on this vision on top side as it stands.
I mean, Xing Tian had to pop his ultimate there. Dominus used there just to keep him a little bit of health, honestly. And Haichao still pushing forward, looking for something. Will land the proto belt. Stops the back, and that should be the tower traded for the dragon. So
I'll have you know it's a rocket belt machine.
It's a rocket belt, yes.
It's a rocket belt.
Proto belt.
I say this because back in like, when was proto belt released? Season 7? 6? So I used to be not just an Ahri main back then, I was like a proto belt Ahri main. It was one of the most fun builds I used to play. I used to play it on a load of different champions. We just could like mash all your buttons. Proto belt was such a strong item back then, but it's changed with the Mythic rework. It's changed that item name now. It was just like season when was even the Mythic rework? Was that season 11? Was that 2011?
Time is a construct that I refuse to abide by.
Yeah.
That's my feelings on the matter.
You see, the problem with that is that time and space are exactly the same thing. So you're no longer anywhere at any time. You're actually nowhere, no time, all once. The famous movie was released last year.
That confirms it then. I am a god.
Okay, Mods, can we just check this ego a little bit?
God complex.
Get a little scared over here.
Well, we'll come back into the game. It is still a significant gold lead, 6,000 in favor of Top Esports. A couple of objective bounties went over to LGD, and they are getting up the second items. The Zonya's Hourglass finished up for Haichao, so has a little bit more safety in that regard. LPC finishing off his Bloodthirster means he's finally got the double lifesteal action going for himself. Baron looks like it's the next port of call. The Yone has got 2 items as well. Rookie has been exceptional on this pick. Honestly, Rookie's been exceptional on every pick, but this particular one, I am remembering seeing him get a hell of a lot of engages and a hell of a lot of damage off as they find him off in the side lane. Immediately uses that Fate Sealed. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing. It does cost the perfect execution, so not exactly a none for none trade. You are still getting something out of it.
Yeah, I think the difference here from Top Esports compared to when they were winning around these sort of macro plays a little earlier into the game is that they didn't quite have to threaten the side lanes in place to stop LGD being able to cross map. They'd actually managed to kind of group a lot of their champions around that river, at least managed to get something out of Rookie. Trading ult for ult, just talked about how Rookie is very important to his team, and it's very, very, very strong on this Yone. It was against EDG, where he really found some of his big highlight plays, getting some blind ultimates onto Fofo's Azir. That was pretty crazy, but as it stands, LGD, they trade those ultimates, but what can they actually do with this now? They're still losing in the side lanes. They're not able to really contend with JackeyLove's Varus, which was missing from that first game. I'm trying to remember if it was banned or just not picked, but this Varus, you can see how much strength top esports have, just allowing JackeyLove to be an absolute artillery bot for the bot lane.
Wasn't picked, as they did go for the second rotation of the Lucian Nami on the blue side, so not to be taken up just yet. It's a 3-man knockup. Zhao has to use his ultimate on himself just to make sure he doesn't die. Look at Haichao though, hovering up towards that backside, knowing he's got a little bit of a flank coming in from here. This will be a great little moment here for LGD now to maybe turn and burn for the Baron themselves, but Top Esports have got the inside track towards this mid lane.
They don't have the
Unfortunately
damage.
for them,
They can't burn down the Baron that quickly. Zeri's not the best Baron taker of all time, especially when you don't have your mid laner coming in as well. Xiaoshu has a teleport to get into this fight, but he doesn't have the best angle right now. Haichao's got to be the one to land the killer blow.
They're looking for him. They don't know exactly where he is, so they're trying to see if they can find out whereabouts he's going to be. The TP's going to be coming in now. Xiaoshu. He's got Mega, though. He's losing it very quickly. He's going to lose it immediately. Dominus is now it's a flank on the favor of LGD, or in favor of Top Esports. There we go. The Fate Seal Market's jumped on here on the backside. Haichao trying to see if he can stay himself alive. LPC needs to get away from this giant crocodile. As Tien now isolated away from his team. He will fall down as LPC picks up that kill. Tien exceptionally tanky right now. Has almost all of his health bar. LGD not so lucky. They're looking for more. They're looking to make this one work. Jinzhao falls. So does LPC. It's a double kill for JackeyLove as Rookie finds Haichao, and they get 4 for 1. Xingtian did all the heavy lifting as he was able to take down those health bars so damn low.
And despite the intro to that fight looking pretty okay for LGD, it wasn't a knockout blow from Rookie. It wasn't quite the knockout blow from Xingtian either, despite him taking down those health bars. LPC was alive. But alive with what kind of HP? LGD, they play the Baron Gambit, they try and force Top Esports into an awkward position as they're taking down that objective, but they didn't find the best angle for their own flanks. Haichao, yeah, you're hitting marks, but you're not onto JackeyLove. You're not taking down someone at the very start of this fight. It doesn't even really end up getting the most damage done. Xingtian, similar kind of situation, I suppose, but at least, as you were saying, he gets a heck of a lot of damage done despite not finishing those kills, which allows the next round of cooldowns to be the killer blow for Top Esports. Oh, yeah,
you know what? It was like we weren't going to see it on the main thing, so I was just like, I'm just going to make it known. Rookie did die. Has got TP, but dead for 40 seconds. This dragon has spawned. Not an ideal situation for Top Esports, but this would be soul for them. This would be a mountain soul, so powerful in this context of this game, especially when you've gone with a full AD Renekton. It looks like Tien's going to look for a sneaky steal, nothing more. Xingtian off on the backside. Haichao looking for a flank of his own. Again, like you said, you don't take this exceptionally quickly. 20 seconds still Rookie, so he will not be here. There is the ultimate coming out from Meteor to try and catch out as many people as he possibly can. They land the shuriken flip. Xingtian's not quite coming in just yet. They do get it's not going to again happen. It's a Xiaoshu maybe going to find himself on the backside. Haichao. Oh, Xiaoshu can't get over. He has to flash, but he does land the ultimate. They find Mark. JackeyLove goes into stasis. LPC gets taken out. Rookie is TPing in. They need to run. They need to hightail it out of here. They need to try and maybe sacrifice Meteor because no one else needs to die. They got the dragon. Yes, they lost a couple of kills on the backside of it, but it's still a positive for LGD.
They get themselves a dragon. They do get themselves, what, a 2 for 2 overall? Yeah, that is something you'll take. You have lost your AD carry, though, who's almost all of your damage. Top Esports, how bold are they feeling after this point? They still have themselves a lot of damage on the table. Not bold enough to push in for those inhibitor turrets. Short range, just wondering if there's a dive opportunity. Of course, I like seeing myself a couple of dives at that point, but would be maybe just a step too far. Top Esports, despite having the oversteps, in a lot of game 1, which is where LGD kind of found that victory through. Game 2, finding themselves more of a decent situation. So what the heck happened in this 1v1? Reminder, this is a Gnar which has been absolutely dumped on for the grand majority of the entirety of this game. But he just walks up and just autos down Rookie. Rookie on this Yone who has all of these items, so much lifesteal, has the Bloodthirster and the Shield Bow, not able to stand up to it. That is a huge play for LGD. I suppose in the grand scheme of things, it's actually a 3 for 2 for LGD, if you include that side lane play. Tien tries to go for the steal anyway, but LGD forced them back far enough to not have the best position to fight around. Does mean that LGD can take a couple of kills, and now they're looking for a play on the side lane again.
They're looking for Rookie. He's going to go back to the Soul. They're going to have Ching Tien, but can they kill Rookie before any real damage can go back? They can! And now Haichao is dead! Ching Tien is too damn big! And the rest of Top Esports, they'll help out their mid laner. You shall die, but you shall not die in vain. Really well played there by Top Esports, and they should be able to potentially end the game from here.
I think they can at this point. You've got your Zeri Lulu, but how can you really try and disengage from this play? You have one cleanse and so much engaged potential to try and get through with it. Top Esports, they lose out in the side lane before that last dragon fight, but not to be taken off guard another time. LGD. We said that it might slip away from in the second game, said that might be a bad omen for a third one, and it looks like it's coming for them.
Won't end the game just yet. Their timer's still not long enough, and they didn't have a minion wave. I got too excited. Nightmare as we come into this one. 10,000 gold now for Top Esports, but this is all just LGD trying to make this one work, but Rookie's got double lifesteal, double shields. He's so hard to kill.
And this time he actually ends up getting his Q off as well. He actually manages to get that into a position where he can actually charge that up. Multi-man W to get the shield as well. Stacking through his Qs. So close. Arrow hits a mid-flight. Maybe that XQ down could have taken down Rookie. Not to be.
Survives, to be honest.
I mean, Rookie still dies, but it's still at the cost of an awful lot of LGD members. Really want to impress how much of a difference there has been between the Lucian Nami and the Varus Heimerdinger from Top Esports as well. Was really wondering what the heck was happening with that Varus priority in game one. Felt like that pick has defined a lot of our teams in the LPL. Players like Brule have been exceptional at it. Players like Jackie Love also having such a great history on this pick within 2023. Comes back out in this game too. You can see LGD maybe wise of them to remove that going into the third game if it does come to it, which again, looking very likely.
Looking likely, but it's not set in stone just yet. 3 items on Xiaoshu, 3 items on Haichao, 3 items onto LPC. This is still very much a chance for the opportunity here for LGD to maybe find a fight. I will say Meteor is very much lacking in levels and really needs to start farming up as he possibly can as Haichao. He doesn't have flash, he does have the perfect execution and the shuriken flip. Will get W. No, he won't just yet. Now he will. He goes golden straight away. It's a 2-man. They've got the ball in. Have you gone far too forward here? Tien, if he drops, could be desperation here, but they're going to get caught out. They're trying to kill off the massive Poro Rider, and they're going to catch Jackie Love, who cleanses. They're going to push forward. LPC can see blood in the water. LPC can see the end of the game, and LPC can carry this for LGD. Triple kill coming in for the AD carry of LGD.
This Zeri is online, certified Zeri moment just as the game looks dead, buried and gone. It is LPC who finds his moment to flash forward into the broken lines of Top Esports. How much can they get off of this? Rookie is alive, doesn't have his ultimate though.
Baron,
LGD,
just Baron or maybe Dragon.
LGD run out of minions. They run out of minions. They can't push into the base. They still have some of these inner turrets to get through, but that is a big, scary fight to lose for Top Esports. They're going to lose that Baron. They might actually end up getting themselves the soul because of it. Haichao has the ult though. Might look to contest this. Xiaoshu also coming down to the play.
I was going to say, they'll get the Baron. Will they get this Dragon? That's the question, though. Mark is here with Rookie, and it's going to be the whole inners. Mark is probably dead. Nope, he flashes away, but he's going to get followed over the wall, and then Mark will almost certainly be going down. There's a TP coming in, though, and that's going to be the Renekton join this. Rookie Fate Seal to try and run away. Jin Zhao has joined the party, and Ching Tien cannot take this fight. Good moves here from LGD to reset that Dragon. They don't have LPC with them, who went back to try and deal with these minions. He is going to clear them off very, very quickly, and he can just barrel himself towards that Dragon Pit.
Yeah, he can also E along this kind of long wall across the jungle. You see he's doing that now, gets him a little bit quicker towards that objective. And Top Esports, they try to play a bit of a dangerous gambit. They end up losing themselves the Baron, losing themselves the Dragon as well, almost certainly. Only real benefit for them right now is that they do have this one inhibitor down, which calls Xiaoshu away from the play. Jackie Love, empowered W, can he do it? Charging up.
He's charging. He's not gonna get it. So another dragon to LGD. It was a 10,000 gold lead. It's now just over 3. LGD are not done, and it all comes out of Haichu almost getting caught out, but because of that, they go so far to kill off the Zakali.
Yeah, it's just an overstep. It's way too far gone. The flashes forward into the Mega Nah. Xiaoshu, this guy has been absolutely dumped on the majority of this early game. Then he comes back with a hugely impactful solo kill onto Rookie. Doesn't quite manage to match that in the second attempt. But when the team fight falls, Xiaoshu is the person who tears apart the battle lines, which gives the space for LPC to get into the play. So much damage coming out of the Renekton. It's got one-shot damage though. If they don't kill off this area at this point in the game, they run away with it. Coming back out onto the map now. 4 items for LPC if he wasn't scary enough in that last fight. Has a stopwatch as well. Has 2 Mountain Dragons and an Ocean Dragon on top of that. When you have shields and an Enchanter backing you up, those extra resists coming in from base Mountain Dragons, they mean more. Those shields, they're harder to get rid of because you got more resists. Top Esports, I thought they were in an unlosable position, but somehow, someway, LGD, they again push this top team. They push them and ask them questions.
I mean, look, we talked about how the game 1 was a massive step for LGD to kind of put themselves in the conversation for a playoff spot. This, if they can win it, if they can finish it off in a 2-0 fashion, is monumentous. It's not over and done with by any stretch of the imagination, but my God, does it give you belief. They finally are starting to take some of the standing gold, and they are bringing the gold back bit by bit, little by little. 4 items now. They are basically equal to the AD carries, and you mentioned the Mountain Dragons and how powerful they are, especially when you have a lethality Renekton and a lethality Varus. They need even more.
That flat penetration works much less on much higher stacked resistance. You'd much rather have had a bit more of that percent penetration beyond that point. Of course, when you've got Eclipse built up, when you've got the Cyrildas, that is also in that place as well. But having to get through that shield, having to get through the extra resist, no easy feat, particularly for someone like Rookie as well, who's looking to try and get those one-shots on the Yone. It just becomes that much more difficult. Hasn't even got himself an Infinity Edge. We've seen from both Yones in this series actually going for Bloodthirster and Shield Bow as your first 2 items, then stopping off for another defensive item as your third. It was Death's Dance for Haichu in game 1. It's going to be the Force of Nature for Rookie in this one. He's so far behind the damage curve though that LGD, they have the damage advantage now. It's taken them a long time to get there, a really long time to get there. But they have crawled their way into that point. And
37 minutes to be exact.
Yeah, but hey, 7 minutes, they've managed to make it to that point. In other games, you would have said, oh, you know, it's Top Esports, incredibly good early game team, good luck surviving to that point. They have done so, and despite so many of our top teams in the LPL, your LNGs, your EDGs, your Top Esports, your JDGs, being ruthless in early game, some of our mid-table teams have been able to hold on through the storm. That's where they've managed to kind of see their own successes. Rare Atoms springs to mind. OMG, similar kind of team. LGD in their ranks as well.
WE as well.
Absolutely. All of these teams have that ability, if they get to late game, if you do let them off the hook early game, to punish you in the way that LGD currently are. And as you said, what an important victory it would be for this team.
Take a breath. Take ourselves a moment. No real fight's going to happen for the next minute and 30 seconds. That's when the Dragon Soul will spawn. Serelda's Grudge picked up here by Jackie Love, so he is in full item territory. LPC is basically in full item territory.
Well, he has himself an elixir as well. Like, I think that's a great call. Get those elixirs. All that immediate power, get it all on the table right now. This should be the very last fight. This Mountain Soul, even if the Nexus doesn't fall in the immediate aftermath, that Mountain Soul is going to be absolutely killer for either team.
Yeah, I feel like the Baron doesn't even make that big of a difference right now because you can trade that for the Mountain Soul. The Mountain Soul is probably still better. Look at the shields coming out here for LPC with the Lulu, with the Bloodthirster. Rookie going to push forward, see if he can maybe gain something of an advantage, but no one's going to take the bait. Mid lane priority will, for the moment, be kept in a neutral state until those next minions. 30 seconds, here we go. Nightmare, what do you want to see from both these teams?
Well, it has to start off with some kind of control around this river, stop the easy access of someone like Rookie into the backline, give some room for Haichu to find his way into the backline as well. This Kali has so many items and Rookie's going.
It's going. Xiaoshu does lose his Mega pretty early, if I'm being totally honest. It looks like Top Esports are happy to make the trade. Maybe put Barrel down mid lane. They've got the inside track. They've got no minions for the moment, though. Dragon's about to spawn in 6 or 7 seconds. Haichao is on a perfect flank. They have a ward, but they know it just went down. So Haichao, he can just keep skirting around this vision. He could find himself on Jackie Love.
Yeah, top Esports trying to brute force their way into the river. Deny as much value from this Maokai as possible. Qingtian, remember, not tanky, but a lot of damage. Needs to find a perfect angle.
I mean, they've got themselves the Maokai ultimate. The Qingtian has got himself a good angle. He's got the dominance, but he can't get in. That's Mountain Soul. They can't fight right now, Nightmare. They can't do it. They're too slow. They couldn't pull the trigger. And now you haven't traded it for the Baron either. You haven't got yourself the inside track. You're actually on the wrong side of the map. Mark gets deleted by 1W. Oh, Lord, Nightmare, it's all going wrong.
It's going so wrong because top Esports, they couldn't find themselves in the right position at the right time. Qingtian on the flank, putting his dominance up, but can't find his way into the backline of the team. Gets spotted out, I think, by one of those wards around that blue side from LGD.
They shred this. Mark has to go back.
Now they have the damage to take down these objectives as well. They have Mountain Soul to tank up this Baron. It's not like they're even losing a lot of HP for this. This is going to be taken out completely for free. Rookie, yeah, he's going to take himself an inhibitor on the spot side. Okay, so free, not quite in the definition of the word, but with the empowered recalls, this is a Constellation inhibitor. This does not get you a strong foothold in this game. You are down both of the large objectives on the map. You don't get to put LGD over the fire and say, if you play around one side of the map, we'll take an objective on the other, even if they're not strong enough to fight them right now. We're cresting 72,000 gold for both teams. The scaling is here, and it is in favor of LGD.
I mean, just... what do you really say about this game right now? You're hitting full items being picked up. Nobody fought but LGD. I'm going to be totally honest with you. They came out with everything. Yes, an inhibitor went down bot side, but Xiaoshu is not in any danger of getting dove. It would take 3 or 4 members to really try and take him down now that he's on 4 items. And even then, with a Mountain Soul... yeah, yeah. You can say that again, but... I mean, just look at the shield there on LPC. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, that's what a Mountain Soul and his BT. Then he gets a Lulu shield. He's got about 1,500 health of shield alone.
And with that GA, remember you get armor from that as well. Buffed up by 3 Mountain Dragons. And the shields obviously matter for that as well. LPC against the full AD team, so difficult to finish off. And you can see that top Esports trying to resort to getting some kind of side lane pressure from Rookie on his Yone. The Yone he's found so much success over Spring 23 of. LPC, the flanking. Zeri actually has so much threat at this point. Again, he can walk forward with that GA. Even if they burst him out, can they kill him when he comes out of his revive? I don't think so. LGD moving in force. Gonna force down this inhibitor incredibly quickly. Top Esports, how are you defending this? You can't just leave Rookie on the side for forever.
They're not gonna gain much more than just a turret here. Rookie will gain a little bit of gold. It's Xiaoshu to go and deal with him. I will say Rookie will burn these turrets very quickly. But, 4v4, I still say that LPC and LGD are much, much more powerful in these situations. Another tower has been traded back. Still the gold lead, funny enough, for top Esports, but that means little to nothing at this stage in the game. Everyone just so tentative. Items getting finished up. Levels being capped out. I talked about how Meteor needed levels about 4 or 5 levels ago. He's at level 17. He doesn't care about levels. Yeah, he's got that now. It's all fine and dandy. 42 minutes, it becomes less and less about the way the map has been and more about how you execute literally the next team fight.
Well, you're even at the point now where you have Chinchao picking up the Vigilant Wardstone, their support warding item, which you very rarely see in pro play. Most of the time, the games are over before supports are on a level where they can even buy that item. Elder Dragon, 2.5 minutes. That is obviously a way that any team can get back into the game. An Elder Dragon steal is almost always a win condition. But can top Esports even survive towards that? They can push in all lanes. Haichao pushing in mid.
Goes forward. They're going to get the lightning crash. Jackie Love taking so much damage. Look at LPC. He doesn't care. He's moving forward. And while this is happening, where was Qingtian? Where were you, Qingtian? What were you doing? You didn't have any way to be with your team. It's meant that you're losing everything. LGD are going to destroy everything. There's going to be 2 Nexus towers left, and that's it.
That's it, their real estate has gone absolutely through the floor. LPC blows the flash, doesn't kill anyone, but may as well have done, because those HP bars, no position to defend the base. Top Esports, much like the first game, actually, playing as the Aphelios with all the peel tools available to him. They can't get on top of LPC again in the second on the Zeri. It's been so hard for them to try and close down this AD carry, and Now with all of this gold, all of these resists, all of these shields,
so how much is healed?
It's absolutely ridiculous. That's 24,000 damage heal, like block with the Bloodthirster shield.
Holy moly! That's insane to think about.
That's
Just
ridiculous.
so much. That's just so much. And how do you burn through that? How do you get through that right now? Like
there is a Serpent's Fang on the Varus, which helps a little bit, and there's the empowered W from the Renekton. But I mean, we've seen how hard it's been for Qingtian to get into the right place at the right time. Again, it's such a hard problem to solve.
I mean, you talk about the Serpent's Fang. I like that you bring kind of notes to that because he had to get rid of his Edge of Night to get that Serpent's Fang. Getting rid of the Edge of Night meant that he got hit by a couple of abilities in that last fight up at the top inhibitor, which meant that he had to back away. He couldn't fight. So now Top Esports, I mean, I'm not saying they're going for desperation, but they're going to be able to get a little bit of damage down onto Meteor, who immediately going to be able to pop his ult. He's not dead yet, though. You can't burn through this Mountain Soul. Xiao Shu goes into Mega. He's taking some damage, but it's so difficult. Now Mark's in trouble. Huge Meganar brings everyone back into LGD's waiting arms. The Fate Shield is decent, and it's the top laner and mid laner, but they're not able to kill off the Zeri. Triple kill for LPC. Tien is forced to run away, and Nightmare by damn LGD have done it.
The closer you are to the top, the longer it is you have to fall. LGD 2-0 Top Esports.
What a win. You can see what it means to the fans as well. And this LGD team is something to be excited for. Yes, it's unlikely that they'll make playoffs, but my God, they're going to fight tooth and nail. Every single match now that they come up against is a must win, and it's going to be so hard for people to knock them down. Great play for this team overall.
And now in the last 3 series, which this team has had, they won 2-1 versus BLG, a team which has of course had its own inconsistencies, but they're a team with Yagao on it, they're a team with Shun on it, a lot of very well-regarded players. They lost 2-1 to EDG, but still took a game off of one of the very top teams. And now they have just smashed out this series versus Top Esports in what I would say should be one of their worst matchups. LGD are a team that wants to survive through to mid and late game teamfights, as we saw in this series. Top Esports have rarely let anyone do that. They've slipped up a couple of times as the split's gone on, maybe not looking as clean as they had done in the early to mid split of spring. But to do this against Top Esports, even at this point in the split, is an incredible milestone and achievement for LGD.
Huge. You cannot say it any other way than that. Huge for them, and massive upset. And look, unfortunately, when we talk about these kinds of wins, these kind of momentous moments here for a team like LGD, it does mean that we got to point our finger at someone who is not feeling very good right now. Top Esports.
Yeah.
They just weren't here today. I'm gonna call a spade. You have this lineup, you have this quality of players, and you play like this in 2 games, it's just not good enough. And this is why I love the LPL, because even if you are a top team, there are no free matchups. There are no free wins for anybody in this league. And it does feel like right now, Top Esports, they're on a little bit of a struggle right now. That's a 2-loss streak now for them in a row. They lost to LNG, which was a 2-0. They lost now to LGD as a 2-0. They got TT, BLG, OMG. Those are 3 playoff caliber teams. So like you're looking at a fairly tough run of schedule here for a team that's kind of faltering a bit.
And every time a victory like this comes up, you get a little piece of a blueprint to take down this team as well. It has always been the case in the LPL where typically top teams, they go towards a certain kind of style. With Top Esports, it has really been about getting a command and control of the game through the laning phase and then playing out some very strong macro, again, around that one-item spike. It's not a unique kind of identity within the LPL when you have other teams that play towards it, but they have their own spin on it, right? That's been the meta, and that's how they played it. Now you have these teams you're playing up against next, and while they might not be your top 4 teams, your top 5 teams all of the time, they are very much good enough to take the learnings from the wins, like LGD have just shown here, to then put Top Esports into very difficult positions again. They've been exposed today.
I mean, look, like, I don't care what anyone says. I don't care about any kind of setup. As Top Esports, with a 10,000 gold lead, you should not lose that game. That game should not go another
Absolutely
15
not.
minutes. That game should never get to the point where, and because that's the thing, you're at 10,000 gold with an early game composition that has hit massive item spikes. You should never allow Azeri, Akali, and Gnar to get to the point where it's like, oh, it's now down to execution. Because guess what? You pick the early game, they pick the late, they win the late. That's just how these champions work.
Yeah.
And it's just not good enough, in my opinion. It's really frustrating because I really do love this team. I love Rookie. I love that we get to see Qingqiang kind of become a monster. But right now, this team just losing to LGD, it's such a body blow.
It is, but on the other side as well, because you have to view it from both sides. We hold top esports to very high standards, so we have to call them for games like this. LGD, though, particularly Xiaoshu, actually, in the second game. He was dove 3, 4, 5 times on side lanes, had to get away with his flash, barely getting away with his life, and multiple times. He was the player that killed Rookie before that key dragon fight, which top esports really started to losing control of that game. He was the person that punished the overextension under that mid lane inhibitor turret, got the Mega Gnar onto the Yone and the Sejuani under that tower. As much as I do think LPC does deserve probably the MVP for this game, it would be my personal view to give it towards that top lane as well. Taking that pressure and making something special of it, crazy against one of our top teams.
Absolutely. But we're going to send it over to Christina, who's standing by with the victorious Xiaoshu for an interview.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Xiaoxu, the top laner for LGD. Never underestimated LGD in the end of spring split. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory against the Top Esports. So how did you guys prepare for this matchup against Top Esports, who ranks the 4th place on standings? I would say it's a massive win for you guys. 欢迎小徐来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜老干爹今天2-0拿下了滔博。那么面对到此前在积分榜排名第4非常靠前的滔博，你们有做什么样特殊的准备吗？并且我们都知道，在赛季末期的老干爹是不可战胜的。
打滔博的话就是多看他们中野嘛，就是发育就好了。
From my perspective, when facing top esports, we need to pay attention to their mid jungle synergy and just farm. Speaking of farming, I want to touch on your first game pick, Gragas, in game number 1. What was your mentality when you saw your opponent ban a lot of top laners, champions like Sandy, Sion, Jax, which you have performed pretty good on this champion, especially in game number 1. 那么今天这小徐选手也说到了发育嘛，其实我们可以看到第一局为什么会选出一个9桶来应对对面的鳄鱼呢？当你看到对面其实有对上路英雄的班位上面有很多针对的时候，你自己的心态是怎么样？有没有觉得哦，好像这一局是不是最近我表现还不错，他们会注意到我这一点？
就9桶打鳄鱼的话，就对线算可以发育，就可以拖到打团期嘛，就比较肉。这个打之前也想到了会被ban，可能就练点别的英雄。
Actually, I had predicted that maybe our opponent will ban some signature champions on top lane, so I just practiced a lot of more champions. Speaking of Gragas into Renekton, I do think this is a good counter pick in laning, and Gragas can farm on lane, and he will be so tanky until a team fight. And the third question, I have to touch on your game number 2, which was a really big comeback. So when your opponent got around the 9k golden leads, how did you guys manage to turn the tide massively? And I also want to touch on your performance, your engagement, especially on Gnar in those mid-to-game team fights, which was really important for your comeback. 那么说到今天的第2局，可以看到小徐选手这边的纳尔在中后期的团战中发挥出了非常重要的角色。那么在第2局的时候，对面已经拉到了9000经济领先的时候，你们中后期对于特别是后期那些团战当中，从你自己的角度来说是怎么样发挥的呢？在纳尔这个英雄上，
就是前面可能被针对的有点惨嘛，就稳住心态发育，等打团对面这个阵容就是没有 AP 输出就打不动，就变大无脑跳就好了。
Actually, I was targeted by our opponent in early game on top lane, and maybe they just want to focus on top lane. And in terms of my performance in mid to late game, I do think that our opponent, they don't have a lot of AP damage. I just jump in and just dive in and engage them to make some hard engagement for our team. And a final question for you. never underestimated LGD in the end of spring season. Why are you always so dominant, especially coming to the end of spring season? And I know that Meteor, your jungler Meteor, has mentioned that you want to show what you want to show your best form in upcoming matchups. So what's your take on this part? 那么最后一个问题，其实我们是非常看到老干爹能在虽然是到了赛季末期，但是还是发挥出了你们应有的水平和表现嘛。之前的打野选手国豪也提到了说，想在接下来为数不多的比赛当中展现出这里最好的状态，然后拿出一些东西来。你觉得老干爹在面对仅剩的几场比赛当中，还会有一个什么样的表现呢？
就是兄弟们都越打越好了嘛，就是比刚开始可能适应的也更好了，就是能打出自己的东西了。
那觉得在你自己的发挥呢，就是回顾一下到目前为止常规赛旅程，特别是我们看到近几场你的个人的表现是非常好的。
就前面可能就是第一次打 LPL 嘛，就可能比较紧张，就后面就好多了，就感觉。
In terms of my own performance, actually, this year was my first time playing on the LPL stage, so I was maybe a little bit nervous in the beginning of the spring season, but I performed much better come to here. And in terms of our overall team, actually we're really doing well, especially in recent games, and we hope that we can perform much better and better and better and better. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢我小徐来到我们的赛后采访，期待你们之后精彩的表现，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. I love what he brought up there as well. He said, look, we came in with this mindset. We know people are going to ban away my champions. They think I'm kind of a one-trick pony, but I've been spending a lot of time practicing a lot of different things. And it's clearly showing. It's clearly showing a wide diversity for LGD. And I'm going to be totally honest. They look like a team that there's a small little belief in me because we're going to have our MVP, which is LPC, because on that Zeri, he took over in those team fights.
Yeah, like we said, pretty easy one to slam home player of the game for LPC in terms of the damage, in terms of the kill participation, in terms of that huge turnaround fight in mid lane, which of course saw LGD through to a much better state when they were down that 10,000 gold. He'll definitely be honoring his top laner, stayed cool for kind of taking all of the brunt of the side lane pressure, which Top Esports were throwing at them. But LPC, the amount of times he got away from Tiantian's Renekton, the amount of times he stayed alive in key moments to do damage was a real make or break factor for LGD. This play in particular was the one which really felt like the certified Zeri moment. Sidesteps everything with the move speed, does infinite amounts of damage, survives the dive onto him, and makes it look so easy ice skating around the Rift. LPC continuing to have a number of really important victories to his name.
Yeah, I mean, this is a side that coming into the split, I think a lot of people were very much doubting them. The squad kind of rebuilding from last year a little bit, taking away Shadow, bringing in a new jungler, and honestly, not even a new jungler for them, but a jungler who's been around for quite a few years and has hit very high highs and seen of recent days very low lows. It's so nice to see this team really coming together and making it work in such a great fashion for themselves. And I honestly, looking forward to kind of their next few matches. They play. I believe it's a couple more kind of playoff hopefuls.
They play WE, which is pretty
WE,
big.
JDG, LNG, 3 big matches. But they can win that WE game, then we start to have a little bit of hope because that can knock WE down as well as bring them up. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have our final series of the day of Weibo versus RNG.
Xiaohu grudge match.
작살이나요. 그러면 여기서 한번 승부수 결단을 내린 건가요? 상대방의 마음은 상대가 쳐주면 넘어와 밑으로 캐리야! 아니 방금 캐리야 이 책에도 뭐예요? 캐리야가
But on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante back into the play. Oh, pulls better.
Yeah?
No way to Xiaohu pull that off. Auto go down as well. Xiaohu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yaka.
Puede ser la opción de Infinity de quedarse con la teamfight.
Igual no están tanto en problemas, aunque ahora sí Kobe muerto.
No, se va a salvar de milagro. Atención con esto. Cerito contra la pared de Isamini. El Rarito se mete en el medio de todos. Sacrificar al débil. Se muere Cerito. No lo puede matar. Doble asesinato para el top laner coreano de la escuadra de Six. Es una locura. Tenemos penta, me vuela, penta, me vuela. mi querido Diego.
Y con esta jugada preciosa por parte de Sixcampa.
바람에서 싸우겠다. 일단 시간이라도 벌어보자. 근데 술통이 돌았고요. 든든히 잘 맞았어요. 앞에서.
그리고 바로 들어가. 라스칼 황색칼 아니 라스칼이 와
아니 라스칼의 발목에 무슨 저게 뭐예요?
というところまでつながっていくので、できればやりたくないんですよね。ですからこういう風にして、ミッドレーンだったりボットレーンでいると。さあボディスラムフラッシュイン、さあレベル6タイミング、帰国収集、しかしショックウェーブでめぐみん返していきます。あっとタワーのアグロがワンスに入ってそこを狙ってめぐみんが抑える。さあイグナイトをつけましたが自身にシールド展開、さらにはポーションでギリギリ死なず。
Love this from EG. Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes initiation.
Oh, Boogie wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell!
Disgusting from evil geniuses, and a quadra kill for Jojo.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door. Tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance.
我觉得小狗熊在这个赛季发挥非常出色。我觉得跟他对线的话，可能不光只是1v1吧。我觉得最终在比赛上的打法是非常多的。我觉得我最近就尽量想帮队伍拿到中路主导权，然后去帮助上下路，以这样的为前途进行比赛吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We had a little bit of an extended break got ourselves nice and refreshed, got some water, and we're coming back in with our third and final series of the day. And ooh, baby, it's a doozy. The Xiaohu grudge match, Weibo Gaming versus Royal Never Give Up. I'm still Just Ushi, and I'm joined by the absolutely fantastic Nymera. Nymera, this is going to, like, Xiaohu's been playing exceptional on his own, but it feels like there's a little bit more spice because of the history between
Hugely
this
so.
team and this player.
Now, if there was a tagline for this season of it would be change. There have been so many players which have left their home nest. They've gone somewhere else. Knight leaving Top Esports, Rookie leaving V5, of course, now NIP. You now see that Shaq leaves RNG and starts to mold another team in his image. You can see the stats on screen here. There's actually a lot of very similar stats between the two teams because they play very similar style of League of Legends to Weibo and RNG.
I mean, look at the average time per game. Exactly the same. First Dragon, almost exactly the same. First turret, I will say RNG kind of went out in that particular regard. But then you're looking at like leads at, at 15, win rate with a lead, all this kind of stuff like that. So it does feel like when Weibo, and we've kind of been saying this all year, is that when Weibo are able to gain themselves a little bit of momentum, and with Xiaohu able to keep the reins on a couple of these players, they can do exceptional. RNG definitely were lacking a little bit in the start of the split. They were missing Ming and Angel. They are sitting at 5 and 7. They are actually just out of playoffs, would you believe, right now. They are just missing out at the moment because WE won earlier today, putting them on 6 and 7. So now RNG find them in an unenviable position that they kind of need to take this win here today. They can't really be thinking about anything else other than get that W, keep yourself in playoff contention.
And we saw that little interview or snippets of it just before we came into this game as well, where it was talking with Angel, talking about how when you're playing against Xiaohu, it is always more than just the 1v1. When you think about this entire map, you think about RNG, you can't say anything else than they've disappointed a lot of people's expectations. This is a team with, to some people's expectations, actually upgraded individually in some positions as well. You have 4 of the players which got that MSI trophy, and then Angel was one of these players, an up-and-coming mid laner on an individual level, despite some inconsistencies, had some really high highs. There was some thought process about how high can this team get? But losing Xiaohu, who is the captain of the ship, which both of us have really everyone's really started to see about RNG, losing that has left this team without a concerted direction to pull in, and instead that's gone over to Weibo, and you can see that same style of RNG, Xiaohu style of League of Legends starting to come fruition in Weibo.
Absolutely. I love that we kind of talked about, Xiaohu being that captain, because I kind of like to think about this team, especially with the way it kind of all unfolded with Xiaohu, as like, RNG were kind of like the New England Patriots with Tom Brady. Tom Brady left, a lot of question marks thrown up. It was like, nah, you were just with great players. You didn't do that much. You gained off of a golden era. And then all of a sudden, you start to see the cracks forming in the New England Patriots. The same is happening with RNG. They lost they lost their Tom Brady. Xiaohu left, and all of a sudden we're looking at this team kind of going like, well, where do we look for direction? Where do we look for someone to kind of pick us up by the scruff when we're maybe not having a great time and push us through those moments? Like, I firmly believe that the only reason RNG picked up their most recent MSI title was because of Xiaohu, because of his direction. If you see any of the behind-the-scenes documentaries or any of the interviews, Xiaohu is micromanaging everybody in every position, making sure that they are doing absolutely 100% what they do, because he believes in their mechanical skill, but he just knows they need that little bit of extra oomph, that little bit of coaching almost in the pitch, or in the rift. And now on Weibo, we're starting to see them coming together a little bit more. I will say the Shy has been a bit of a thorn in the side of Weibo so far this split. I want to see what he can do today against Breed.
Well, he's walking out on stage right there, the man, the myth, the legend in that top side. I don't think inconsistencies have been limited to the Shy. I actually think across the entirety of their roster, everyone's had their stumbles. What has been special, though, about this team is that despite there being some individual inconsistencies, their versatility has still shone through. There was a game just the other week where we saw Weibo pull out the Quinn top, and they played a 1-3-1 kind of global composition where the Shy picked up the Quinn for the first time anyone has done this year. And despite some early game stumbles, they looked really clean when they started playing that style of League of Legends. In the last series, one thing which I was trying to be quite vocal about is how I think that the top teams in the LPL, the very top ones, your top 3, potentially your top 4,
are a little bit constrained. They play one style of League of Legends very, very well with a set of champions very strong. That doesn't mean that everyone on their teams has champion pool issues, but they like to play towards one style. Weibo are a team where, despite them not being quite in the top echelon right now, have far more versatility than the teams above them. If they crack that inconsistency problem, if they manage to sort out what's happening in their early to mid game, particularly against other top teams when it comes to it, they will be an absolute threat. But RNG stand in their way today, and this one's got a bit more emotional weight to it.
Absolutely, and look, for RNG, a lot of question marks were thrown up. Ming did come back. Angel is obviously in the full-time roster as well, and I will say, like, we did see a lot of question marks kind of being thrown at RNG in one of their most recent games where they lost to AL. I think it was, I can't remember exactly what week it was, but they went in, they 1-0'd up, grand, no issues whatsoever, and then they swapped out mid lane.
It was
they
3 days
out
ago,
Angel.
in fact.
Yeah, sorry, there you go. So it was, they took out their mid laner. It wasn't really that great of a decision. Everyone was questioning. They lost that game number 2. They didn't bring back Angel in, and you can see the players, they weren't really feeling super great about that. And they actually, I do believe the owner or the director, or I can't remember his exact title, of RNG went out on TikTok and made a public apology to the fans of RNG, just to say, look, we are sorry. We tried something.
It would have
and
been last
didn't
week,
work.
actually. I got confused by yellow logos because I saw like AL versus OMG. I'm like, oh, it's a yellow logo. I got a bit confused by that. It was just in the first couple of days of week 7, week 2, day 2 of that one. But yeah, I mean, when you get to that kind of point where RNG are an incredibly large org in the LPL, they are a team with a huge amount of history. Of course, they were in the Season 3 World Championship Finals under Starhorn Royal Club, and RNG kind of formed out of that same kind of era, that same kind of organization. They have been around at the top level of League of Legends for an awful long time, and despite there being other teams which have come and gone, they've been a mainstay in the LPL. They've had an awful lot of fans, and that means that when you have these uncharacteristic stumbles where they've had to rebuild, they've had to take accreditation and take responsibility really for their mistakes, it comes with an awful lot of stress for the team and everyone surrounding it.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a very interesting one. I think for Weibo, they're finally finding their feet, looking at this team like holistically. They are building up a little bit. Of course, did lose their last series up against EDG, but look, EDG are top of the table. I'm not going to give too much credence away from them from that, but they have only really kind of dropped to very, kind of high-end teams as such, and you look at some of the things they have taken down. They've beat Top Esports in week 2. They beat JDG. They beat these very big kind of, monsters of the league. It just comes down to today, where if they could come out with a win today, not only do they push themselves up closer to a kind of top 4 finish, they would actually be equal with series wins, and possibly if it's a 2-0, be slightly ahead of OMG in game difference. So we'd have 3 teams on 8-4, which is very, very important coming into the last few seasons. However, on the flip of that, if RNG lose this game, they go to 5-8. 8-8 is kind of the bare minimum you need as a winning scoreline. We have seen a couple of 7-9 sneak in the playoffs, but I'm looking at some of these teams right now and see like 6-7 WE, 7-6, 7-6, or 7-5 for Invictus Gaming and TT. This is a tough playoff run where I don't actually believe 7 wins is going to be enough.
Yeah, I think it was even last summer. I'm trying to remember exactly what the score was coming into it. But yeah, we actually, last summer, there were 4 teams on 7-9. It was incredibly close, and you had it determined on 1 game difference, being the difference between the 2 teams that were out and the one that was in. Anyone's Legend and Thunder Talk losing out to Bilibili Gaming by just 1 game win at that point. We know that it can get super close. That was last summer. Towards the top end of the table right now, we have some incredibly close runner form. It's currently EDG stood at the very top of the table, 10-2 if my mind serves me right. And then the top 4, as you said, in complete flux. It does feel like one day, 1 week can flip around the direction of each of these top teams, which Weibo is really looking to solidify themselves as a part of. It has felt like for a lot of spring, they've been hanging around the top end of the mid-table, not quite being the elite team, despite them being able to beat elite teams. They've also played down to the level of their opposition if the game gets scrappy against some of these mid-table teams as well. So Sejuani's taken off the table, 3 jungle bans against Karsa in the very first round of the bans. It's going to be that Jace locked in. We assume this goes towards the mid lane nowadays.
Yeah, we generally see that these things tend to end up, you know, kind of going towards those kind of setups here. But Weibo, not to be waiting around right now. Got the Jace, got themselves the Lulu and the Zeri. They're very, very happy with what they've got here. And honestly, the Viego for Ray, as we can see the top cap, what has CB LOL done? They have inadvertently changed the course of absolutely everything in League of Legends history. Never mind about them winning tournaments. The CB LOL will always have an influence. But I was going to say, like, for Wei, the Viego has very much been such a huge comfort pick for him. We saw it so much last year. It's something that he is incredibly proficient on. And honestly, with the way the jungle has gone, it does make more sense that he is kind of moving back into that kind of, you know, again, very good team fight skirmisher.
Yeah, particularly with the Elise, the Maokai kind of being either, well, very heavily nerfed. We're now on, you know, we're on to 13.4 nowadays. Being able to bring out this Viego again has been very, very important because there are some picks which would kind of lock him out of the game, which are just not quite as prominent on this patch. Locking that in with an Annie as well. Annie is probably the strongest mid-jungle 2v2 champion on the patch. There's still some flex potential here. Could be going down towards Ming. You can see stuff like the Aphelios Annie as a lane as well, being quite powerful. That would allow the Gragas then to be a double flex as well between top and mid lane. So RNG with a lot of flexibility. But if you lock in Viego Annie, that is incredibly high kill pressure. If this Jace goes towards mid lane, doesn't really have any ways to outplay that 2v2. Of course, the Shy also plays that champion, but now Weibo have to really start thinking about whether they want to lock this Jace into a very dangerous situation in mid-jungle 2v2.
Let's wait and see. So we kind of see where the next few bans are going to be going there. With the Zeri and Lulu locked in, makes a lot of sense in my head that you're going to be starting focusing a lot more in that bot lane. But on the other side of this, that is 5 jungle bans. And if you include the Wukong, that's 6. As we go see now from RNG.
That's ridiculous.
Really
and then one
heavily
locked in.
focusing.
That's 7 taken away.
Yeah. I mean, straight up it is. It's 7 taken away off the board. So we're going to see what Karsa's got in his back pocket here. Maybe for a little bit of a Nidalee. Wouldn't be untoward. Maybe a Lilia as well.
here, actually.
That
pretty good versus Viego, pretty good versus Gragas.
Sorry, there was a bear in the crowd. It was terrifying.
What? I actually missed that. God.
It was just like staring very angrily at me. I was just like, oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Gala's Kai'Sa. I love this. I love this. Bring it back to the draft. Gala's Kai'Sa. This guy is one of the greatest Kaisas of all time in this match where it is kind of the RNG of old versus the kind of the player that made RNG, Xiaohu, facing off against each other. You get to see some of these huge picks come out. Wei's Karsa, Gala's Kai'Sa as well, and Xiaohu going back towards his rise. It is so much of the old, so much of the new. Karsa is going to go towards that Poppy, multiple dashes to go through. RNG surely should have seen this one coming with the amount of bans left and seeing what Karsa has been playing in this split. Early pressure from both these junglers, but lots of abilities to start fights here, Ashin.
Lots of ways to get things going in this game. I think Weibo are going to be pretty happy with the way things have panned out for themselves, and with the Nautilus locked in as well. I think the Poppy has a fairly decent chance of having a significant impact. Stops the Gragas from getting in, can stop the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus as well. The only thing it can't stop is a Flash Timbers. I was going to say a Flash Timbers that cannot stop. So great kind of, you know, setup here for Weibo, but they've got themselves an opportunity now to see what RNG can bring upon this, because I look at a lot of these lanes, great, you know, kind of setup here for the jungle. If Wei can get into bot lane, mid, top, wherever it is, and they can set up with a little bit of preemptive CC, there could be massive fireworks here in the early game for RNG.
Weibo's comp, very hard to play, actually. They have very little setup. You have Poppy alone, who is your engage. You are relying on who else but Xiaohu's Realm Warps to make the difference across the map. That's going to be very difficult because you have a Kai'Sa that can join from long distance on the other side, and they have lots of ways to catch you out on roams, lots of ways to initiate onto you. CC available to absolutely everyone. Well, I mean, not Kai'Sa, but hey, she follows up on it. Hey, still joining as part of that combo. Weibo, very difficult comp. RNG need to really be aware of what Karsa is doing, but besides that, they have a lot of ways to flip this game one.
A lot of ways to flip it off, as we can see now, where both these teams want to go for, again, for Weibo, they need a 2-0. We talked about it just a little bit a while ago, where we're saying that every game can actually matter. A difference between you getting into a top 6 and being in the top 7 is going to be a difference of 1 victory, 1 loss. A 2-1 can mean the difference of between a 2-0 and a bench, effectively, like, you know, starting at the bottom of the playoffs or having at least a couple of days before they really kind of kick off. For RNG, it's about making playoffs. They need to just try and make as many games they possibly can. I will say the positive thing for them today is that even if they do get a 2-1 victory, they will have a better game difference score than Team WE, and they should just eke themselves back into those playoff contention marks. But only this game and 3 more after it, we are starting to hit the business end of the LPL Spring 2023 season. And we'll wait to see now what Weibo and RNG can deliver for us as the Gyos go forward.
Coming back out onto the Rift, does really feel like this game for Weibo is all about what Xiaohu can do. Partly the way that he impacts the rest of the map. About it in his pre-game interview. It is more than the 1v1 against Xiaohu. It's a priority. It's about affecting the rest of the map. And actually, that leads into a great conversation about the top players. The Shy, Breathe, both very notable carry players in the past. Breathe, however, not finding nearly as much success on a lot of these carries compared to last year, because he doesn't have someone like Xiaohu being that third summoner spell towards that top side. The Shy, of course, has the Jace, second game of that in Spring 2023 for him. Of course, one of the most powerful carry top laners of all time with Legends. That Rise, he gets towards top lane, could start things off well for him.
Definitely start something off. I like how you brought up the Jace, not even the Jace, the Shy on the Jace. And we got a lot of question marks. the Jace, the Shy, the Xiaohu. But
that's the weirdest name for a Narnia book I've ever heard.
But I was gonna say that, like, we've been having a lot of question marks about the Shy. Especially this split. I think one of the games he went last in one of his 3, I think he went like 1-16 or something like that. It was.
He had a string of games where they somehow won games, but he had like 0 kills for 3-4 games. So it's a very long streak of him eating a lot of deaths for his team.
Yeah, and I think that it does kind of bring into question, as we can see, Wade.
Wade?
I love this. I love this. He does this all the time. He does this all the time. He flashes over because he knows that there's no...
He's coming top as well.
Oh, Karsa knows that something's going to be happening, and now you've just lost your flash. Karsa covering the Shy on the top side. They know their tricks, because guess what? Xiaohu did them with you last year.
About to say, oh, fighting the bot side as well.
Right in the bot side, we do see the heal coming out here for Chris. The Ghost was popped there by Gala. Oh, 80 carries coming out fairly decently, but the support's not so much. And summoner for summoner, nothing else really. Actually, a lot of summoners built by RNG. As you can see, Karsa just being an absolute nuisance right now, stopping anything from happening. This is devastating for the Gragas. He wants to be able to mitigate this top side, but he's losing so much to this wave just to the tower.
Good perk. It's on Chris though. He's got higher HP.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Chunked out fairly significantly, and this is the Kai'Sa Nautilus has worked so well for Gala and Ming, and so many historically, it's just having that engage with that shotgunning, kind of power can give you so much kill potential.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing these champions on these players. Jokes about the Nadia thing, but you know that whole point about do not cite to me the old magics I was there when they were written. Way doing this crazy early jungle pattern. Karsa did that first for RNG, believe it or not. Wait, he was the era after Karsa, but Xiaohu and his jungler were some of the real architects of that crazy early play. On the other side though, Gala and Ming bring out some of their own old tomes. Kai'Sa Nautilus has been around for a very long time at this point, doing very well in this bot lane. You see that Cull's being picked up for both these bot lanes, though. It's not like you have forced Light into too bad of a situation. You forced out one summoner away from Chris, and you've lost to several of your own. As the early game starts, though, it's very important to focus what happens in these early levels. We said that RNG, they can start fights, but Weibo have their strong lanes to play through all the same.
That's the thing. Like, we talked about how Weibo have a very difficult to execute composition. Breathe with a nice fancy feat. Actually, probably would have bottomed down below half HP had he eaten that accelerated shot blast, but it doesn't mean that Weibo aren't able to do it. This is the thing, when you have a composition like this, which has, the elements of being very difficult to make work for your team, it can be a bit daunting to say, look, can you actually do it, or is it just going to be easier execution here for RNG? But it does mean you might have opportunities to be a little bit more aggressive, get more opportunities to make something work for you should, the opportunity arise. And that's what I'm looking for Weibo. I'm looking to see what they can do to maybe fake out a little bit of what RNG are going for. It's going to be very textbook, straightforward for what RNG want to do, and Weibo are going to have to try and work around that.
Karsa here to shield the crash in of the wave for Light and Crisp. You see that Ming
last minute or two. Been hanging about in these side brushes, trying to look for a hook through the wave. See if we can get one of these other bursty plays. This is, of course, new age of Kai'Sa has been lethal tempo. If you end up starting a fight after you've actually managed to stack up a little bit, especially against something like the Lulu Zerion lane, you actually get a couple of free auto attacks as opposed to against lane against something like a Caitlyn or a Varus, which is very hard to get in on top of a lot of ability to take winning elongated fights. So Gala, Ming, still lots of kill pressure to work around. Xiaohu not actually able to get out of lane, and Angel, though this isn't going to be a kill, just stops Xiaohu from pushing out and affecting the map. He's hit level 6, has that global ultimate available to him.
Has the first strike as well, so Angel able to get a fair bit of gold off of that regardless. As we can see, Xiaohu actually comes out the better, funny enough, of this particular trade. Tibber is going to do a fair bit of zoning control, you know, like a bouncer. You don't have to go home some, but you can't stay here.
Oh, guess where Kai'Sa is.
Yeah, he's back up towards that top side. This is something we haven't really seen from teams in the LPL, focusing in that top lane, but they want to try and get Breed down before he hits that level 6, where it becomes very difficult to lock him out. So nice little bit of poke comes in. They're going to look to try and fully confirm onto him now. They're going to get a nice little bit of poke, but there is the ult. Yeah, hit 6, and that means he's able to back himself away. Like I said, they really wanted to try and kill him before that explosive cast was available.
I was wondering about the mana, wondering about what that XP was like. Of course, he had biscuits and inventory to regen some of that mana from the tower as well, to get an instant burst of it. But Breathe gets away with that one. Does mean that he doesn't have ultimate, not that much HP. Xiaohu, that first global ult of the game, is going top.
Yeah, Xiaohu loves just roaming around with this. Will need to get a little bit closer if he wants to try and find the Rune Prison, but flash burn by Breed. He still keeps himself relatively healthy and alive. Will lose probably about another wave or so to this tower, but still keeping himself alive. No first blood going over just yet, and first dragon went over to RNG, so they're getting what they wanted.
They are. Wei is in place for a cross map, but with the vision there, and some is being available for Wei, but I'm not sure this is going to be the most successful cross map option. Spot him out again. Ming has flash. Commit. Doesn't look like it.
It's a big wave though being denied. Finally, Light gets up to claim a little bit of it. I'm gonna be real with you right now. It's so strange seeing Xiaohu going up against Wei, Gala, Ming. It just feels it feels weird. I don't like it. I decided that I'm a Xiaohu fanboy. I did love Gala as well. Gala giving some of the best Kai'Sa performances we have ever seen, and it's something that has always just kind of been a pocket pick of his. And with the meta going the way it's going, it's definitely an opportunity to be able to pick something up like that, but definitely not the most valuable of ADCs at the moment. You definitely need to be a lot more aggressive given how the meta is right now.
Yeah. Well, I do think that Kai'Sa has the ability to be very, very valuable at 2-item spikes. We saw that LNG BLG. We saw Kai'Sa come out in that game, one of that game, I think it was the second game of that series, but we saw that some of the differences between what Kai'Sa used to do with something like the Phantom Dancer, and then now more modernly, the Navori Kick Blades coming in second. So strong on that Kai'Sa. Gives you that ability to really hit the mid-game strong, and actually you do get a slightly earlier spike than something like the Zeri, who sometimes needs a second or third item realistically to come in. If Kai'Sa ends up getting that Q evolved and that Navori Quick Blade, which of course, it empowers your passive, it empowers your Q, and it gives you way more Qs as well. It gives you so much ability to run through fights early into the game, so watch for Gala to reach those points of power. He will very much be a person to watch.
Kai'Sa does not get the steal. Both junglers now level 6, so might have a little bit of a fight around this Rift Tower. Remember, Dragon did go over to RNG. They can get the first 2 objectives of the game. It would be very, very good to kind of keep their laning phases going. And again, they're gonna. It's very difficult, for Weibo to really make anything happen with the anti-tibbers available. It's just not really possible.
And the Nautilus, because you have so many ways to get engaged onto. In fact, Xiaohu is getting engaged on right here.
Yeah, they're gonna flash in on him. Xiaohu flashes away. Have a little bit of a shield. The Keeper's verdict shall be kept adjourned for the moment, as Kai'Sa does let that cool down and come back in. But Ming does have his dredge line to keep him relatively safe. They don't have the damage for the moment, but now Gala in this backside maybe looking a bit more aggressively. Knows that Chris will be the very... I was going to say, we make a pretty big snack if he's able to kill him off, but doesn't commit the ultimate to make that one work. So the only thing that was lost really was the flash from the support trade for Xiaohu. Now everyone just kind of resets themselves again.
But you can see, just about to punt him away. Try just about against, doesn't manage to get on the other side of that one. But this is what we just saw in the last minute. What we're going to have to see Weibo be very, very wary of. They cannot enter River easily. Every time you walk into an area which is contested, you are going to have to be very close to your own champions, kind of group up, make sure you're ready to respond, because RNG have so many more tools to engage onto you and follow up on you. Lots of mobility with wall, but the longer that this goes on without RNG finding a fight, the more you have to be worried that the Shy actually becomes a real factor in this top side. See him already bullying out Breed. That Jace actually going to be very impactful because there's not a huge amount of sustain on the other side for RNG. That poke is going to stick if it lands.
Yeah, Breed's got a little bit himself, but that passive is not going to help you out a huge amount in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Angel really appreciates that sustain for the Dragons, keeping the Annie top.
That's what I'm saying. It's a very selfish passive, you know, not having to get anything else going. But that Weibo feels strong and feel powerful right now.
If you had like a futures market for Gragas, but it's just you're allowed to buy a drink for someone else, like you kind of shout them for that one time.
That'd be kind of cute. That'd be kind of a cute little
Gragas
interaction.
with a bar tab.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a good name for it as well.
Yeah,
you could totally make a Gragas character that's more like a support than an engaged tank. That'd be awesome.
Thing is, I do actually like seeing bursty Gragas. I like seeing that a little bit more. And he is actually going for a little bit more burst. You see that Catalyst Surveillance coming out, which means that it is going to be the Rod of Ages towards that top side, splitting the difference between AP and tank. I know that some people have some issues with this build because it takes a while to come online and you're not really kind of getting the best of either world. I think it's fine in a game like this, though, when you're kind of comboing onto a lot of players whilst also not being the main tank. I think it's fine. Really is going to be on Gala, though, to really follow up what his solo laners are doing. Try and get those resets available for way after that point.
Well, Dragon is live and ready. Xiaohu seeing if he can maybe get it back around this side of the map, but he's going to walk straight into Ming. Hello, my old friend. Can he get away from him? That's the question. The dredge line is just very well set up, and the keeper's verdict was just a little too short. First blood goes to Wei as Ming makes it personal.
It makes it personal. RNG take down their old teammate, their old general, as the first blood of this series. 5 and 7 be damned. Out of playoffs bracket currently, be damned. The RNG are here to play, and this is why we pick up this kind of matchup. We saw already a couple of other kind of those passing of the eras, the grudge matches. Then, you know, we don't actually want to imply that completely for these teams. To us, it's a grudge match. We saw like LNG versus EGG with Scout playing against his old team, and in this game, Ming, the first one to sniff out his old teammate. Wei comes around the corner as well. Xiaohu tries to get the inside track back to mid lane, but this is really fun to see because a lot of the way that RNG used to play with Xiaohu was around these little vision traps, with Ming getting into the right position, someone like Xiaohu getting into the right position, and then punishing you for not having the correct read on the Fog of War. RNG, can they keep that up though? It is just that one kill. They have themselves the 2 dragons though. It's going to be very important to track as we head later into the game on the Infernal Rift.
Look, the Shy's having a great time on this top side, but that first blood, those 2 dragons, RNG having much easier time. It goes back to the ease of execution. You know, you're looking at a Nautilus that can roam around with something like a kill kind of jungler like the Viego has got a bit of an execute on his ultimate, so it's just easier to get these things to work. It's easier to make these things stick, especially when you're able to kind of move forward. It's so aggressive.
On that note, what we just saw there in the last 30 seconds was Xiaohu get a pink ward towards the top side of the map, Ming just clearing another control ward towards that bot side. I keep calling them pink wards. It's been so many years since they've actually been pink wards. Anyway, the control wards. That vision control in River, so important to look for. RNG, as we said, if they are in a position where they're playing around Fog of War, when they're playing around contested areas of the map, they have much better ways to punish Weibo from walking into them, from walking into areas where they don't have vision. So watch where these wards are going. Angel, Wei, Ming, that jungle mid-support kind of vision trio, that early game macro trio. So important to see how much they can do for RNG. You've got a number of minutes up until the next dragon comes around, but RNG still securing bot side vision. Can we do the same for top side and stop someone like Xiaohu ulting towards that? I feel like that's the next big play for Weibo. This ride is very important for their next player to win.
Well, Shy does his job. 30 CS up. Laning phase completed, and he has won it. Congratulations to him. But does mean that top side does become a little bit more elongated. And as I say that, you can see Angel moving in here. Maybe they look for the explosive cast. They're gonna. Oh dear. He is almost certainly going to die. Explosive cast is good, but Shy, literally as I said that this lane just got a little longer, he overextends.
And he's looking for that play as the rest of his team is resetting. Now, Xiaohu had done the hard work of kind of, well, I say the hard work, he'd done the work of getting the vision on the side of the map, which RNG were not contesting as the button goes flying. the absolute middle of nowhere and back. But the Shy kind of misses the memo in regards to where the rest of his team are. Maybe he's just greeding a little bit for the extra wave, seeing what he could get for free. It wasn't for free though. Angel gets that onto the map. However, Weibo, with those resets, still in position to take this second Herald. Very interested to see what they do with that. If they can open up mid lane outer turret, it's obviously very important to getting a lot of vision into the other side of the map. However, it might be more valuable for them to open up 2 long side lanes if they can take down this bot lane outer turret, which would allow the Shy some more inroads to push in and start poking out when it comes around to these next couple of dragons, which RNG will definitely have their eyes on.
Absolutely, and you see where RNG are able to kind of make the next play, minute 45 till the next dragon spawns, and RNG are I feel like they're in total control, apart from the CS lead or CS deficit in top side. The CS lead in mid, CS lead in jungle, bot lane, it's all coming up trumps. They're getting items way before their counterparts. You can see Angel with 5 stacks in his row versus the 1 of Xiaohu, so really showing that they're just having a much better time of it right now. And this is a Weibo that is, again, you know, this is not what we're expecting from this team, from these names. We need to see them kind of come up and be a lot more accounted for. They can turn it on for some of the bigger teams, but now RNG are kind of just manhandling them around the map.
Now, it might be an oversimplification, but the way that we tend to look at Weibo is that they play to the level of their opponent. That does mean at the very top of the table, but sometimes they've slipped up against lesser teams as well. RNG actually playing out this game fairly well. I like the composition. I like the way that they've handled their vision control so far. It's been fairly quiet, 2 kills to RNG. You kind of expect them to have the better of the early kills because they have those ways to start those fights to pick people off. But with that in mind, how much can Weibo really do from behind the Shy? Not actually being given free reign to push out on this map. See that Angel matching right now. Where are Weibo really going to get their playmaking opportunities from? It does feel like it has to be Xiaohu on these global realm warps. The Shy, he's not safe. He doesn't have people hovering towards the side of the map.
Just have a ward just to spot out a little bit there, but you can see RNG are just baiting him in, saying, go on, go for the outplay. Make it happen. Go on. You know? Give it a shot. See what really goes down. But now Xiaohu hovering down towards the spot side, perfectly spotted out, as is Crisp. So RNG, great vision control in this bottom half of the jungle with the dragon spawning in a couple of seconds. Like Xiaohu thinks he's being sneaky. You ain't being sneaky to nobody. Angels know perfectly well that you are over to this side. He's gonna probably be forced to flash away here. The Realm Warp ain't gonna do anything as just trying to back it away. But again, Dragon live.
Dragon's live. Breathe coming down doesn't even need to blow that teleport. The Herald also not used from Weibo. They would have loved to use it. Well, they would have loved to use that a little earlier. They're using it towards bot side right now. But how much is this realistically gonna force RNG into a bad position?
Well, turret should fall on bot side. As we can see now, Ming does land the dredge line. He goes straight for the fight. Xiaohu flashes away, as does Karsa. RNG controlling the fight right now. Still have the explosive cast. Did lose the tippers and the Heartbreaker, but you can see these health bars are so low. Weibo can't really put Karsa in a bad position. Explosive cast! Not quite able to catch anybody out. But a 3rd Dragon, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Do you remember the 21st night of September? RNG in total control right now of everything on this map.
No, I absolutely don't remember that. I'm really bad at naming the days of the week, honestly. Lose track of that one. But Weibo, they lose track of really what they can do in that fight. It feels like they lose track of the map and the run up to that objective. They hold the Herald a little too long in my eyes. They managed to get the open side lanes in that bot side, but they're sitting against Soul Point right on the 3rd Dragon. Really awkward, very early stacking.
Oh, wow, how did he miss that?
That's a very good question, but even with Tibbers not really getting high value, with the Keeper's Verdict on cooldown, it's very hard for Weibo to kind of take a second crack at this. They don't have the ability to really force these plays. You can see their lack of engage. They need to wait until they can get huge damage out of this Jace to destabilize the health bars. Otherwise, RNG, they can keep taking these fights for forever and a day. They're on Soul Point. Next Dragon comes up. Weibo can't afford to have that lack of damage show up again.
And Angel's going to have Death Cap by that time. Like, Angel's going to have so much burst damage available to him. And he didn't have to use the stopwatch either. So this is just more and more power, more and more pressure being applied by RNG, and Weibo don't have really an answer.
Also a chance that we're going to have a 3-level advantage in mid lane, because you're going to have the Rod of Ages ticking over for Angel, and you look at that timer up in the top left-hand corner, that's 3 more stacks for Xiaohu's Rod of Ages against the max stacks of Angel. You called it out being an earlier Rod of Ages. Sometimes that can actually be useful in regards to giving you a higher level up, level 13 to 14, very different from level, say, 15 to 16, if that's what it comes to in the next few minutes. I don't think Xiaohu's actually going to get close to even that, but Angel, so strong at this point in time, just maxed out that Rod of Ages.
Yeah, just maxed it out. Shy.
Don't want to be there.
Needs to mack away immediately. Had a ward, so plenty of vision control around for him. But yeah, I mean, it's as close to a perfect game coming out from RNG. Yeah, they lost 2 towers, but like, they're not losing any fights. They're approaching these lanes very appropriately. I love the buddy system they've got now with Ming and Wei. Nobody's been there. And Gala, funny enough, has had an incredibly quiet time, but he's at 233 CS in 21 minutes. He is massive in his own right.
He's the shark in the water. You hear the music. Angel's the one who's chopping the doors on the top side, though.
He's looking for something. Wei is sprinting here. A TP gets committed by Breed, as this is going to be an attempt at a 5v5. Everyone ready to throw fists, but no one wants to be the first one to do it. Everyone's kind of posturing right now and saying, look, we're ready. Are you ready? And they're asking back, are you ready? And everyone's just kind of like, you know, waiting.
The thing is that RNG are always ready, because again, they have so many more ways to start these fights. Weibo, credit where it's due, not giving easy fights over to RNG, but RNG is still taking enough fights for themselves. Okay, puts forward, just kills a minion with it, not actually timing that one right. Breed doesn't have flash for this play. 2 minutes until the dragon starts. This is just about mid lane pressure. Both these towers being hammered on. Gala almost on his way to 2 items as well. Next couple of backs for that big fight. You're expecting 2 items to be coming out of all of these big carries. Xiaohu, I'm not actually sure if he's going to have the gold for that one. He's not going to have his max Rod of Ages, as we've been saying. I'm not even sure he's going to have himself that Seraphs. This is the last big reset you're going to see before this dragon fight. The Vori Quick Blades picked up for Gala. There is the Bloodthirster on the other side for the Zeri, but really, second item Spike on Gala. If he ever gets to get a 3-point auto attack, we've seen what Gala can do on this champion in years past. He has been at the very top of the world on this champion. And against his old teammate, his old captain in Xiaohu, he's in prime position to deal him a defeat.
Oh, only 7 stacks now for Xiaohu, as he does find himself 2 levels down. Death Cap finished up here for Angel. He is at an incredibly powerful point. If he finds that ultimate, even onto a Bloodthirster or another Shield Bow Zeri, will just do so much damage instantly in the blink of an eye. And has the stopwatch in the back pocket as well, just to make sure. Mid lane being prioritized right now by Weibo, but it is being answered by RNG. 35 seconds now. We can see how these teams are set up, Nymera. It looks like Weibo, they want to try and get the poke down, but it's not really sticking.
Angel and Ming, you got the flashes on them both. Those are the engaged tools. Weibo, they're getting caught.
There's Ming, gets Karsta down by 1/3 of his HP. There's the explosive cast, doesn't really do a lot. Doesn't even break the shield, to be perfectly honest, of light. Now you've lost yourself 2 big key ultimates, but can you kind of move forward into this? Ming will not have a problem sacrificing his life if it means they get a kill off this. Mid lane will be sacrificed. The dragon hasn't even spawned.
Weibo soaks the ultimates to shy important flash away. How much more engaged have they got?
I don't know, Karsta! He goes in and he almost dies immediately! Now Xiaohu can really put in some work. Poppy is dead!
Breathe.
And that's going to be huge for them. Breathe! Looking for more movement there, trying to see if he can get over the wall. Not quite able to get it, but you don't have a jungler now, Weibo. Karsta went too deep, too fast.
Ooh, that's important. That last shock blast, incredibly important. Gala, as a player, loves holding onto that Kai'Sa ultimate and doing that lethal blow towards the end of a fight. Not that he doesn't have the HP to do this anymore. Having to back off. And Weibo, their composition is so hard to execute, but they found themselves actually into a winning position. Dragon fight not quite over just yet, though.
Poppy going to be spawning back in 3 seconds, but not quite at the fight. Ming back on the map and running down towards this dragon. This is going to be it. You don't have a smite. Can you get the damage down? Xiaohu moves forward menacingly. They're going to jump onto him. Explosive cast straight onto him. Xiaohu will not survive, and Gala shotguns him back to the gray screen. Now we're going to see Gala putting in more work as he takes out Light. He's going to try and take out the Shy as well. One more auto attack, and he finishes him off. Gala is the carry. Gala gets a quadra, and Gala on Kai'Sa does it again.
It's the champion he made his name on, and Gala has not faded one bit against his old teammate Xiaohu. Takes what could be the deciding fight in this game. 4 kills to the Kaiser, and a Dragon Soul looking like it is inevitably going over Kaiser. No flash, has a blast cone. What can he do?
I was gonna say he has a blast cone and a dream. It's gonna be a hex flash. Goodbye, sir. I was gonna say you need to hit that blast cone there, Ming, and he does it. Infernal Soul to RNG, and they are getting themselves further and further ahead of this Weibo game. But let's have a look at this, because again, it all starts around this poke.
Yeah, it's all around this poke. Just before the Gala had been chunked out, but it wasn't enough to completely force him back, just to manage to regen. And Gala finds the moment to thread the needle. Weibo looking to punch back though. Desperation Baron.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and get the Baron. They need to get this for themselves right now. Chris taking already so much damage. There's the explosive cast. Doesn't land on the Chris. Actually, it does. It forces out his ultimate there. It's going to be the Keeper's Verdict to keep him away. Weibo make the call. Weibo get themselves the Baron, and Weibo get themselves a lifeline.
I love Xiaohu's style League of Legends. They are even in gold, but they're down that soul point. That is a huge game-breaking moment. But Xiaohu has forever been king of two things: judging Fog of War and playing around it, and then also understanding when resets are coming in to punish somewhere on the map. At this point, knows that the fight was lost just beforehand, but RNG, they waited a while to finish off that dragon. Because they'd waited that while, it means that they can actually get back onto the map and do a revenge Baron just on the other way back. They have enough damage to rush it down. How much can they do with this buff, though? They can't afford to give over an easy fight. They need a strong Baron power play to take control of this game.
And the big thing as well is that they were able to make that work with the champions they have, but they also made it work because it wasn't a fight. It was a straight up, we need to take this now. We cannot take a full 5v5. Yeah, Smoke and Mirrors, and now Breed, thinking about his own Smoke and Mirrors, does not have the flash, so will be relying solely on his belly bop to get the Bomba down.
He doesn't have that flash, as you were saying. Has stopwatch, which means he can play a little bit more fast and loose with these plays. Infernal Soul, though, how much damage that can add in. You've got a lot of range to work with RNG in terms of your engage. Even something like Nautilus Hook blocking that Infernal Soul, a little bit awkward. Just the ability to add damage on. There's a lot. Baron off that. How much can you do with this? The Shy's caught out.
I mean, the Shy's caught, and he's killed. They're going to get the resets now in for Wei. Can they keep pushing forward this? It's difficult into a Rise and a Lulu, but Breen is still tentatively looking to know exactly where everyone is. The Keeper's Verdict is gone. They don't have that anymore. They used it. Karsa didn't land on anyone. There's the flash. There's the belly bop. They get the explosive cast down, and Karsa shall fall. Gala now turning his attention onto the enemy AD carry. Gets the Immortal Shield Bow proc, and Xiaohu, the last real remaining defense of this tower. RNG are just ripping Weibo apart right now.
They're playing the comp out so much more effectively than what Weibo can do. Weibo, they look scared because they have to be. They don't feel any ways to engage. They have to play around these objectives, and RNG have had the better of them so far. Ming, Angel, catch out the Shy. Shy feels like is more to the composition of Weibo than that. Jace, the damage that comes through is probably the only thing they've got to consistently play around at this point. Despite being a difficult at this point, Weibo actually managed to hold the battle lines pretty well. Breed had the flash, had that ultimate. Managed to catch light with that cleanse in order to get out of that CC. Means that he can't get pumped right back into that team. Even then, this area has 2.5 items, but it's not nearly the same damage output as the Kaiser at this point. That quadra kill absolutely catapulting Gala into control of this AD carry matchup.
Even as a QSS, Xiaohu gonna walk forward, get stunned up just a little bit. Just the extra burst with the Infernal Soul is just so powerful. So much you have to deal with. And the Shy, he didn't get a chance to, to flash away. He didn't get a chance to do anything because by the time the CC came down, yeah, I mean, yeah, straight up, like he has Merc Treads, but after that, what are you supposed to do? He does have push in the mid lane as Dragon not spawning for another 2 minutes. That's an Elder. So Weibo aren't out of this just yet. If they can get a steal, they can turn this into a much worse situation for RNG.
Particularly when you have a Poppy ult, right? When you're going around objective steals, that Keeper's Verdict can be the difference maker. Of course, on the other side, you have the explosive pass to eject Karsa from the area. If it's pinpoint enough with that skill shot. We talked about this in the very last series, in fact. There are very few games which are so far gone that an Elder Steal can't make things really questionable. As it stands, of course, that Infernal Soul, the big difference in stats between the two teams, of course, that golden top as well. Puts RNG into the advantage, make no mistake. But that Smite Key isn't on point. They don't actually get a good positioning around this Elder. Not out of the just yet that Weibo could walk away with this one.
Able to kind of go. That aspect of Dragon, very powerful if you want to try and make it work for you. It is going to be something that you feel can turn the tide of the game. Right now, everyone's just kind of hovering around. No one really wants to kind of fully commit to it just yet. They're just waiting for to push this. Good for RNG, though. They're kind of making Weibo really question what kind of angles they're looking for. Xiao, who has to flash away. Dredge line and from the depths have been popped now. Wei is actually very low. He would love to be able to eat that honey fruit if he can so find it, but right now they caught Breed a little bit, but he's going to go golden after using the explosive cast. They're going to try and corral him out. He's full AP, which means he has no doubt or no tankiness to survive. He's all damaged.
How did he
He goes
it?
down.
They have
he
zero
just got
engage
caught.
on this composition, and it's down 20 seconds until this Elder. Breathe gets caught by Xiaohu Realm Warp Magic. 4v5 now for RNG. How are they going to pull this one off?
Weibo, I told you it's not over till it's over. Have to get Wei now back into this. And remember, Wei was chunked out quite significantly, so he's already lost about a third of his HP. This dragon can be tanked up pretty successfully. Oh, Xiaohu! He gets caught immediately, though the Keeper's Verdict brings everybody back out, and RNG cannot fight this anymore. They've lost Wei. They're going to look to try and keep going for this one here, but the dragon takes a fair while to really confirm it. 7,000, 8,000, resets back up to 8. You're going to see Gala moving forward. He gets flashed on. The flash comes in. Crisp actually has to use his heal. Look at these low health bars. The 6th man of RNG doing work right now. There's execution. Xiaohu gets killed. And now they're getting the resets in. They're going to be able to get light as well. Oh, it's all falling apart for the side of Weibo. They will get a triple kill onto RNG. The Elder Drake as well. And the Shy shall be the only one left standing.
That was such a tense series of plays. RNG knew that they could corral Weibo into the pit, force them down. The Shy is alive, though. I think he has enough wave clear to clear out these last couple of waves. RNG cannot actually end the game off of this. We're still in this game, somehow, some way. Where the hell do you even start with this? Because just before this, Breeze was caught out. This is the 4v5. But the HP bar is gone. And the lack of engage once again shows through for Weibo. It's very hard for them to close down the targets they need to. Weibo caught between a very difficult decision of not knowing if they have the time to kill the Elder, whether they die while the Elder was even falling. Now RNG claim that buff for themselves, claim even more gold. Get to walk back out onto the map, real force, take down that Baron, set themselves up for what should hopefully for them be a game-ending play. They wouldn't want this to go towards another objective after this point. Coming out of this point, Gala gets even more items, picks up a Bloodthirster to his name.
I mean, Gala and that last fight, I really do hope we get a replay of it because he just positions himself so perfectly right in front of the door. Classic that would be the exit for Weibo, and just kind of says, look, you got to all in on me or you got to just die because I'm just going to be able to burn you guys all down and come back again to live. It's a 6,000 gold lead, nearly 7. RNG with an Elder, with a Baron. We're going to be able to take most, if not all, of the standing gold. I will say, you know what, credit to the Shy where credit is due. Top lane tier 1 has not fallen. And I don't think it's going to fall in this game because there's just no way you're going to be able to get that push.
What's happening to the rest of the map? I think so, the Shy at this point, he talks about him being very important for Weibo because a lot of his damage will stick onto RNG. With the Bloodthirster on Gala, makes it harder for that to happen onto the main carry of RNG. One of the very best Kai'Sa players in history has Gala been, and he is now sat at 5-1-5, only dying at the very end of that last fight. Ming charging up that next flash. The hook. Doesn't land.
Nearly landed on the side. Kai'Sa yet to pick up his mythic. Hasn't got it yet. Deadman's Play and the Warmogs, and not really going to come out from him. Ming is just pushing forward and saying, if I land this hook, you're dead. There's nothing you can do. We still have the Elder for 15 more seconds, but only 15. Nexus turrets being hammered away at. Both the top and bottom lane are being pushed back. Gala takes a significant chunk to the face. There could be a TP on the backside here. You can see the ward there on the top left. But hard to do. Again, you just don't have engage.
You don't, and Gala has the red buff anyway. As soon as he's out of combat, gets that regen. As soon as he gets the auto attack, anything with Bloodthirst to start blocking him as well. Catching, trying to get a catch on the side again. Xiaohu not able to catch Breed this time though. This is basically Weibo's one play to make outside of Jace's close landing. It worked just before the Elder spawned, but you can see how little opportunity Weibo have to actually close down these kills. Got an Enchanter support, very limited engage on Kai'Sa as well, which has to be in a specific position to get that wall stun. Xiaohu doesn't particularly want to be flashing into that team composition either with the amount of CC that can be leveled at him. RNG, real credit to them for playing out this composition the way they have, but Weibo, they have themselves a hard job being able to execute it.
Well, sorry, Shy, I think I let them know that there was top lane turrets to be taken. It's going to be more and more gold, so we're looking at a 9,000 gold lead, nearly 10, but those shock blasts will put in work if they land on their targets. Cannot underestimate the power of a well-placed shock blast here from the Shy's Jace.
It has to be well timed as well, because if Gala is on a minion wave or has anything to auto-attack, then that basically means nothing. It's still very important that it lands. Now, Gala goes back to base, is full build, has Mercurial Scimitar, which, of course, the way that Navori Quick Blades works, for those of you that, let's be honest, it's not that built an item before the last couple of patches, it increases your ability damage based on the amount of crit chances you have. You no longer get to have the Infinity Edge kind of crit, can't go both of them, but now at 100% crit with the full itemization from Garlic, it's 20% more damage. It's so great and top head, even if they walk. After walking into the enemy jungle. So feels like the enemy jungle. Cow.
It does feel like the enemy jungle. You're losing so much of your base around the setup right now. As speaking of setup, in a 30 till the next Elder Drake spawns. Maybe that could be the final nail in the coffin. However, we are getting later and later into the game, Nymera. These death timers are getting longer and longer. Neither of these teams is fully home and set right now, but for RNG, you gotta feel like you have to win this game. There is no if, buts, or...
Yeah, this is must win now. If you can't win from this position, you can't win from any. And his Realm Warps might be the difference maker for Weibo. Breathe cannot afford to get caught out, as he has done a number of times this game. Only the once actually really before that Elder, but still. That Realm Warp, watch out for that one. Xiaohu's still a fair amount of damage at 3 items, level 16 rise. Haven't managed to see too much of that from the laner of Weibo, but so far to shut down. It's been very hard for him to get into range. This heavy CC composition from RNG. RNG take control of the vision. Elder spawning in a minute. Absolutely do not want Weibo getting any sort of inroads into the bot side of the map if they can help it.
Like as well, you can see Light is going to have his final item. It's 30 seconds till this Elder Drake spawns though, but Weibo have yet to really find themselves a position to gain any kind of control back into their own jungle. Wei, just make sure he's not taking too many shots of that shock blast or of that W, because he's already below half HP, and that's a dangerous spot to be in, especially with such a massive buff.
It's actually very dangerous for RNG to position like this. That's the hook though.
They're going after Karsa. They're not going to be able to get him yet. They don't commit any ultimates. Wei and Karsa fully going for, but Karsa's got the Warmog, so he's going to heal back up fairly quickly off of this. And now Weibo, do they look for the Elder? Do they look for mid lane?
You can't afford to give this one up. They're giving themselves an option to get
They're calling the bluff
as well. Very dangerous position for them.
They're calling the bluff. They're saying, you're not doing it. We know you're not doing it. So they're covering the mid lane and saying, look, we got the one minion and we're going to get something off of this. So the one minion that could, Ming misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict does separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala as he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala. And you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's going to push forward and look for the second kill.
Gala does it again against his old teammate in the grudge match of Xiaohu versus RNG. Gala finishes this game 10, 1, and 5.
Took a while, but Gala was refusing to let this one go. The inhibitor respawns to try and save the Nexus turrets. But Weibo were routed. Weibo never found an opportunity, and RNG decimated them. Gala with multiple triple, quadra, pentakills. He got them all.
Multiple times a Sheen. That is a very impressive team fighting performance out of RNG in that game. It is tempered by the fact that Weibo picked a very difficult composition to play out. It felt like they lacked CC, they lacked engage, and as soon as they felt like they couldn't enter the river, they lacked a lot of options. They did use a couple of creative Realm Warps, but next game, when it comes into it, Weibo, we know they're a versatile team. They will have to show that versatility because the first string to their bow has snapped. You don't want to use that one again. That was very difficult to play, and they couldn't get enough out of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, as well as that, like, looking at the way the draft even went from game one, like, RNG came in with a plan, and they said, cool, we're going to ban 5 junglers against you. We're going to take away one of those junglers that we're going to want to play with, and then you're left with very little. Karsa honestly didn't do a hell of a lot on this Poppy, and it just felt like little by little, bit by bit, you could see that they're just kind of struggling, looking at themselves, going, how do we engage? How do we get around this? How do we try and stop Gala from doing whatever the hell he wants? Because in every single one of these team fights, you could see if the poke didn't land, Gala was free hitting. No one touched him. It was only really the shy poke that came out that really actually did any work to him.
And this feels like such classic Gala as well. When you think back to the MSI wins, which Gala has had, it feels like if the start of a team fight doesn't end with Gala dying, he ends the fight by killing you. He manages to save a lot of his summoners in very economic moments. He gets huge plays with his ultimate where he gets to actually look in for a quick assassination onto the Enchanter. Suddenly, actually, the Zeri can't play around an Enchanter. It's a huge difference. Maybe you can kill a key carry. Maybe you can start cleaning up these fights. And Gala, it is great to see him back on this champion. I personally love seeing it. I know that we're both fans of Xiaohu here as well. It's great to see his own champions. Gala puts his name right up there with champions like Kai'Sa. Oh my word, that damage! What?
Yeah, insane levels of coming out here. In fairness, the Shy was doing a significant amount, but that was all being healed up, shielded up. It was being landed onto the likes of the Nautilus, the Gragas. It wasn't being significant enough to make it, and I just gotta say, I'm so impressed by this turnaround from RNG. RNG came in with a very set plan. They knew exactly what they wanted to try and do, and they executed on it. They said, look, Gala, you're the carry, and we're not going to try and change that, because that's just how... even when Xiaohu was a part of the team, Gala, you know, in the great run in 2021, that was the team, that was the player that you look towards to be the big shining light for this team, and he does it so well.
But, you know, you still have 4 other members of that team on this Rift. This RNG roster, despite them losing what feels like their crown jewel, Xiaohu really struggled in that game as well. He tried as best he could, but it just felt like the tools available to Weibo were just not there. Can't say that one enough. Did feel like they denied a lot of the early skirmish opportunities to RNG. It was just a couple of opportunistic picks where Xiaohu, First Blood, just walks over a patch of Fog of War, gets punished for it. But game 2, I hope Weibo wake up from this. They really didn't give themselves the best opportunity to win that game right from the draft.
No, they really didn't. I have a weird stat for you as well, and that's probably why I'm very biased against the Shy a lot of the times, is that whenever I'm casting the Shy, he loses. I'm not even joking. What? Go check the stat. He has like a 22% win rate when I'm casting him. I don't know why, and it makes me very biased against it because he seems to just not perform.
I suddenly need a website which has the stats for like various broadcasting stuff too.
I know, right?
That's great.
I am the curse for the Shy. I'm so sorry to Shy faithful, but we're going to take it to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have game 2 of picks and bans very, very shortly.
Absolutely can be. Hold off on the shenanigans for a bit. TES engaged.
He doesn't need the Mid Horizon anymore. He's just got the kill here. Maybe on the Hacker. A lot of healing coming through there, though. Nicely done. And kited out. Toto coming huge, and Bench One is down. It's a trade back and forth. UConn's got one of them. One bunk. Engaged on and flexing forward. And that's what Zeri does when you give some resources. As the entirety of FPX is just drawn down the line. And Fearless, you might be tanky, but that Event Horizon is coming for you nonetheless. And TT holistically destroy FPX.
The Shy flies top lane.
Thought that might be caught out here. There's Sonic Wave going to connect, and Carson ready to go in. The burst from Xiaohu immense with his guys down the Shy on a flank. Look at him go, the blinding assault. Betty doesn't know where he's coming from. The pigeon in public that did its dirty business on you. That's the feeling. You're embarrassed, you're distraught. Get this bird away from me. Well, Qingtian, that ulti will come through straight away. You know that. The level 13 Ornn ready to fly in as Mark with the depth charge. Dread line, he finds his target Angel, and here we go front to back, but great damage in return. Angel able to knock up, but Mark able to get the kill. Free coming in the middle of everyone. Will he be able to find Mark? Yes, no, yes, no. What's the answer? Free
Rookie
can't do what he did before. Well, Rookie is just taking on the world, man. Don't give him a Carly ever again.
Talking about the play that happened previously, I thought it was a winning play for BLG because you have someone like the Talia that can just insert themselves in, but on Roman towards his top lane, having the flash available,
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante
What?
back into the play. All out, pulls better than
Big?
that. No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Arnold go down as well. Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yago. Finally falls Bobitia.
If they choose, he goes golden. Leave is there. Ultra shock laser again. Hits Hung. Oh, look at that damage. Leave.
Oh my
what?
God, Leave.
What? Oh, he went into 3 people. Leave. Are you sure about that? Is he? Immortal Shield mode? Leave. Do it. No way. No way Scout Flushes gets him, but the fact that Lee brought them all to their knees. This 80 carry, his name may be Leave, but EDG are going to make him stay.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light.
下一场呢，我们对阵 WBG 战队。我觉得对战他们的话，我们要就首先做好我们自己的事情吧，然后小心谨慎一点。泽晒选手的话，最近可能比赛就是也有亮眼的发挥嘛，然后觉得对战他的话，就先保持好自己的状态吧，然后就平常心去打就行了。
Play with normal mentality, keep your cool, and you will be able to get the wins. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We're after coming off of a banger of a game number one. And I'm going to say the MVP. It was Gala. It was always going to be Gala. 100%. The man was just... it was always going to be. There's no mystery over this. 10, 1, and 5. Quadra kill, triple kill, pentakill. The man did it all.
Yeah. This guy is just so good at these cleanup, bursty, in and out team fights. It feels like if you don't kill Gala at the very start of a team fight, he's going to end it for you. And on a champion like this, and in a meta like this, you can go towards like the very quick blades, have that higher damage ability spam build from the Kai'Sa. He just cannot be stopped. And, you know, RNG have benefited from that for many years. Xiao himself has benefited from that for many years. Has to face against it here today, though. And Gala really took their prisoners.
Really didn't. And honestly, again, it was, Gala did get a lot of the kills, got a lot of the praise, and especially in this particular team fight where he's just so fearless after kind of looking at this point of view, kind of gets himself into what I call the shotgun position of right in front of your face. But it is just that setup of RNG looked comfortable. RNG looked like they had a very set idea of how they were going to approach this match against Weibo. Give something breed that can mitigate and neutralize the Shy. Do not feed in the other lanes. Win. That was basically it. That was basically, and sorry, slight extra little point. Ming on something that can hard engage. That's it. That was what happened there. So
yeah.
really good to see RNG executing on that particular thing. And now Weibo, I mean, I want to see more priority on your jungler. Karsa did nothing because Karsa wasn't allowed. There was 6 jungle bans in 1 pick, and I don't know what's going on there in that video.
Or at least, if that's the case, if you're going to have that, at least get, I don't know, something like Kasante or Sion or something that can engage for the Shy or something for Crisp. I know Crisp has been playing much more of the Enchanters. Look, everyone's been playing much more of the Enchanters, but still, if Ming, and of course earlier in the day, we even saw like Jin Zhao pull out some great performances in the Nautilus earlier, you need to have your engaged kind of supplemented somewhere. There are some compositions where you can just win lane and then just crush through the rest of the map. We've seen that with Varus compositions, and even then they have pick CC, right? That wasn't the case for what Weibo brought out in game 1. And RNG, again, a very strong reminder that you cannot take free wins in the LPL. Sometimes teams will have off days, you'll have easier series, but every single team in the LPL can push every other one on a good enough day. And as we've seen, Weibo not necessarily been the most consistent of teams out of our top kind of echelon. Coming in this game too, you're gonna have to find another way to play this game. It's only the 2 jungle bans in this first round, as it looks like Champions League's just falling through, so we'll wait to see what's happening with that one. Hopefully get back into that soon, and in fact, there we are.
There it is.
Blink. There we go. Very interested to see what the first kind of pick priority would be. It could potentially be something like that. Varus, at least it's left open. Yep, okay, been nerfed, but who cares? It's a really strong champion. Hit that level 3, walk onto the map, make it your absolute, oyster. That's not how the phrase works, but hey, just take over the map at level 3. And that really has been a really big calling card for the meta for 13.4.
Definitely has been. You get so much kind of power with it. You get so much early kind of setup, and also just the damage profile kind of setup as well, where you're looking at it from a point of view of that you can now go for an AD mid lane, or you can go for a much more aggressive bot lane if you like as well, because you have got that follow up in terms of an heavy skirmisher. So Vi going to be picked up here for Karsa. I like the early prioritization for him because again he needs to have something that can make things happen. Point and click CC.
And now suddenly Angel needs to be thinking, what can I pick in mid lane that's going to be safe? This has been another key pick for Xiaohu. With Xiaohu and Wei playing on the same team last year, they pulled out very similar compositions, but with more emphasis on something like Ari or LeBlanc being able to kind of be that AP assassin that is set up for success with the Vi. Suddenly RNG needs to be very careful in their carry positions to see can they successfully protect their carries against this Vi plus burst combo engage.
Gonna go for it. We might actually see a Varus Ashe being locked in here for RNG. That would give them so much priority in that bot side. Could be Heimerdinger as well. We have seen it, of course, earlier today, but Weibo getting that Xiaohu onto the Syndra, something he has honestly been exclusively almost prioritizing compared to most other players in the league. Everyone else is kind of going towards the same kind of rigmarole of champions.
Ching that plays a little bit more of it, but there's like only 1 or 2 real people who prioritize that Syndra over other things. Angel played a number of games of this one though. This will be the 5th game of Azir for RNG. The answer RNG have towards this pick burst combo is, I'm going to stand a full screen away from you, and the Azir and the Varus will hopefully never be in range to be followed up on effectively. I think it's a little risky. I think that even though you could be stood that far away, if the Vi actually manages to like tank the Varus ult and kind of ult through it, you are not going to be safe. The Shy also picks up Cassante, his most played of the split by far. This is his 13th game with that champion. His next game behind it would be Gnar on 6. He's played over double the games of Cassante of his 2nd most played. Now you get to ban away some of the safer champions you could potentially look towards in support top lane role as well. Anything which allows you to play through this burst combo, single pick comp, is going to be very valuable for Weibo.
See what they want to try and go for now. Cassante for the Shy. Good outplay potential there with him. Could also put him in a bit of a dire situation should he overestimate where he should be going. And Angel on the Azir, like you mentioned, keeping everyone as far away from him as he physically can. RNG now going to start looking into kind of keeping light under wraps, kind of saying, look, you're not going to get the Zeri. You might not even get the Aphelios now, because the Aphelios would work very well with what Weibo kind of bring themselves up to. Maybe the Lucian, definitely a plenty of ADCs to kind of go for, but what do RNG think is the biggest threat is the question in my mind.
Well, Aphelios kind of struggles with being outranged by... It struggles in lane versus the Varus this game versus the hyper outrange of something like a Poke Varus and the Azir. Even though you can go towards the Bloodthirster, it is still enough threat for RNG to remove it. Not sure you can go towards the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa again really struggles against that Varus. Something like the Xayah has a lot stronger lane. You can go towards something like, of course, Leona or, of course, the Rakan and the Lover's Duo to give yourself more engage. And, of course, Weibo had in that last game as well. This is already a much better look in for Weibo. You have strong mid-jungle 2v2 locked in. You have strong blind pick for this top side and the ability to potentially arm wrestle on bot side as well. I think that mid game will be a lot more clean. RNG on the other side, they are hoping that they can play around their range advantage, just get up and set up on objectives. It is going to be that Varus Heimerdinger. You want Weibo to overextend diving into these 3 long-range backliners. The Heimerdinger's not a carry, but he's still just there to annoy anyone that dives in on top of them. Weibo needs to really stick home their engages and their pick comps when they're playing the style.
Getting themselves lots and lots of different priorities here. So it's going to be laning phase galore here for top and bot as the Rakan gets locked in here. No questions needed. No need to be coy about it. If you're on Weibo, it's Koi Play later today. Talk about, you know, coincidence. LEC back in with their spring split. But RNG, very different feel for what way they're going to be working in this team fight right now. Very different way of approaching this particular game. Whereas Weibo have kind of taken a page out of RNG's book in game 1 and said, right, we need more team fight. We need more ways of engaging. And they've got plenty of ways now.
They do. Should be able to really threaten Fog of War in the way that RNG did in that last game, actually. Remember in that last game, it was Xiaohu trying to poke his head into the river, just around the jungle. Someone like Ming would pick him off. It's not like RNG don't have their own pick comp this time, but they're not uncontested in it this time. If you're looking forward to try and look for that Varus ult, look for Azir shuffles, what have you, there will be answers available from Weibo, and I'm very much looking forward to this game, because that first game was already close enough. Now with both teams having more tools to play with, hopefully we get to see Weibo slam back into this game, maybe bring us to a game 3 in this grudge match.
We'll have to wait and see. Both teams locked and loaded. I will say Angel on the Azir can do very, very powerful things. With Galaming having such priority, it is a different look to what we've known from them from RNG. Again, last game was the Nautilus, the Kai'Sa, the iconic bot lane pairing that these guys have known and loved for so long. This one definitely a bit more meta, shall we say, a bit more on the nose with the way things are going. For Weibo, you got to try and make this work. I want to see early skirmishing. I want to see them maybe look to try and find an advantage elsewhere outside of this bot lane to make sure they can utilize this Xiaohu Syndra to the best of its abilities.
Onto the Rift we go. Sometimes you see some level 1 shenanigans against the Heimerdinger very early on. Doesn't look like either of these teams are stacking to allow that though. So 5-man fan standard. And what that means is that because the Heimerdinger gets to put their turrets down into position at level 1 and doesn't have any of them cleared, should almost certainly be level 1 priority for the Varus and the Heimerdinger around the bot side of the map. Very interested to see actually what Gala and Ming do with their first couple of waves. We can sometimes see bot lanes crashing even on the second wave as opposed to the third wave, which we have typically seen. It allows you to play closer into the river, kind of get crashed into the turret, bounce it back, and then kind of go into the river instead of go for a dive on wave 3. We're interested to track those early minion waves towards bot side.
Wait and see. Fun little fact as well. You can take the Dagda out of the LPL, but you can't take the ore out of RNG, as there's still an Irishman here. And getting that RNG buff is pretty powerful to see.
I don't have a Welsh accent. Like in part of that like half frame, I didn't get the accent as part of. So I don't have anything more fun like that.
I'm the Gala buff and the Shy nerf. I am two sides of the same coin.
I'm still figuring that out. It's the LPL. I'm still figuring out who I'm really kind of like. I get to choose. I get to put points on my little character I'm buffing and I'm nerfing. I'll let you know. Like next couple of weeks, maybe we'll see.
Absolutely, it's a fun little game. You get to pick and choose.
Is there anyone in particular you'd like me to buff or nerf? Anyone you want to put a hit out on?
I was going to say, I don't know, it depends. You got to talk to the script writer, as we do have a bit of a pause here. We're going to actually explain the whole process to you. Talk to the script writer. They'll tell you who they need to have, who in LPL is going to be LCK in T1 next year, or in this year's tournaments and stuff like that. They got to give you, I'll send you his email. It'll keep you up to date.
So, I mean, we can have a chat about, looking forward as well. Because, right now we're looking forward to playoffs, but inevitably as the LPL, you look forward to international events as well. Because that's just the pedestal which this region has put itself on. Up there as the best region in the world. Are they definitively the best region? It's been a bit back and forth between us and the LCK, of course. Some very, very strong competition between the two regions over the last few years. And teams like Weibo, despite them not being in the top teams right now and dropping some odd games like that game 1 so far in this spring split, I do really think this is a team with the potential to be a very top team. They're very versatile. They're playing around a player as historically successful like Xiaohu as well, whose style of League of Legends, his style of macro, as you see him on screen there, has led the LPL to international success before, particularly around those MSIs. And looking forward to the rest of the split, really do need to see whether they can finally stabilize and get to that point where you can trust them in an international event in the way that we haven't quite been able to this split.
Have to agree. RNG now isn't the priority that we all knew and expected them to have to keep this Zyra combat lane going forward. And this is the thing as well. You pick the Varus, you get the Heimerdinger. We know the priority you're going to be able to get, but this is a kind of what I wanted to see as well, is the fact that Wei is going to be hovering in towards this jungle, seeing if he can get any kind of an inkling as to where Karsa is. And Karsa, in fairness to him, has been a little bit more sneaky with his jungle pathing, moving around a little bit more to see what, can he get ahead of where Wei is going to try and catch him out.
So this was the second wave crash from RNG, which allows them to kind of like get very, very early ability to kind of lock Light and Crisp into lane. Crash on third wave, sometimes it allows the enemy support to walk over into the enemy jungle, and someone like Rakan can fight very early. Karsa is going to walk over though, not going to be in time to save his Gromp, so this bot lane early wave push does turn out value for RNG.
Oh, wait. Will be spotted here. Karsa is there as well. Do they still look for the dive? I would highly doubt it. Yeah, they're just going to back themselves away. Cocoon just there to be a bit of a nuisance more than anything else, but still in play, and still plenty of CF being lost to this tower. Oh, and health.
It is. But without the minion wave, you're not going to be able to dive under turret, you're not going to be able to deny next wave as well. Assuming Light is going to recall at this point, Dunning is healthy to stick around at that point. RNG, knowing very likely Light is going to be recalling at a turret, be able to walk up into this bottom side river to get themselves that scuttle. Wei gets to walk around the rest of the map. Breathe actually using his own priority towards that top side to walk into top side River can get himself a scuttle, so that's going to be double scuttle, kind of, to Wei. It just means that we're denying that one scuttle away from Karsa on that top side, so it's not going to be evened out. The one that Wei took bot side.
Have a little bit of time here. I don't really expect the Cassante Renekton lane to show us any fruits of labor until the Elise shows up, of course. But I want to see where RNG want to take this. So let's look at the way the game one went. It was dragon controls. It was constantly moving around the map, being macroly kind of, I suppose, aware of where you're going to be setting up for the next play. For them now, is it similar style, or do you want to see more and more skirmishes coming out from them? Do you want to maybe see them change the script a little bit?
So I think one part of the script which stays the same is that if RNG get first access to the river, blot out that vision, they have very powerful pick combo. Of course, it can be contested this game, but that part doesn't change from RNG. So I'd like to see what Wei is doing right here. Getting first into the river, making sure that Weibo don't get free inroads into these lanes.
Shy. Gonna find Elise, and as I said, there wasn't going to be any shenanigans until the Elise showed up, and lo and behold, my prophecy was correct. But
what this does mean is that, so the Shy takes a chunk. What this means is that you can't really walk up to contest this next wave, especially with Elise still on top side. Which means that maybe you're blowing with the teleport back to the lane, flash away, flash in rather.
Flash in, heal burned, so RNG happy get that trade back there. I like that Light's trying to make this one work as well, knowing that he has got his jungler bot side, but Karsa is not alone.
1 second to look away to the minimap, and then something happens on screen. I was like, is that a flash away or a flash in? Light going aggressive, trying to make up for what he couldn't do in that last game. Dragon starting up for Weibo though. So Dragon stack to Weibo this time.
Wei might think of a cocoon. Actually lands it, doesn't get the shuffle, not quite, but gets the ult out of him. Xiaohu, one more board, but no, not gonna land it. Does he get the Q down? He doesn't need it, because he's got himself the repel. There's the dragon going down, but first blood to RNG.
Oh, and Angel has been having a magnificent first couple of games. This time it's Wei that helps him out land that play, but Xiaohu overplays just very slightly. Can't land that extra Dark Sphere or the Force of Will, that W. 2 potential chances to take down that here in that mid lane. What the heck happens here? Tries to go for the root.
Close, but no cigar.
Pixels off for that Feathercaller to get the damage, and of course the root. Quit smoking, didn't you hear? It's for his health. So Angel, very close to that goal. As you can see, stun lands, but Force of Will not quite there. I thought there was another dodge here, but actually, of course, with the way the symbol works nowadays, you need to get a couple of the split. Oh, he's gonna die again. Oh, is he?
He's not going to die just yet. Wave will go up and come back down. The flash in from Chris does not get the knock up.
There we go.
But the Sphere of Power gets the kill confirmed. So in a 3v3, it is Weibo who come out on top.
Yeah, straight back into that replay. Neither of these mid laners have flash, so it's very easy to punish them if they do contest these waves. As for both of these juggle supports, I think Wei actually goes down in that one, and it is now Xiaohu's Syndra, which gets that first kill of the game for him. We've been really treated in this series so far. So many of these iconic champions. Gala on the Varus looking for his ult.
Yeah, gonna get the flash out of Karsa, so he's not gonna have a flash Q available to him. Little small micro moments here building up. You can see the game's kind of already getting to a point where every team is very antsy, very willing to throw things in the space of danger just to make some kind of an advantage.
And you see how important it is there. Who is first in the river? Gala actually managed to get in there and say, hey, I can fight now. I can look for that pick post level 6. Neither of these teams can afford to take the other one for granted in terms of where they are on the map. The Fog of War is presented. Expect someone to be in there. Both these teams have abilities to play around it. So, Herald spawning right now. Where are the rotations for? Both bot lanes locked into that side of the map. And with Renekton being such a powerful Herald fighter on his own, is one of his most powerful points of the game. Weibo not going to contest that side of the map. Shy this time very much left on weak side. And will have to find their advantages elsewhere.
I like the Rift Herald going over to the Elite Renekton. It does tend to be a bit more of a fruitful endeavor when you want to try and get all that gold. But we'll see if they want to try and maybe force it on the top side. Karsa is roaming up towards the top side, has the cease and desist, as we might see a flash. Yeah, Breathe needed to flash there. If he gets hit by the all-out, that is a dead Renekton, regardless of anything else Wei could do. So Karsa has been spotted here on this ward, so Breed should be aware that this is not really going to be a great position for him to be in. Wei now moving forward.
Neither mid lane is moving, though.
Not now. Now they are. RNG waiting to see if someone goes a little bit too far, too aggressive, but mid laner is happy just to keep trading blows here in the mid lane.
And it's a reminder of what Syndra does, but again, we don't see it that much globally. Xiaohu has been one of the largest players of it. If you hit 2 skills onto an enemy champion in quick succession, you get yourself a splinter. When you level up, you get yourself a splinter. When you kill a cannon, you get a splinter. The more than you get, the more powerful you get, it upgrades your abilities. When you get to 40, 60, 80, 100, then lastly 120. So Xiaohu doing well so far at getting those poke. We'll have to check in. I'm going to ask you, Ajin, to keep an eye on that hotbar if you see it does do crop up. So once you get to those later marks, it becomes a very different champion.
Well, cleanse used there by Light. Gala getting some pretty decent usage, or at least purchase, from his Chains of Corruption, making sure he's burning summoners left, right, and center. Bot lane now might be laid under siege. Xiaohu making his way down the spot side. They see him now without a Chain of Corruption.
No flash.
No flash on Ming, but everyone kind of wanting to try and make this one work. Chris will have the ultimate available. Ming is the target for this particular fight. He's going to pop a little bit of a heal from Gala to try and save his support, but it's all in vain. Still, good moves from Weibo, and this is what we wanted to see from them. More proactive, not just sitting in the lanes waiting for things to happen. They're making plays of their own.
Yeah, and this is the real difference between, again, this first and this second game. In the first game, despite them having the global ability of the Realm Warp from Rise, because there was so much threat from RNG, you couldn't even walk into the river to really threaten using it. It was very limited in its use. It came very late game is when those came out. Now with the power coming in from the lanes and the pick potential of Weibo, they have something to fire back on, and it gets Xiaohu onto the map in a way he couldn't in that first game.
Well, 15 seconds till the next dragon spawns. It's going to be a nice little solo Drake if you're able to get it. The Mountain gives very decent stats there, 9% on all your armor and magic resistance. Definitely nothing to be snuffed at. Now Weibo, don't know if they're going to feel super confident going for this. You've used the quickness, you've already used the unleashed power. Yeah, and you don't have ultimates, so definitely a difficult one to kind of make one. Ooh, no Scout of the Week to land on way. Bot lane priority goes over, and miss. Yeah, I think RNG just get this. There's no real way Weibo are going to contest.
I think you were looking to fish for a mistake there, but when you've got turrets kind of controlling these poke points, it's just so annoying to go into. Xiaohu is off the collision, and Flash, ultimate not available. Well, there we go.
Just yet, they're going to get onto Ming. They'll try and burn him out, and they will, but if you lose Karsa, it's not really worth it. Angel gets in, doesn't get the flag and drag, but he gets himself caught out in the end of it after the feathers go flying, but he's not dead just yet. Never mind, falls down straight away. Wei now has to scuttle his way over to the side of his own jungle to make sure he doesn't die. And what looked like RNG should have been able to control this space, Weibo just take total control back.
Chris not able to stop the recall there, but it's still good series of picks from Weibo onto RNG. You know, I'm going to get caught out with that a number of times. I see Xiaohu, I see Karsa, and I think back to the days of yore, and I think, wow, RNG got the pick. No, they're the ones dying. How the heck did this happen, though? Ming is trying to replace his turrets. He's trying to, again, control this choke point, but he's not really in position to really finish up a lot of these picks. You don't have a cocoon over the wall. You don't have the Chains of Corruption being threatened at that very moment. Because RNG split between taking the dragon and trying to look for picking the choke point, they get picked apart. Weibo managed to find multiple inroads. They come through multiple different entry points into the river. And that's what really seals the deal for them in this fight.
Xiaohu was just constantly putting out DPS there as well. There wasn't really a moment or any kind of setup at all where Xiaohu wasn't putting out at least an auto attack or two, a Q down on the ground, putting in constant fear into the RNG side. So they couldn't really move up onto that ramp, and they come back to the scene of the crime. They're going to be caught out again. This time around, though, you have Unleashed Power, you have the quickness. Finally got level 6 for Ming, so he can pop down a turret. He can do a hell of a lot more work with this. There we go, secured by Wei, but he has no flash to get out. Does he want to get out as Ming gets a nice little bouncing grenade off on the side to finish off the Rakan? Scandal, that's on the 3! Huge amount of momentum turning back in favor of Weibo. They will get a little bit of a stun as Xiaohu's not quite done just yet. He is dragging Weibo by the scruff of the neck. You will not lose this game versus my old team, and Xiaohu doing God's work in this mid lane.
Yeah, Gala had his fun in that first game, but the Emperor Spring is back in this game too. Xiaohu not content to sit passenger in another game without the tools to impact the game. 4-1-2 on that Syndra. So terrifying. Normally, Syndra's a champion that starts to scale later into the game. Already making real threats at this point. This fight somehow still starts better for RNG than that last one. because they at least managed to kind of sit in one direction. They're not going to get pulled apart from multiple ways, but Ray himself stuck in that mid after this point. And Xiaohu, difference maker, once again. Huge stun, triple stun. Combos into the rest of that CC, and that's what allows him to close the distance. If RNG could have sat at distance, maybe that play goes a lot differently, but stun lands, lights out.
Stun lands, lights out. The Shy happy as Larry up on this top side, just doing what he can.
Like Larry the Lobster from SpongeBob, or
possibly,
like...
he's pretty happy. Job as a lifeguard. In
living out his life as a bodybuilder. Yeah.
He's doing well for himself, you know. Stan a king. That's how we always go with this. But I don't know how to transition out of SpongeBob. I won't be real with you right now. I haven't watched that show in quite a few.
Later.
I've probably seen more SpongeBob memes than SpongeBob episodes than I would argue like the last like.
Oh, you've missed out. Well, we can talk about River because Fog of War very dangerous in this game.
But for who is it dangerous for? Angel is not going to be able to survive. The Shy gets the knockback. Spider goes up, but what goes up must come down. Weibo are smashing RNG in this fight. Breathe trying his hardest. These health bars are so low, and Gala might be able to try and turn something back. Flash from the Shy, a double kill from Gala. He was the hero in game number 1, but he's only got so much to work with. There's another one gonna go down in favor of Xiaohu. And now Ming finds himself in the unenviable position of being the last man standing. In the back 1-for-1, but a 5-for-3 means that Weibo are getting more and more gold.
You had it 100% right there, Rashid. Fog of War is dangerous, but for who? Both of these teams can play around the pick combo, and everyone left bloodied and bleeding after that fight comes through. You know what, I didn't even stop to see what the final tally was because there was crazy amounts of kills per side, but you've got both of these teams have more than enough range, hit potential, to get on top of each other. Casa perfectly times the cease and desist. That ultimate from Angel, not able to save his life. This is it. Really been struggling to get value in these fights. It has felt like it's been Xiaohu and Casa now. We've been ruling these fights as it's gone on. Breathe does his very best to try and get in the midst of things. Gala as well. Not had the same success he had in game 1, but he's not away from success. Slick sidesteps. And it is just so great to see all of these big name players we've known from past years have such a fun game in sync.
Gala comes back on the field. Again, back to the scene of the crime. Take 2 around this river. This time around, though, less ultimates, more flashes. All the bloodshed you could possibly need. Now RNG finally put themselves in a position to take this step. Yeah, they don't really have an answer here as Weibo. They're happy to let the Syndra and the Cassante just kind of push in on these sidelines. They honestly almost got mid lane. I feel like if they didn't push back on the Breed, they possibly could have gotten that tower.
Potentially. But you know, these teams want to try and finish off these skirmishes as well as they possibly can. You can look at the high roll Breed under tower, copy on this.
Yeah, we are going to see an immediate move though as the Shy tries to get him knocked back in there to be able to take him out. It was a valiant effort, but it was all for naught. Shelly going to get dropped up on this top side to try and trade back this tower. Weibo are just trying to be as aggressive as possible. The funny thing is, despite it being 6-12 in kills, it is actually an RNG gold lead at the end of it. It's a small gold lead, but a gold lead nonetheless. So this is kind of the situation you find yourself in. You're trying to get gold here as Weibo. You're accelerating when these items are being completed, but you're not accelerating ahead further than anyone else. Crit, gonna get caught out a little bit here, but still totally fine as he does have himself, looks like the makings of what potentially could be a locket, but see what he ends up building that one up into. As 2 items finished up here now for the Shy on Cassante. Has himself the Jack Show. Second dragon going to be secured by Weibo as well.
So, despite the gold advantage being in RNG's favor, apologies for the towers and plates they took earlier into the game. Apologies to CS leads as well. Weibo, do you have the... we did this last time, guys. Oh wait, this guy's attack. Yeah, you can't do this the same way, guys.
Wait a minute, he's much bigger than the Rakan. And the Rakan can come in and say, look, Shy, I've been here before, I can help you out. He ends up kind of saying not needed whatsoever. They lose the dragon and they lose Angel's ultimate, which is an ideal situation. But Light, ooh, nice sidestep there. Does not get hit by the chain of motion. Should have been a bit more damage available to him. Should have been caught out by that. But come back into live. Get gold is dead even. Set 2 dragons to 1 in favor of Weibo. And it is a Hex Soul, so That
Very
buff
powerful.
is incredibly powerful for something like a Varus and a Nazir, who are going to be able to kind of poke you down from afar. So RNG are definitely going to be looking a little bit more intently at the next one.
Yeah, they're going to have to climb back a Dragon deficit though, currently 1-2, and on the other side, landing even someone like a Xayah Q at that point actually has significant value. Remember when Xayah was kind of lethality, and you go Cyrilda's? That was really annoying when you get tagged from a full screen away with that Q, very long range of course, and the slow lands, being able to chain lightning that as well, the old static chip effect, very powerful. And of course, Xiaohu on this Syndra, been the centerpiece of Game 2. Angel not had the same kind of value as his counterpart in this second game. First game he had a very good showing of himself on that Annie. But despite the gold being funneled into him, yet to really find a huge amount of value.
We'll wait. See where the next real fight's going to happen. It's probably not going to happen to the Baron, so we are probably waiting for at least another 3 minutes 40 for anything to really kind of go in. It's just going to be posturing for position around this objective for the next little while. We've already quick fight picked up for Light, so he's stepping up very, very nicely. Will be a team fight menace should he be given the space and opportunity to go for it. He needs to be very aware of where Breathe is, though. Breathe is going to be the big moment here. You would imagine if he can catch out the Xayah in any of these team fights, that could be the big difference maker for any of these teams. But right now, RNG content to just control the mid and top waves, control the vision around the Baron pit, control their destiny of when and where they want to fight.
It's Fog of War again. Weibo needs to be very careful how they enter the river. They've gotten the best of these river trades for the moment, but every time that Fog of War drops, you've got to remember that both teams can deal that same kind of damage to each other as it stands. Can't fall very briefly, not much damage to follow up. Every scout of the week from Xiaohu is where your eyes need to be. That's been the start of so many of these plays, and with 6 kills behind him, this is so much work. You get a good flank angle here.
No. Chain of Corruption goes out. Plenty of ability haste here on Gala.
There we go.
Nothing worried about that. Fog of War is just too damn dangerous. And now without a jungler, RNG, without Chain of Corruption, 4 men on this Baron. There's going to be a TP available for the Shy as well. It's risky though. You're not the tankiest of teams here as Weibo. And RNG could get themselves a bit of a sweep. TP going to be coming in. Another TP is going to be coming as well. That's both top laners joining in. They're going to take a lot of damage. Finally, the Shy is here to be the tank. Get the Renekton on the backside. There is the Baron secured. Do the Shy want to go for anything crazy? They're going to look to try and engage on the Ming. 2-man knockback means that they shall not survive. And immediately the Shy springs into action. Angel, though, not to be outdone, gets himself over the wall as well. Doesn't even have to use the splash. But it is Baron. It is a couple of kills, and it's a 4,000 gold lead.
And it says so much that the most Angel can do is just survive. 2 for none, it's a Baron, it's more control over the Weibo, and that gold lead which RNG had clung on to is evaporated. 3 towers going outside of Weibo, Baron itself too. Dragon in a minute and 30, also on the table, that'll be the next site in their rise. And without the smite on the table, Weibo's first one dying. You really were just looking to see if you get that opportunity to steal. You end up blowing the Heimerdinger onto that, blowing a Varus arrow as well. Still don't get that steal, and then the fight is already going to be a losing scenario. Xiaohu and crew can absolutely rip apart the line as well.
Angel very lucky there to get a 5-man knockback just to stop anybody from capitalizing on it. And honestly, really great move there from the Shy. 2-0 on 6 on the Cassante. Getting a lot more comfortable, a lot more impactful it feels on this pick comparatively to the Jace. 1 minute till Dragon spawns. That will put Weibo on soul point. Breathe. Wants to try and make some kind of use of himself, but on the side lane he just doesn't really have that power anymore, so it's not really giving the presence that he needs.
RNG, what can you do? Really feels like they need to find some pocket where they can play around their range advantage, but it's so difficult against Xiaohu, who is in such a dominant position, building up to what looks like a death cap third item as well. 7-2 and 7. Really has been the old superstar carries of that legacy RNG lineup that have been trading games so far. Gala on this Varus maybe can land a good enough arrow time after time, but every time he steps up for an arrow, there's a chance of CC into death. To him. Not an easy phase of play for RNG.
No, and again, your pick potential is dwindling right now. They got Crisp, Light, all have ways of getting out on their own. They even have the Gale Force there from Light if they need it. But now, speaking of getting out, Shy needs to make sure he's able to get out. It's going to be difficult for him to do so. We'll get the knockback, trying to go the all-out to make sure he can give as much as he's taking back. He's got a million billion dashes, but shall go down regardless. Speaking of that, they're going to have Light getting jumped on here. Oh, he flashes away just to make sure he can stay alive, but you're losing a hell of a lot of summoners. No Emperor's Divide, no way of making it work. They flash in, they're trying to get something to scatter the weak. They go fucking get themselves one, and now Weibo, they don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. They don't know which way the Greed is going to pick, and Greed picks the right door. Xiaohu and Chris are the only two left standing, but they are being chased away because you're leading RNG directly to that dragon.
They are. Xiaohu is alive, has flash and teleport. I don't think they can really chase down the Syndra that effectively. They're having to commit teleports. Xiaohu's still going to get out alive.
I mean, he's going to definitely make it a lot harder, but yeah,
Chris,
you're going to die. Maybe not, actually. He's got the quickness, but that means he has to commit a ultimate to make sure he does not give over more kills. And RNG fight themselves back and do not let Soul Point go over to Weibo. Bring themselves a little bit of rest game. Because again, let's take a look at this. Because this was the Shy getting caught, but then everyone got really lazy on Weibo.
I think they were trying to just say, look, if they're going to use cooldowns on top side, we can at least look for something towards the top side ourselves after that point. But Gala is actually safe because he's fighting from within the walls of his base. Greed gets right over that wall. And at this point, Light has 0 HP. The damage is already stuck. It's not like he's got sustain on this team. Light is in no position to fight. You're really just trying to work around Xiaohu's kill potential. Because of the zombies coming out from Angel as well, it's not like he can finish out that kill. Xiaohu still very dangerous, but without that ultimate, the instant one-shot threat is gone. And RNG feel a lot more safe moving forwards.
Big moment here for RNG. So only 4,000 gold down. Plenty of opportunities for them to come back into it, and with no Dragon Soul for at least another 9 minutes, they have time. Gala trying to build up to his 4th item. 3 items now onto Light as he finishes off with his Blade of the Ruined King. Not Blade of the Ruined King, Bloodthirster. I always get those two mixed up, I don't know why. But, like he said, Xiaohu's trying to move up towards his Rabadon's Death Cap, and we're talking about the Fog of War a lot. The Fog of War tends to be the biggest deterrent of every single thing that happens in this game. It feels like both teams just don't know what to do against the Fog of War.
It's all well and good playing around your range. It doesn't really feel like you're that long range when you have to like step into the brush in front of you and there's like 3 people in there. RNG, despite winning that last fight, it is still a very difficult game for them. Maybe they can try and pick apart the map again, but it's not going to be easily given to them by Weibo. I don't expect Weibo to give over such easy fights again. And even in that last play, Xiaohu was still a threat towards the end of it. It feels like if Xiaohu is alive with any semblance of HP, again, you just have to look at each of those Scatter the Weeks. He's at 115 stacks as well. At 120 stacks, you get yourself effectively half a death cap. As it currently stands, Xiaohu gets 1 more level up, and he gets 1 more back. He's going to have, what, the extra 30% AP from the... 30 or 35. And you're going to have like an extra 15% from your passive. That is an absolute boatload of AP you didn't have to worry about.
It is 35%.
Yeah.
Didn't want to ruin your point midway, so 35%
Sorry,
extra
I did that
AP.
myself. Second guess myself.
It is a crazy one to think about and how much you can do with it, but level 16 on the cusp of happening. The Shy moving in, trying to see maybe he can get a bit of a flank, but the defensive vision here from RNG stops that from really happening. You haven't broken open the base yet as Weibo, and with 27 minutes now, step timers are about 30 seconds or so. That Scatter the Weak will be incredibly powerful if it lands onto the right target, and now knowing one from RNG can safely walk up without having to pick, at least dot their I's and cross their T's, they can destroy this.
This is absolutely gone. Lots of Baron DPS not going down quite as quickly as maybe they'd like. RNG, they're not going quickly into the
gone. It's gone. They get it. Breed was looking for a little bit of a flank, but it wasn't to be. Weibo doing their due diligence, getting themselves really, really well set up in that jungle, making sure there was absolutely zero vision to be had. And they get themselves their 2nd Baron of the game.
This should really be the death push at this point. If Xiaohu wasn't strong before, 1 skill shot tagged onto actually anyone on the side of RNG, that could pretty much be fight over. So much follow-up damage from Weibo with the likes of casting out the flash on top of whatever carries he wants. Light having enough damage with just a QE combo to maybe even finish off Scatter the Weak targets by Xiaohu, who has hit level 16 now, who has hit their 140 stacks. Next time that hovers over, look at how much AP they've got. It's going to be, what, 800, 900 AP between the items they've got. It's absolutely absurd the damage this Syndra puts out.
see, we can do 1 more minute until that dragon spawns. Again, RNG are kind of content if they want to leave that one to go. Would take up another couple of seconds of this Baron push away from Weibo and give them time to kind of push out. But the big thing I'm looking at right now is Angel is on 3 item. This, stop myself, Azir.
Yeah, the show's
going to be able to do. Yeah, I was gonna say this Azir will do significant work if he's given the time of day. He's gonna set up those soldiers, put himself into a strong position. Wei has been very much muted in this game, not really had the same level of impact as he did in game number 1. He has 4 deaths or something similar to that as we pressed into the 30-minute mark, and both sides being pushed in. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the tower just yet. I never say that. The Scout of the Week comes out, and that's going to pretty much confirm it. As they're just going to using their health bars as a resource.
They are teleporting in. Actually, that was a big arrow on the Xiao, who can one-shot him. He doesn't have his Zonyas or anything.
Doesn't. Breed knows he's been spotted out. He's on an unfortunate flying Karsa. Maybe thinking he can engage upon him as the hunter shall be the hunted. It's 2 inhibitor turrets down. No inhibitors, though. We've got to be kind of remind ourselves of that. 50 seconds left on this Baron. The turret of the Shurima Legacy up on that bot side. Breed's going on a little adventure. And it looks like RNG will survive for another day. That second dragon they took, stopping this being Soul. It will only be Soul point for Weibo.
RNG refusing to fight Weibo in that power spike without a really good angle, and that's completely fine. We already saw how difficult it was for them to win fights just before this. They had kind of picked someone up before they really get access to that backline. It hasn't been easily given over to them. What this does mean is that, we were talking about this a little bit before, right? Angel's actually starting to pick up some items now. He doesn't have a death gap, which is important. Give him a little bit of time, not making up that difference for him and Shout. Shout will stop now. He's frozen to time you're looking for. Get itemized against them anywhere.
We are getting to the point where gold leads mean very little. I will say I would prefer to have the crit chance hyper carry and Xayah over the lethality Varus, but maybe I'm going to eat my words. You never know with Gala sometimes, and don't come back in. Kind of see, maybe he'll kind of, I don't know, see that last fight where he got a double kill and nearly got the Xiaohu triple kill. I thought it was going to be like a triple quadra or something like that. I genuinely did. Just knowing this player, knowing how he performs when he needs to, and come back into live and see where everything goes. Yeah.
You might prefer a crit hyper carry in theory until you're within like 500 units of the Syndra, who then just immediately counterplay buttons. You don't give kills, at least with the lethality. And I do think that players like Gala and Jackie Love have shown this a little. They can definitely take down the chunk. He's not here at this fight though.
No, he's not here at this fight. No one really is. Ming's going to try and maybe help out his top laner, but there's just nothing for him to do. He'll lose his GA. Now Gall is here with Ming, but I think we're just going to have to accept this is all but dead as Breed tries to get over the wall. Does do it, but Xiao, who picked up the kill on the back of it. There was a valiant effort by Breed. Now you've really lost your flanking angle, and that's a desperate time really now for the side of RNG. Breed really didn't need to be pushing out that wave that far up.
No, he didn't. Brief disconnect from the rest of his team. Shy did that a little earlier into the game, which gave RNG their window back into semblance of stability. Haven't really fallen apart since that point. At least stop Weibo's kind of death push coming through. Gala's arrows, the most important thing that RNG have to play around at this moment. But every time they walk up for it, you just gotta be afraid that Xiaohu lands a killer combo.
Look, his way has been stunted in this game, 2 and 4. One cocoon onto light. Could lead to a cleanse, could lead to an ult. All of a sudden he doesn't have access to those tools. He's in a much worse position because of it. Remember, no inhibitors were taken despite the inhibitor turrets going down. So you're not seeing the bases being taken away here or pushed in by super minions. It's a very equal setting. But right now, RNG can't leave their base. In a minute's time, that Baron spawns again. So I really don't know how they're going to be able to try and get out of their base with 2 teleports available for the Shy and Xiaohu and really try and defend this Baron pickup.
That Baron may be the turning point of this game, finally, towards the end of it. There were a couple of fights earlier in the game which maybe could have been worthy of that themselves, but Weibo stalled out a little bit. Some extra items coming through for the carries of RNG. Also how that will be a factor, because you're not going to hit max items, which you have now on Light. He's picked up a Storm Razor, which I mean, this item is so weird. People just forget that it exists, and for the most part, I can really see why. But in games like this, one auto attack for that slug actually has a fair amount of value. But once you cap out on those max items, you're not getting any stronger, right? At least RNG have some way to artificially catch up that way.
Well, Baron should be started immediately. RNG want absolutely nothing to do with it. Looks like Wei is going to put himself in a position to be really behind this Dragon Pit when it spawns in a minute 30's time. I don't know if you're going to survive that, though. That's the big question you got to kind of put in yourself. Baron of the game goes to Weibo. And similar game 1 style, Weibo. Similar game 1 style as RNG, Weibo find themselves just getting advantage after advantage after advantage. They don't need to rush towards this dragon. It's not up for a minute 10, and they can take their time taking down structures, looking to try and get inhibitor turrets and inhibitors. And really, honestly, they could fight, they could win without any real kind of fight around this dragon.
Yeah, just one combo is to death. One combo could win the game here for Weibo. Gala trying his best to chunk out who he can. Not had the most accuracy so far.
3 levels down, Light level 18 compared to Gala level 15. He would love to have that 3rd point in his ultimate if he possibly could. He's like 1 or 2 minions away. It's so tantalizingly close. There's the Chain of Corruption literally hitting nothing. And finally, we're going to have a go sign there. We're going to see Angel taken already into stasis. This game's all but done. And there's nothing RNG can do about it. They've taken down all the damage dealers. And Weibo will send us to a game number 3. It was close, but no cigar. As Weibo finally pulled the trigger, flooded the region of RNG, send us to 1-1 in the score.
Much better composition from Weibo in game 2 compared to game 1. Easy to play through. That man on your screen, Xiaohu versus his whole team, will architect of this game 2 victory. We're going to have ourselves a game 3. Very glad we get a game 3 personally. It feels like this matchup is one which deserves it. And now we have to see whether the learnings from this game 2 are going to carry through into that game 3 from Weibo as well. Really don't want to see them give themselves too hard of a composition in game 3 with that 0cc. Very few teams in the world can pull that out effectively. But RNG, even in this game, had some bright moments.
Yeah, they really did. And I think, you know, it was fairly close until it wasn't, but it really was that one big fight around the Baron Pit that kind of, you know, set it all really off. It was using Fog of War, getting Wei caught out, and eventually just kind of moving forward with it. I do think that Xiaohu is kind of going back to that old style that we saw him using RNG for so many seasons, where it's just, I'm really good at this champion. We work around this, we can win. Because at the end of the day,
top lane.
Exactly, the Syndra is just something he's so comfortable on. And right now, it does feel like Weibo did take the learnings from game number 1 and then executed them much better in game number 2, getting themselves more active kind of, you know, setup, more CC, and just more ways of engaging upon of RNG.
Yeah, and this is one of the real big benefits of a team like Weibo. Said this a little bit before as well. Some of our top teams in the LPL feel a little bit constrained in the way that they play. They try and go towards the same style time after time, and it allows them to hone that style. There are bonuses to that. But for a team like Weibo, if you get absolutely blown out in game 1, they just switch styles completely through not focusing through tops there. They actually go through mid lane this time, through the mid lane 2v2 with a champion like Syndra, which not many teams prioritize. They're actually a fairly unique team. They're a uniquely versatile team, and that has its bonuses like we're seeing in this game too.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think having those bonuses, having those little moments where you're going to say, look, this is comfort. We know what we're doing. It does make for a pretty damn good showing here from Weibo as they tie up the series. And I just feel like right now, like, I know the Renekton's a big power pick. We've seen it do so much, you know, work and a lot of things, but it does feel like sometimes, especially against the Cassante, it struggles. It really, really does. And I just don't think that it's you can go with such a, you know, lane dominant top and lane dominant bot lane without actually having, like, you know, the Nautilus or something else to kind of complement it. It feels like you need that one more thing to really make the Renekton Elise work. Because outside of that, like, unless you're going to get Angel with a god tier 5-man shuffle, it's just never going to happen.
I think, you know, both of these players are no slouches on something like the Scion as well. Breathe plays occasional games of initiated tanks, like the Ornn as well, played a single game of that. You have to wonder if there's a place for that in the draft. That would probably give you a lot more benefit. Bonus of something like Renekton is that at least it's safe to blind pick. But if that's going to be your problem, where you only get to blind pick something which gives you diminishing value across the game, that's going to be a killer in draft.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see what that draft does look like in a few minutes. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, the final game of the day will be happening.
작살이나요. 네. 그래서 여기서 그러면 여기서 한번 승부수 결단을 내린 건가요? 상대의 마음은 상대가 쳐주면 넘어와 밑으로 캐리야! 아니 방금 캐리야 임채기도 뭐예요? 캐리야가
But on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available,
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante back into the play. All out, pulls better. No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Odell go down as well. Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yaga.
Puede ser la opción de Infinity de quedarse con la teamfight.
Igual no están tanto en problemas, aunque ahora sí Cody muerto.
No, se va a salvar de milagro. Atención con esto. Cerito contra la pared de Samini. El Rarito se mete en el medio de todos. Sacrificar al débil. Se muere Cerito. No lo puede matar. Doble asesinato para el top laner coreano de la escuadra de Six. Es una locura. Tenemos Penta, me vuela, Penta, me vuela. Pentakill para Viring. Y esto que se termina, mi querido Diego.
Y con esta jugada preciosa por parte de Six Karma.
일단 슈양이라도 한번 걸어보자. 근데 술통이 돌았고요.
든든히 잘 맞았어요. 앞에서.
그리고 바로 들어가. 라스칼 황스칼! 아니 라스칼이! 와!
아니 라스칼의 발목에 무슨 저게 뭐예요?
というところまでつながっていくので、できればやりたくないんですよね。ですからこういう風にして、ミッドレーンだったりボットレーンでいると。さあボディスラムフラッシュイン、さあレベル6タイミング、帰国収集、しかしショックウェーブでめぐみん返していきます。あっとタワーのアグロがワンスに入ってそこを狙ってめぐみんが抑える。さあイグナイトをつけましたが自身にシールド展開、さらにはポーションでギリギリ死なず。
Love this from EG. Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes initiation.
Oh, Buki wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell!
Disgusting from evil geniuses, and a quadra kill for Jojo.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part, had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
下场对战 RNG 战队的话，就是目前的话，我觉得他们 Gala 的状态是比较好的，应该是要多去注意一下。因为我们这场输给 ADG 的嘛，所以就是后边去争夺前4的可能性应该是比较小的。然后就希望能把后边的比赛赢下来，就是提前去备战一下季后赛。打韩机的话，就是我应该会考虑一下阿卡丽这个英雄。
Maybe pick a collie. Haven't seen it yet. I think it was banned maybe once or twice. But welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to be jumping into our third and final game of this series and of the day, as Weibo were able to bring themselves back to 1-1 in the scoreline. The beauty of best of threes, you don't just get one chance, you get at least two. And it was Xiao who was able to kind of drag this team out from a little bit of an early game that wasn't going their way. And he just did not relent. He made sure they got everything they needed.
95% kill participation. It really was about the scout of the weeks in the river. Drown out that vision, get those picks in the river. Xiao, who was very much the architect of how they won that game, taking over from, of course, the person who was praising in that interview, just as we came out of break there from Gala, who had a magnificent game 1. But this was the difference between the drafts, really. You look at that game 1 compared to that game 2. Can't say it enough, Weibo gave themselves such a more easy time in playing out this game. And with the way that they played out this game, very much deserved that game to victory. They made it easy for themselves and then also just played better too.
Absolutely. I think they just played a much more standard draft, but gave them a lot more opportunities to make these kinds of plays. You can see once the scatter of the week landed, they were very clearly all on the same page of saying, go, go, go. We can keep CCing these people. We can keep looking for these fights. And it worked out fantastically well for them. So really glad to see them kind of go for that. And now you got to say, like, you know, especially for Weibo coming into gate number 3, this is going to be a little bit of a change now, because do RNG ban away the Syndra? Do they try and triple ban, you know, a pentaban all the way those junglers? This is the questions we now have to come into ourselves looking at this game 3 draft.
Well, first game approach was to ban away as many junglers as possible and then try and punish Karsa for having a lack of available options. I think that if you go towards that approach, you can also ban away, maybe in the first phase, just a lot of good mid-jungle 2v2 bans. Of course, the way that RNG also kind of doubled down on that is also locking in the Annie, which says that Annie is the strongest mid-jungle 2v2 champion on the patch. You're not going to have your strongest mid-jungle junglers on the patch as well, we can find ourselves a way to nullify Xiaohu's impact on the game. And of course, in Game 2, that was what really won Weibo that game. So into this third game rather, RNG on that red side again. They have the opportunity to once again ban out as many junglers as they see fit.
Ban out as many as they possibly can. They're going to start with
That's
the
one.
Elise. So there's one. We've already gotten... And then there's the Wukong as well. So maybe there is only a handful more that you can really kind of go for. And honestly, the more jungles that get banned, the more I tend to lean it more towards Wei being a favorite in this, because he isn't exceptional on the current meta bans or current meta picks in the jungle, but he definitely has a lot more fringe ones that I'd be a bit more afraid of.
So I want to see Vi and Sejuani banned away from Casa. I think that would make a lot of sense. They are his most played with in the split. They also give you a lot of ability to play away through that top side of the map and the early game as well. That's another one. However, Weibo, I think they've sussed out one of the problems from that game 1, which is if you're removing all of these bans, take away something which is also strong from RNG if they want to play through that mid-jungle 2v2. Angel, worlds of difference between the impact he had in that for game 1 to that game 2 when he was shut out in that Azir, never really got that chance to stand and fight. The best he could do is really survive those fights.
We'll see if the Vi is going to be the pick or the ban. No, it's the Lee Sin. So you imagine Vi will be the lock-in here for Weibo.
Vi versus Maokai, that kind of lock-in. Very different.
No, go with the Gragas. Could be jungle Gragas.
Could also be like a quad flex as well. We haven't really seen it in support in the LPL, but we've seen it top 3 roles in varying amounts. Kanavi, one of the big jungle players of Gragas. Xiaohu's only played the 1 game of Gragas mid to my mind, and I don't think they played a top side, but still, flex available there in the Xiao. Despite, the Xiao is one of these players where you can just kind of see him picking up basically anything in the top lane because he's played it a couple of years ago and he's just kind of had it in the back pocket. We've seen a lot of him diverting back towards the Cassante, but his champion pool, you can't be fooled. He still has those champions in the pocket.
Still has them. Still very, very powerful because he breathed, now taking in the Jace matchup. Could go to Angel as well, as they are going to lock in that Maokai. So plenty to be able to move around with. Lots of discussion happening right now. You can see there between Wei and his coach, making sure they're happy with what they're going for there. And good to see them kind of building out that profile. This is something that we're seeing a lot more of as well. Just kind of diversifying that damage profile early on in the draft just gives you more options later.
Yeah, so fun thing about Bugs is that their coaches on stage are some of the great players of earlier seasons as well. You have Easy Hoon for Weibo and you've got Hart for RNG. Both of them have many, many games and years of experience playing on stage before they move to those coaching roles. Gives them some of that kind of extra in-position experience. It's going to go back to our game on days. Wonder see ourselves towards another Varus lock-in for that Gala. It's actually going to be Casa picking up Diego over the Vi.
So once the opposite side of this matchup feels like he can do a little bit more with the Viego, considering he's going into the Maokai, and honestly both will be happy to just kind of farm it up for the first few camps, and no real question mark here for Gala. I would love to see him go for the Kaisa again. We always love seeing him playing that, but
it's just
feels
like
like
getting through lane against that
yeah,
side. It's really
this,
annoying.
However, however, I feel still fits that kind of wheelhouse of being aggressive.
And if you kind of like start getting a bit, start trying to towards that backline, something like the Aphelios, we know how hard him down. We saw it earlier in the day. Does a good job when you have kind of like the extra ability to peel for him. When you have a Maokai ult, that's one good way to do it. Expect maybe something like either a Nautilus or a Lulu on 4. Wondering if Weibo wants to remove some of those. They can of course lock in the Rakan. It's higher value for them because it's paired up with the Xayah, but Ming, less options of that peeling variety. The Lulu's first to go.
We should see, I was going to say, the more mid lane bans coming out here for RNG, as they are going to have first pick into this. They might look to either get the Rakan themselves or maybe the Lulu. Gwen being taken away here as well, because they're not 100% sure where this Gragas is going. Could still be in the mid lane or top, so they're not 100% ready to commit to where exactly
Very
this will be
outside
going.
chance of it being support. It's just you
True.
consider that Weibo want to be. I mean, I wouldn't say it'd be good because they want to be winning lane and Gragas support. Not the best at doing that nowadays, but still. Weibo, on that same kind of note, if they want to be winning that bot lane, I think you really do have to ban away some of these prime lane pairings with your fellas. The Lulu and Nautilus are the ones to go. Those are the ones that we kind of highlighted already. Now the question is, are you going to assume that it's the Rakan and lock in something which does pretty okay in lane against that? No, they're not. It's going to be the Scion towards Breathe. It's his most played of Spring so far. It allows you to play front to back and gives you another thing to put in front of Aphelios, which makes it harder to kill him.
Yeah, kind of building up a wall right now. We know how the Aphelios, when he's able to just plant his feet, go at the fights at his own pace, he can be an extreme danger to any side. As Weibo happy to take the tank v tank matchup. They are going to go ahead and throw that Gragas into mid lane and say, Cassante, you are going up into that Scion. We do not want the Gragas to have to just kind of tank that one up there. So Gragas into the Jace, not a matchup I'm 100% familiar with, but good wave clear from both sides. And now you got to give up your final support pick, and it is going to be the Ashe, something that we haven't been really seeing honestly at all in the LPL after the 13.4 changes. Has definitely followed down in priority, but given that they have the Aphelios and going up against a Xayah Rakan, it should do fairly decently at just keeping them at arm's length and make sure they get going.
If it was another AD carry, I'd agree, but as we were saying before in previous Aphelios games, Aphelios isn't really a champion at level 1 where you want to be fighting around barrier on Ashe, you're kind of going through your Halo Blades kind of procs, trying to get very strong level 1 trades. If you can survive through to level 2 and then obviously level 6 as well, yeah, I can see the value in it. It's just, what are you going to give up in this early laning phase? Feels like you've just kind of like sacked lane a little bit. There was a chance you could have gone for something like a Leona instead, playing more hard engage. Typically has done quite well into the Rakan matchup as well, but still, I'm going to be picking that one out. What this means, you do have 2 tanks on the top side for RNG, but you have 3 very, very displaceable, burstable targets in this bot side, which if Xiaohu or the Shy gets on top of course Crisp as well on this Rakan, that can make it very hard for RNG to stand and team fight.
See what they're able to make of it. Not a huge amount of damage, you would imagine, especially on Weibo's side. Yes, they got decent burst with the Gragas, but they are very much reliant on Light in those later game team fights to make do with the damage. And RNG are going to be pretty happy to go for a bit of a front to back. Got a lot of opportunities here. Good pick potential with the Maokai and Ashe combination. You got good poke as well with the Jace. So both teams have got fairly, decent win conditions about who's able to make them happen. And looking at this game, it cannot be any more important for both these sides. Remember, Weibo 7-4 at the moment, looking to try and join OMG and Top Esports on 8-4 to keep pushing for a top 4 spot themselves. But RNG, they're outside of playoffs, 5-7. They need a win just to get themselves back up on top of Team WE.
And given all of the games that we've seen today, with IG even losing to Team WE in their first series of the day, and then of course the whole host of results in the last couple of weeks, the teams which you assumed were just going to gracelessly slide out of playoffs have actually had a very good second win. Our top teams have not been solid in all of their games. They've lost games here and there, and they haven't been bad games either. Actually, it's not just them slipping up. Sometimes it is a factor, but of course these bot teams who are looking to get into playoffs have had more than enough quality of their own. RNG, though, if they were to lose this game 3, it feels a little bit all for naught. Falling to 5-8. That's even with 2 or 3 series left in the whole spring, for most of our teams left on the calendar, to be a very difficult position to reconcile.
We are hurtling towards the end of the split. Only 2 weeks left to play. 1 weekend and 2 weeks. It does. It starts and then it finishes, and we're looking at a gauntlet of...
That's how most things go in fantasy.
Yeah.
Well,
you know
there's
what?
a start and an end. Some stuff happens in the middle.
Unless it's One Piece. One Piece never ends.
One Piece is real.
It is real. It's just never going to end. It's perpetually in existence. But seeing how this kind of one works is that, like I was saying, that you're running out of games to be picky. You have to pick up the ones where you can. And like I said earlier, 5-7 for RNG might not be good enough. They need to really kind of look very deep inside themselves, thinking about where they're going to be picking up the wins if they don't pick it up today. Because if they go to 5-8, they then play Ultra Prime, should be able to win that. NIP, RA, decent enough teams that can maybe, there are no easy matchups, but it's definitely a lineup that you would love to start that last little run just as you're going into the end of the season with a win.
I think the takeaway is that, even if they don't walk away with a win today, it feels like these games were winnable, which is a big improvement over what we've seen before. Mid-jungle 2v2, potentially coming through. Flash is committed.
Oh, the flash is committed. Angel, though, does get the flash back, and now Karsa has to be trying to run away. Really well done here, as we can see now. 2 flashes for 1. Weibo do not come out the better of that trade.
Yeah, Wei utilizing Maokai's powerful counter-ganking ability to stop that mid-jungle 2v2 falling apart.
Markai can sometimes struggle to go aggressive, but that's not the use of it here. So it's still going to be Jace without a flash. It still means that when you're going to hit that level 6 mark, there's a chance of Xiaohu just kind of barreling forwards, hunting him back into the team. So even actually losing 2 flashes from the Viego and the Gragas, there's still something to take away from that. Jace is notoriously easy to pick off without his summoner spells.
It's something that they need to be aware of. I do like that Angel goes back. It's a cheeky little back in, get himself some boots. So having that extra move speed with the phase rush.
I'm not going to flash, at least I'm going to walk right.
Exactly. I'm going to get the extra movement speed to keep my relative safety. Just that, relative. And now we'll wait to see where RNG want to try and put that pressure after this gank in mid. Because you got to remember, Wei still has his flash, whereas Karsa does not. So we are looking at a little bit of a difference here in terms of the value you can get from your jungler, at least for the next few minutes.
I think, you know, aggressively, Viego really needs that flash to make something happen. Flash or no, though, Markai doesn't exactly win straight-up trades against the Viego one-on-one, especially with Cassante getting control of top side, and then Xiaohu still pushing into that mid. Doesn't look like Wei is going to have that many aggressive options. Bot lane also has very little setup as well. As we were talking about this matchup a little bit before, though, Gala and Ming did manage to get through those early levels. They're getting a wave crashed built up right now. Looks like Wei is just here to shield this crash coming in. Successfully will allow his bot lane to control their side of the map. Now we have to really see what Ming can do on this Ashe. We've seen less of it as we've fallen out. And despite it not being the most intuitive lane pairing for something like the Aphelios, both these champions individually look fairly strong in this composition, keeping them at range, playing the peel back.
It's glad we're not going to see Yuumi for a while. That's all I'm glad
It's going to
about.
be back in like 2 patches. It's
we thought we defeated
the Great
but
Evil.
I don't know if we're going to be on 13.5 for playoffs or not, but if we are, I highly doubt it'll be allowed. Normally they disable any reworks for 1 patch, so even if we do go to 13.5, they tend to disable the rework. So
yeah, the thing is, though, it's not like a mid-scope update. I don't know whether it counts in the same way because look, we'll get to it. I know it's disabled for LCS playoffs. I know that's confirmed. So generally speaking, yeah. So generally speaking, we do tend to follow the trend. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, we've got a bit of regular season to go through still as well. We'll see what happens with that. Fingers crossed that we maybe don't see as much of it. Back towards this mid lane though. No flash from Xiaohu, no flash from Angel. And Ming here at the party as well though.
To get the storage just yet. Angel
there we go.
Jumped upon. He's going to get flashed in the heal, but the heal is not good enough. Ming using all his summoners there trying to cover something, but wasn't really in a position to stop anyone from pushing in on top of Angel.
We called it as we saw it, though. I mean, Jace with that flash, notoriously easy to kill when he doesn't have that flash. It doesn't matter that you blew 2 flashes for the price of 1. That was the real goal, despite it not coming away with a kill at the very first attempt. It's going to be a kill on Takas's Viego. And as much as we were talking about the draft from Weibo, maybe lacking some late game damage and relying on light, Viego is a carry in and of himself. Give him some gold, he'll do some lifting himself.
Not going to see the solo Q build of the Kraken Slayer definitely going towards the Divine Sunderer. But again, like, Ming is here, but he's not really here. Like, it doesn't really make any difference if he is here or not. They just let Xiaohu walk past everything to get the very easy belly
What can
bump.
they do? What can you do? I mean, at the end of the day, Chris gets to E forward, and gets to, he's got flash, E and W. That gap close is absolutely absurd. Long gone are the days where you used to just like press R and like W flash like really quickly or flash W. But if you stand behind someone who can kind of lead the charge, Ricard does very much benefit from that. Chris goes back to lane now. Of course, Gala at a point where he actually still has that CS advantage, still happily farming his way up in this bot side of the map. Things will get a little bit different, of course, when particularly if Fellows hits 2 items, that's when it starts to really start to pop off. We've seen a lot of Bloodthirster, Shield Bow, kind of double shield-like builds from him, of course, the Infinity Edge second build as well for a bit more burst. That is a point of power which RNG are still going to be looking for. The question is, can they survive to that point before something like Angel's Jace shut out the game? That was a very satisfying take of Sunfire.
It was a very satisfying.
I liked that. I want to spend time talking about last hitting multiple creeps at once with Sunfire.
No. I'm going to hard deny that one right now. It's not going to be needed, as we are going to see both junglers coming back in towards this mid lane.
Oh, flashes are back up.
Yeah, flashes are back up, and you got the Bomba!
Oh, the
He's Mr. Bombastic! But is he fantastic? Not quite yet. As Karsa does end up kind of taking a couple more tower hits than he probably wanted. This bot lane, Gala's already got himself up to level 6, so this could be a big engage coming out here, as Ming is kind of maybe getting very close to that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and you can see Wei is very aware of it as well.
They've just used the Moonlight Vigil to chunk them out under turret. That's why it looks so bad. Wei has flash. Of course, you know that Gragas isn't here.
There's the heal. They're going to block out a little bit for Crisp, as Crisp is the one they're kind of targeting right now, and Wei gets him killed with the sapling. The baby is the one that kind of sorts it out. Light flashes forward, and it's a double kill for Wei. Really well executed on that bot side, and they didn't even have to use a single real summoner on RNG.
Yeah, crossmap comes in just before this. Level 6 hit. Inferno comes through. I think he... actually, no, he doesn't have any crit chance. I was wondering if there was a lucky crit there. Of course, no crit chance built up for Gala, but doesn't need it. Has enough damage all by himself without any of that RNG, as his namesake would imply. So Weibo, they try and swing it. They try and swing towards mid lane yet again. They don't find themselves a big advantage there, and big breakpoint for RNG will be, when will this Aphelios really get online, and is Jace going to be a factor by the time that comes through? Because there's been a lot of pressure put onto the Jace, but despite Gala not getting these, it's still going to be light put behind. It's still going to be a load of crescendum chakrams put onto that tower as well. 3 plates taken down already in that bot side of the map, put onto Gala's inventory. This Aphelios, very, very scary already.
Nice into the Gale Force. We are seeing a little bit of a diversity now. Bloodthirster sometimes is the Rush, sometimes it's still Gale Force. It kind of depends on the AD carry, really. Here in the LPL, they're not willing
Against
to...
Poke, it has to be Bloodthirster already, but in this game, you're more worried about keeping yourself safe, and I think the extra mobility, particularly against Gragas Cask and the Rakan, that does have a lot of value in my eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Gala now just soaking up more waves. Level 7 already here. The other Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they need to be very careful here. Ming could just throw that out. They don't have the Maokai ultimate. I think they would love to have that as a kind of secondary engage if they were able to go for it. So, but moment, waiting to see if anyone walks forward to get a sniff of where the way should be.
So Aphelios isn't the longest range champion, but when he has Calibrum, when he has the rifle, if someone gets hit by that arrow right in front of him, he can kind of cycle through his like rifle Q into his ultimate. That's basically an extra like 3 auto attacks in quick succession is the way those abilities work. Loads of damage to be followed up on. So be very careful, as you were saying. This Ashe is actually at the point now. He is going to be very useful. Angel, credit to him, surviving that last gang. Very important because he survived with his flash. Talks about how Jace, very difficult to play once he's lost that summoner spell. Anything he can do to keep that available, very important to his team.
Wei reveals himself. Cleanse and an ult available to Light, so doubt they're going to throw out a optimistic arrow, and Viego was in the vicinity as well, so could have been turned around in favor of Weibo Gaming. And RNG, I'm not giving up on this series just yet. Angel goes loses to the skies to clear out this wave. Very happy to kind of just make sure he's just covered in that regard. But 2 kills over to Wei means he has got his Demonic Embrace finished very, very early. So having that item does make him a bit more of a threat in these early game skirmishes, should we see one around this dragon in 25 seconds.
That's actually a decent point to make, because a lot of the time you can talk about kill stealing away from various carries, and that is relevant in some cases, particularly when you've got some tank supporting that's like, oh, I mean, you don't really need the gold, right? When you have junglers like Maokai, which are actually very efficient with the first and second items that they complete, particularly even with the nerfs, Demonic Embrace just so strong on Wei. You can see the ability to poke out, control objectives, these saplings still very, very valuable. That gold goes a long way. Angel still has his flash, but he's not out his own here. He's isolated for the time being.
Shirley gets to get dropped into the mid lane, is going to pick up plates just for Karsa. No one really there to claim the local gold there alongside him, so there is the one. As we now see these Crystal Arrow coming out, they're going to use the Maokai ultimate again as well. Look at this damage. The bomba lands onto nothing, and
It's
now
Light.
Angel comes in, Light pushing forward, and it's all RNG all the time. Light's not going to bother with anything else. He knows he's dead. And Karsa has nowhere to run. Ming even actually trying to find him in this mist, but right now he knows there's no real need for it. Second dragon to RNG, this tower in the bot lane as well. This gold lead is building, and this advantage is growing for the side of RNG.
Insult to injury, Gala has Severin Crescendum, fastest way to stack those turrets and those chakrams. So much ability to shred through these. First turret goes down to Gala. This Aphelios was already doing damage. They haven't even got themselves towards their first item spike. Gets himself a 3-weapon switch, starts off the rifle, switches out to it, goes straight back into the AoE. So much work done. Gala
really sets himself up for success here.
Yeah, great setup of the guns there. Really smart movements just to make sure that everything he did was just perfectly set up. Shy is looking for a fight here. As we got Wei coming in here, maybe to try and help his top laner. There is an arrow that's going to stop the Shy from getting Breed immediately off this, but they've got one, and Breed hasn't died, and Chris, he needs to get away. What happened? How did Breed not die? Did he level up?
I have zero idea. We're gonna have to go see a replay of that one. But the Ash Arrow buys the time for the turnaround. They also fight in a bush with Wei right next to them. So they already, even though it's nerfed, these saplings with the demonic embrace on top of them, inside that brush, those brush saplings do so much work. Just gonna walk into Ming. Still does this amount of damage as the lethality builds up, and Gala gets to get more free hits on this tower. Sentinel turret's now in inventory, gives him that kind of a artificial long range. And RNG, we said that. Hey, great game one, but maybe it's on Weibo's composition. Game two, they showed us some signs of brightness, even though they were kind of picked off in fog of war time at the time. Game three, they're coming out swinging, and they're really starting to make Weibo sweat.
Yeah, I mean, Breed is level 10 at the end of this, so he didn't level up, so how did they just
let's go through this. Let's try and triage this. So, when you're playing Sante, you're obviously looking to kind of like drag your opponent back into your side of the map because you have that option to drag into the terrain. That's over. Done a decent amount of work, but you're fighting in this brush. You have that brush sapling with the demonic embrace on top of it. What the heck happens here? Is that a grass prop? I think it's a grass prop. It's just enough healing. That's a very tight turnaround.
Oh, wow, that feels so bad for Cassante and the Shy. You're going to see Breed pushing in, getting his little bit of damage down. His light. I was going to say he's going to either have to flash or ult because he cannot take that decimating smash with a gravity available now. We're going to see a little bit of a move here onto Wei, who is going to die at the end of it all, but does get his ultimate off right at the end of it. So decimating smash is good. Angel's getting 1v1 by the Shy, as the Shy has been angered after that top lane display. And everyone kind of backs themselves away from this Rift Arrow. It's getting scrappy now, Nightmare. It's getting weird, and we're getting into unknown territory.
And it's a big overstep from Wei. You need to be close enough to your Ashe and your Aphelios to really capitalize on these big plays. Because you've got to lock someone up in front of the people who actually do damage. Wei gets isolated, and Angel just misjudges whatever the heck's happening in his top side. All out comes back up for the Shy after that last play, and she was saying he is angry at this point. And Angel, he has done a pretty good job of keeping himself with his flash available and alive for most of these plays. But losing moments like that is so difficult for his team to deal with, because then it really does mean that it has to be just Gala carrying his team.
Yeah, Angel not having the greatest of times right now. It's still equal, almost exactly on goal with Xiaohu, and Shy very angrily takes him out on the top side, but be aware where exactly you're going to be taking those fights, because the Shy on this Cassante is shown throughout this split. He is very comfortable on this champion, has no problems whatsoever with taking any 1v1. And it's going to be Gala to really keep himself alive and relevant throughout these team fights. But the big thing I'm looking at right now is that if Shy can get onto Gala, Gala not only becomes useless in the team fights, but he'll probably just die.
I think when he gets Bloodthirst, though, maybe we'll revisit that. We'll have to see. There is a Thorn Mail in inventory for the Shy. That's actually very big in regards to that. That actually might tip the difference, because all Grievous Wound stacking abilities now have 40%. It's no longer kind of like a lower amount on something like your Executioner's Calling, your Bramble Vest, and then kind of increases when you get the full item. So already big power spike for the Shy if he chooses to engage onto these, well, pretty much anyone on the bot side of the map. Herald comes in, crushes that mid lane out of turret. Weibo, good signs for them. That will allow them to take control of a lot more vision. Maybe stop Wei from getting control over areas with the saplings.
Poke coming out here onto the light stops him from when you're kind of moving. The Shy is a bit isolated, and with the extra CC, he does have to buffer it and keep himself in relative safety. RNG now moving forward. Chris gets hit by the arrow. He's taken so much damage, and Decimating Smash is just that. A lot of your engage is no longer available. Xiaohu goes forward, but now you've got the big old Scion running forward into the depths of hell as Weibo look to try and keep themselves relevant. Good ultimate from Light. If that hits with the accelerated shock blast, he knows he's dead. But now you're 5v4. Xiaohu and the Shy trying to just keep everyone interested, keep them away from the dragon. The Shy is just being slowed down bit by bit, and actually taking a lot of hurt right now. He's down to about a third of his HP.
Yeah, but Weibo, I think they start this off the right way. They stop RNG from getting into River and controlling it with saplings, but they haven't managed to do that with the entirety of this. They don't manage to completely keep them out. Now these shot blasts come through. RNG should be securing this one.
Crisp is back. Crisp has died and resurrected, excuse me. We're going to go try and take this fight. It will not be stolen away. It actually only will be smited. Actually, interesting, you know, Karsa had the upgraded smite. Wei did not. And Angel would.
Yeah, good point there, actually. I was like, oh, you know, they're not going to walk up to CS like, hang on, he's invisible. Hang on a second, what's happening with that smite? But get away with that. Weibo, as I said, I think they approach this in the right kind of way, because you're trying to stop Wei getting maximum value out of his own points of power. And at this point as well, Gala is in a bit of an awkward spot. Shy actually does a decent job of making sure that Gala is only hitting him, who is the least valuable target that Gala could be hitting. But Crisp dying so early into this fight, not actually managing to threaten the backline, makes things awkward, because after that point, you know, who's actually hitting the Aphelios? I think at the start of this, I don't mind the theory, but if you miss that Aphelios, good luck winning the fight.
I mean, 007, Ming having a fantastic time comboing up with Wei here on this Ashe, and 30 CS difference in the AD carry
He's
as
got
well.
a license to kill, but only wards.
Only
That's
wards.
Like, only wards. That's literally the only thing he's actually got a license
to help someone else kill. That's the way it works. He's got a license to help someone else kill.
License to kill the lights.
Yeah.
No vision for you. Umbra Blade, of course, got some nerfs as well, but it's still basically an extra sweeper. Still gives you an extra ability to clear out a lot of these wards, which would be very important. Maokai, with the Umbra Glaive on the team, gives you much more ability to play around these objectives than a team without them. Angel, now actually winning the sideline matchup fairly effectively. Might force the ult out shouting.
Definitely going to least ball low a third of his HP. Angel with that accelerated gauge. You see the
Oh,
arrow.
no. Surely
Oh,
not.
right across the map from downtown, and Angel dunks on Xiaohu and says, I am your replacement, I am your better.
Not just a license to kill wards, I think. He's got a bit more firepower to his name. Takes down the Gragas, helps them secure that kill onto that bot side of the map. And Angel, who had a couple of awkward moments in this game, starting to become a side lane threat in a way that Weibo couldn't manage in their first game. They had much less CC to deal with. They couldn't really enable the Shy playing that champion, but this time Angel playing it from the mid lane, having a lot more ability to impact the game beyond this point.
Really, really well played there by Ming. And we know Ming for the big, heavy, hard engages, but still got a fair bit of aiming in him, as a really nice long-range arrow just lands its mark absolutely perfect. And those arrows can be just so demoralizing for the other team. It's like when everything's going wrong or not going your way, and you end up getting caught by a multiple screens away arrow. It's like, what are you supposed to do? How can you turn that one back around? There's just no real counterplay to that.
Okay. What? Breathe will now. Oh god. Not the same amount of ability to kind of have as someone like Angel. Not very able to clear through these waves. RNG. It's out of 7. Again, that we are to quickly close in with the very end of spring. As it stands, RNG would not make the playoffs cut. Series like this are very important. Moments are very important. That is such a good shot. Now, there were some changes like speed across the map. I think that far absolutely. Angel gets to capitalize. That is a special moment for RNG.
That really is. That just, like, yeah, you can see the how much it means to them there on the staff.
And the play and the series that gets, that is a moment you can point to and say, that is a hero play which got us in the playoffs. Long way to go, but that's a moment.
Absolutely. Now we come back into live, 1 minute till Dragon spawns. Only a 2,000 gold lead, but RNG are tempering the idea of maybe going for a Baron, but not to be done just yet. Reed does not win this 1v1 against the Shy anymore, so he's just going to have to absorb all this damage. But if the Shy goes in under the turret, he will lose more health bar. That's just kind of how that works. But now, a little bit of a 1v1. Reed does have flash, and he does use it. That arrow not going to land. The Shy desperately wanted to make that one work. If he can kill off Reed there, it could be huge for his team. But he does get the flash out of Reed, so really nicely done there by him.
So, at least some side lane winning matchups for Weibo. We saw that Angel was starting to bully out that Gragas early lane. Felt like the Jace was really under threat from the mid-jungle TVT, which Weibo had really drafted towards, but he didn't get that much out of it. Jace is a factor. It was a worry that we had for RNG. Is it just going to have to be Gala with a load of tanks in front of him trying to carry the entire fight? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case now. 2 items hit for this Jace on a decent kind of pace. On the other side, Xiaohu on the Gragas really struggling to land the same kind of impact which he did in their win in Game 2. Dragon Spawn will be sold for RNG. Crisp on the flank. How much can he do with that?
Crisp on the flank. They're kind of looking for a bit of a pincer, but White already took a chunk. So he's down about half his HP. Xiaohu looking for Gala. The Shy knows where he is. They know there's no Maokai ultimate. Chris jumps over the wall. They're going to look to secure. They do not get the steal off on it. It's RNG with the soul point now, and they can get this fight going for themselves as well. Look at all the chakrams for Gala. He wants this fight. He gets one. He wants another. He goes forward with the Gale Force, but he's not quite stopped, as they're going to keep on getting more and more kills. It's RNG all day long. They're going to keep pushing the Shy back. They're not going to bother killing him off. They got
not worth the time. Go to Baron.
Yep.
Gotta go towards that Baron at this point. Soul secured for RNG. They have managed to keep Gala safe, keep him with tanks in front of him. And Weibo don't manage the steal. They managed to get themselves onto the Dragon, force RNG away from the pit, but it wasn't enough. Wei gets the secure. Now they have themselves that extra move speed. So very important when you've got triple melee topside, when you've got a Rakan trying to judge those distances, pinpoint as well. The extra move speed, the slow resist, so very important to track game like this. See the RNG
got caught. He couldn't get into smite. He got caught by the Maokai ult.
Yeah, I thought that it was going to get a bit close when you see members of Weibo manage to walk up, but even then, if you're trying to get the objective, you're not shutting down someone like Gala. Gala gets going, has more in the fighters at this point to make things very, very dangerous. Flash trade for Angel away from Light's ultimate as well. Currently doesn't have that ultimate. Watch out for the next, 20-odd seconds. Maybe an opportunity to force a plan to Light without cleansing.
That's all.
There it is.
Light. Oh dear.
Perfect.
Gala picks that one up. Ming just doing so well to make sure this one. Gala though isolated. And both AD carries in a rare moment of just getting caught out, both getting themselves killed very quickly. Not exactly what I want to see. A rare mistake from Gala in this series.
Yeah, Chris now trying to press the advantage. They don't have the Aphelios. Where's the damage?
I mean, there it is. Angel's got plenty of it behind him. Wei doing enough to just keep everyone busy away from his carries. Chris wanted to go for something, but a little Tokyo drifting! Oh, I thought he was going to be able to do it. The Casante's already dead. I'm not quite sure how that went down. There's another arrow because he's got the cooldown reduction. And to the skies goes Angel. The Breed can just tank this up for days. He does not care. He does not mind. And Ming gets some supportal combat. RNG do not need to change their expressions because this is just how it goes.
That is an RNG. They came in today as nothing. Well, I mean, Light's getting absolutely blown up.
Yeah, Light's getting blown up. He even flashes to try and get away with the feathers going flying. Angel gets himself another kill. It was a rough game 2 for Angel, but he has come back swinging in game number 3. 5, 2, and 6 on this Jace. And inhibitors are starting to drop.
On the drop, and RNG take commanding advantage of this game. Talked about how the Isaiah Flash was traded for Angel's, rather the ultimate was traded for Angel's Flash. The fight before this, RNG make that worthwhile. So I'm not able to play around that. But the problem is that because RNG had hung towards this bot side so much, Gala was out of position. Xiaohu looking for something, doesn't have Flash, but just about able to get out of that one.
Plenty of passive movement speed, or out of combat movement speed, I should say. And gonna go back, probably finish up his Infinity Edge. Yep, there it is. So he's now on 3 items. Xiaohu seeing if he can maybe be a little bit sneaky here with the positioning when we get a flank on, but it's just not going to be worth it. And you don't even need to worry about mid lane kind of being pushed in right now, because all you need to do is get mid. Oh, there's an arrow!
No.
Oh, it doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. Breed gets himself another kill. Light 0, 5, and 0. He has been thoroughly bot-gapped in this game, in this series, it feels. As Gala just proves why we consider him one of the top 80 carries in the league.
Light really feels like he's not had the ability to impact this game. It has been Gala's series overall, even in their loss. He was a factor. Chris looking for a last gasp.
He's looking for something, but he's going to die. There's Not much there to be found. He went looking for the truth, and like a fool, he found it. The truth is, RNG are bigger, RNG are better, and RNG are going to be taking this series. Massive win for RNG as they make another push for playoffs.
Angel parades on the fountain, looking at the team that maybe was coming in this, the heavy favorites, especially with Xiao, who playing against his old team, but they say be damned with that. Let's kill the AD carry.
Well, they're not going to get him because Zaya can go up into the stasis. They're going to keep putting down damage. They're enjoying this win right now. Another Ash Arrow just to add insult to injury, but a 2-1 puts RNG back in the playoff picture.
Holy moly. What a big win for RNG. And Xiao, who has to look at the E left, beat him. There's a smile on the face. There's some good camaraderie still retained across those team lines, across those lines on the Rift. Xiao, who had an excellent game 2, but could not replicate that for a game 3 victory. Weibo, very versatile team, we have called them, but we have also called them inconsistent. RNG were more than the match for them today to punish said inconsistencies.
Talk about how pivotal this matchup could have been for them and how much it is as well, because now moving themselves up to 6 and 7, they will just about get ahead of Team WE because they'll have a -2 game difference versus WE's -3. These are big moments now, and with LGD winning as well, that last 10th and 9th spot, they're not 100% guaranteed to the people standing in them right now. I would even argue people like TT and IG, they're going to be looking over their shoulder now in a couple of games, kind of going, right, well, we need to make sure we don't lose anymore, because teams are hungry right now for these spots.
Particularly with IG, you know, losing 2-0 at the start of their Team WE as well, which are one of these teams that's had a second win. Convincing loss with, you know, players like Shanks really starting to step up as well. There's a bit of blood in the water. There's a little bit of that light in the eye saying, you know what, it didn't look that likely a week ago, but there's still series left in this split. And we've just taken down one of our top teams, in this case of RNG as well, taking down Weibo. They'll have to step up again. They've got some other really big games to play. But if they can pull out those hero moments, like we saw from that Arrow cross map, those are the moments where you can get those real sense of magic, and it gives that morale boost to the team as well, heading into the last few games.
I mean, I'm not going to say that it's a foregone conclusion, but for Weibo, you're now sitting at 8 and 5. 7 and 5. You're now kind of dragged into this little myriad of a scrap right now between Billy, TT, IG, RNG, LGD are even around there. And you're looking at some of the games they've yet to play. Like, they play OMG next week, a team ahead of them. And honestly, in turn form, I would not say that's an easy win for either side, but OMG could take that. Sure, they could beat NIP, but then WE, RA, again, more and more teams that I'm like, I would not be surprised to see these guys pick up wins against Weibo. They're not in playoffs yet.
It would be such a Weibo way to end spring if they beat some of our very top teams and then somehow lost to a lot of the teams which just then sneak past them into playoffs. That'd be something to see towards the end of the split. So many great players on this roster, still got to find their most optimal way to play. And in this game, didn't manage to do that, particularly Light, really just being outvalued by Gala. I was a little bit worried for this Felios Ashe lane. I was thinking, oh, you know, they're not really that good at level 1. Rakan famously very strong in lane, but it really worked out for RNG, and Light and Chris very much struggled to have an impact in this game.
Yeah, and look, the Shy tried his best with Cassante, had some great moments there, but it did feel like the gods of RNG, both in the sense of the word and its original acronym, we're just not with them. They couldn't get that kill onto Breed, which meant they didn't get any kind of resets or any kind of extra, conquerors or anything like that, or triumph.
Couldn't force Angel down for a second death as well. Mid lane.
Weren't able to get his flash out of him. Lots of little things, and then the arrow from base just kind of really was the cherry on top of what this game was, in just sense of like everything that could go right for RNG did. And yes, you can blame it on luck, you can blame it on anything you like, but at the end of the day, a win's a win, and a 2-1 over Weibo is huge for RNG if they want to try and, again, sneak into our top 10, because our top 10 is getting very cramped right now. There are 3 teams confirmed, and I don't think there's going to be another one confirmed for at least another week.
Yeah, well, a famous Olympian once said, it's funny, the harder I work, the luckier I get. Feels like these teams have put in the work to get to this point. There's been a real sense of improvement. And again, it's just one of these reasons where you want to keep coming back to watch the LPL. Teams like WE, teams like RNG, not leaving things as a foregone conclusion. Adding that open-ended question towards the end of the split.
Yeah, well, I know who has a lot of questions right now. It's Christina, who's standing by with Wei after his victory over Weibo.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Wei, the jungler for RNG. Congratulations on taking down your opponent. And you were on a 3 losing streak. Maybe I don't want to bring you guys bad memories, but my question is, how did you guys prepare for today's matchup and adjust your form in past few days? And maybe today's game was a little bit back and forth, but eventually you took down game number 3. How does it feel? 欢迎魏来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 RNG 今天拿下了本局比赛的胜利。虽然说中间可能小失一城，但最后还是赢下了第3局嘛。我的问题，第一个问题想问到的是，此前可能经历了一波稍微状态有一点点低迷的3连败，所以想问一下，在之前那段时间，你们在哪些方面做了什么样的调整？特别是针对今天这场比赛。
就是英雄就是阵容方面的话，玩的前面可能是我们不熟练的吧，或者说我们版本玩的有些落后，然后今天就是选择到了版本还不错的英雄，然后以及自己擅长的，对。
Actually, maybe in past few games, we just picked the champions and the draft, what we don't good at, and maybe we didn't follow the meta changes and just fix some Bampi strategies issues on this part. And in today's matchup, we just to pick some metas and the champions, may pick our signature champions and the metas draft we really good at. And my question is about also about talking to something about the drafting game number 1. There were so many flexible picks like Gragas and Annie, and you also got your signature champions Viego and Gala got the Kai'Sa, and which he got pentakill in game number 1. So what's your take on the number 1 games draft for RNG? Do you think it is the most important reason for you to take game 1? Because your draft。那么，即使我们说到了阵容的问题，其实第二个问题想要跟小薇讨论一下。其实，在今天第1局的时候 ，RNG 这边的阵容不仅拿出了一些非常摇摆灵活的选项，而且也是拿出了你们招牌英雄吗？你觉得第1局就是因为阵容这一边是最主要的取胜关键吗？还是说是其他也有哪些方面？
我觉得阵容是其次吧，因为第1盘我们失误也蛮少的嘛，所以阵容也还好的情况下，发挥正常就可以赢下比赛。对。
Actually, I don't think the draft is the most important reason for us to take down game number 1 because we didn't make some mistakes and errors in game number 1. We just utilize the strengths of the draft we picked so that we can take game 1 smoothly. And something I really want to touch on in game number 3 is your early jungle path because we got the Ashe support and with Aphelios as a body. So do you feel a little bit pressure that you have to help the balling to open up the situation for Baudio and do something really helpful for them? 那么第3局的时候可以看出对面我们小明是选择了一个艾希作为 counter位的辅助，但是对面当我们这边拿到了厄斐琉斯和艾希这2个英雄作为下路组合的时候，威这边在前期大概一个思路是什么样？会不会觉得这一个下路组合是非常需要打野帮助的？然后前期你大概有没有说是跟他们有些什么样的沟通呢？
因为艾希这个英雄对线非常强嘛，是要压线的，然后2级了之后也会有 E 这个技能，很好找到对面打野的位置，所以我只要就是往下面刷，帮他做点视野，让他一直在塔下压就可以了。
Actually, firstly, I do think Ashe is really a very strong champion who can push the waves aggressively. And as long as she gets level 2, she also gets some advantages to setting some visions and fighting the oppositions for our opponent. I just need to help Ming to set some visions and give some pressure on Balling to help them open up the situation from very early game. And final question for you. I know that you guys really did a great job in today's matchup, but I know that maybe it was a little bit difficult for RNG to make playoffs. So from your perspective, if you want to make it, is there any special improvement for you or any room for improvement from your perspective, maybe like team strategy, communication, or the understanding to the meta or the other things? 那么最后一个问题，其实可以看出现在已经马上到了季后赛的关头了，可能每一场比赛都是非常关键的。所以从微的角度来看，作为 RNG 这边，你们觉得对于接下来赛程哪些方面是最主要提升的？沟通啊，包括你刚才提到的版本理解呀，还有什么其他的地方吗？
首先是版本理解吧，然后其次是拿到需要打出阵容的优势，要打出效果吧，就不然的话就应该很难玩这个版本。对。
Actually, firstly, I do think that we have to improve our understanding to the meta, to follow meta. And secondly, we really want to showcase the strengths of the draft which we have picked in game so that we can perform much better in upcoming matchups. These two aspects are more important. Final question for you, any words to your fans out there? 有没有什么想对粉丝们说的话呢？
因为今年春季赛就是成绩不是很理想嘛，然后也是很感谢一直支持我们的粉丝，然后会努力给大家带来更多精彩的比赛的。对。
Actually, maybe we didn't get an ideal result for us so far in regular season of spring season, but I really want to appreciate for your support. A big thank you to you guys, and I hope that we can perform better to make some feedback for you and to give this result for you. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢威也来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys， 跟大家说再见吧。
Thank you so much, Christina. Always good to hear the kind of comments coming in there. And again, shouting out to the fans right at the end, saying, look, thank you for our support. We're going to try to get better. We're going to try and push and get more results that we need. And this was a much needed result, Lymera, coming in today.
Absolutely, particularly with the rest of the teams around RNG starting to step up their own pace. RNG had no other option than to pull out a result like this. And they managed to do it. Pretty hard fought, but seriously appreciate the fact that they could take out of their comfort zone and really put them into very difficult situations in draft and then also just in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of our MVP and RNG going from strength to strength, it was Ming. It had to be Ming. Yeah. The man with the arrow was as true as he needed to be, and it just really kind of set everything up. 2-0 and 17, never died, 90% kill participation, and great to see him back on a little bit of form, especially on something that we wouldn't necessarily be so used to seeing him on.
So, I actually grew up pretty close to Sherwood Forest. I think I saw this guy around there every so often because these arrows were absolutely legendary, bringing out the Robin Hood cosplay, which gave so much ability for Guile to stand and fight because the whole point of this bot lane, as you very quickly kind of recognized as well when it was drafted, is to have that keep away kind of mentality where you actually have the ability to play at range, but some space from these metas, particularly on that top side of the map. And then the cherry on top is to have the hero plays like this. If RNG were to make playoffs, it is off of hero plays like this, which seal the deal in these close, really too hard to call it series against teams like Weibo.
Yeah, and again, just constantly putting out, effort, constantly putting out DPS. You even see him here. He's just pushing forward every single time, making sure that he's never going to be in danger of dying and giving maybe a triumph or a stack of anything, or even kind of just kind of like any kind of change in the setup. But really does feel like Ming is, kind of coming back to becoming, taking up a role as the heart of this team. We talked about how Xiaohu leaving. It's a massive, kind of ship without a captain moment. But Ming might be the guy to look at to be that captain.
I think actually in some previous seasons of some of their MSI title attempts, actually Ming was very undervalued in regards to what he brought to those teams. You had, MVPs of the finals and of the tournament or whatever, and Ming should have realistically been closer to them in some cases. And now we have this surreal situation again where we have an incredibly close LPL spring split.
We do, and today makes it a little bit closer. Let's have a look at the results, because if you missed it, you missed quite a few upsets. It was a day of upsets as we did see WE taking down the much higher place IG 2-0 in a very convincing fashion, and then LGD 2-0 over Top Esports in our second series of the day. And of course, we just finished off with RNG getting Weibo a absolute spanking down, and to bring them all the way into kind of the myriad of chaos it is going to be these fast few playoff spots.
Yeah, we've had 3 punch-ups in the standings, the lower team taking the one above them, and suddenly, you go between 1st and 10th, you have like 4 series. That could actually change between the entirety of, the last couple of games here. We have our top 3 teams locked in with those little check marks right next to them, that little red haze on the left-hand side of that top 3. But even then, they could slide all the way down to the bottom of the playoffs. They're not guaranteed something like that top 2 kind of double elimination safety at the very top end of the playoffs bracket. And towards the bottom end as well, despite some teams being very close to being eliminated, you've got a lot of the table completely in flux.
I mean, I'm looking at 12th to, honestly, 6th. That's where I'm looking right now, because Weibo, with the loss today, drags them down into this, kind of 6-7 team kind of last man standing setup, but there's only a couple of spaces left, and we've got more games to come as we come into tomorrow's games. Our last of our Super Sundays. It's the last of our 3 series days on the Sundays. We'll always have them on Saturdays, but specifically Sundays, this is the last one.
Game.
AL versus EDG. It's first versus last. Really, it's not looking that great for AL, but yeah, that last game could be an absolute banger.
It felt like G were on a real hot streak. They've kind of towards the end, they're kind of like 3 tough matches in a row. They had one top, JDG, EDG, and of course as well. So finishing off that gauntlet run towards the end of the winner of that gets a huge morale into the playoff.
It really is, and I feel like for JDG and LNG, there's also a fight for top 2. Don't forget, we saw in the standings there. If JDG win, they get a win up, they bring a loss down. A lot to be played for to get into that double elimination. But Nymera, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for bringing to the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. We had some strange things, strange drafts, strange things, and strange results. But of course, thank you to everyone who watched, and of course, all of our back-end production staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, the same channel, and we'll see you then.